Hey, if anybody's there, waiting. I know that John Morgaw's coming. Maybe Zulu one, maybe Brian. Who knows? Everybody's kind of now, and so am I really. But Switzerland, honestly, I'm trying to be Switzerland. Hopefully I can stay there. And I don't get pushed over to the edge of another country like some other people have. I'm not going to let it get to me like that, though. I think that this flat earth thing is a lot more important than people's personal issues. But that's just me. I'll be here in 20 minutes. Talk about what's going on. Everybody else has talked about it enough. That's all I'm going to say about it. That's why nobody wants to really come on and do a live stream or not hang out or do anything like that, because it's going to be said, well, they're there or whatever. I guess I understand that, but it just sucks. I hate what's going on. And that's all I'm saying about it. So it's Saturday. I spent my entire day cleaning. It really needed to be done. I've spent so much time with y'all lately that I have not been cleaning my house the way that I like to. Can't stand it when it's dirty. And it's like I have to clean all the baseboards and ceiling trim and vents and all that good stuff that gets ignored. Blankets and the pillows and my mic is choppy. Okay, hey, Cats, hey, Teddy, hey, Derek. I don't know if anybody else is there. I can only see half of my screen. I'm gonna switch. Actually, I'm gonna go outside because it's 92 degrees in here now, so it's kind of shitty. It's not. Did y'all see the moon? Anybody saw the moon tonight? It's orange. I don't know where everybody's at. Everybody's sleeping right now. What's going on? Let's see where I'll see if my best friend made it home yet. Hello.
Hola. Check, check.
They're saying I'm choppy in the chat, so I'm gonna go grab some headphones.
Yeah, you definitely are chopping.
Chat to me. I'll be right back. Where's my phone? I lost it again. How do I keep doing this? Okay, he's gone. God. Which phone's acting possessed? I'm gonna just try to go outside.
Are you using a Ethernet cord or Wi-Fi?
Dial up.
Huh?
I got that dial up connection. AOL.
Dial up.
Are you back and get your fan on?
You sound like you're speaking Predator.
How about now?
Say again.
Oh man, now you're breaking up. What's going on?
No.
Okay.
Do you guys in the chat? Can you tell me if I'm coming in loud and clear, or if it's just a problem on her end?
Hey, have you seen my red headphones anymore? They were in the bathroom. Yeah, I don't know what to do with them. But I might drop for 1 second, but I'm gonna switch. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll just I'll hold down the fort for a minute. Welcome everybody to the midnight hangout. This one here is called "Is the Earth Still Flat?" That's the main title, and I would have to say the answer to that is a resounding yes. And furthermore, the Earth has been flat forever. It's always going to be flat. It was flat yesterday. It'll be flat tomorrow. And you know, even more important than flat is I think is stationary, right? Because curvature aside, if the just mind-boggling hypersonic motion and accelerations that they claim we're experiencing constantly were indeed happening, pardon me, if that was the case, we'd notice it. It would be like the most, well, basically brain damaging and body damaging roller coaster ride you could possibly imagine. And really, that's just simply involving standing still at the equator. Because, you know, according to them, according to Alliance, if you're standing at the equator, you're racing east at 1,037.5 miles an hour, which is way faster than the speed of sound, getting pretty close to Mach 2, actually. So it's 1,000 miles an hour ain't nothing to blow your nose at. Although, you know, the Globers claim that's a linear frame of reference, and so you don't feel any acceleration, which is really hogwash because they claim, of course, that the Earth is a ball. And so while you're going 1,000 miles an hour due east at the equator, according to them, you're also dropping along a parabolic curve at the same time. So you could sort of think about that as, you know, hitting the top of a roller coaster and then descending at a certain rate. Your body notices that, and at what that rate would be at the equator, it's kind of hard to describe because, you know, according to them, you're always at the top of the sphere, right? So it would, like, their claim would be, well, you're always at the top of the roller coaster, but really what you'd be doing is hauling ass east 1,000 miles an hour and then dropping like 135 miles an hour squared. That's an acceleration compared to a tangent line from the base point. So, like, if you're at the equator starting right now, an hour from now, you're going to be 135 miles vertically lower than you are relative to the a tangent from that baseline. And so, you know, that would be felt as an acceleration. It would be essentially centrifugal force, which is generated by any object that spins or rotates.
Serious right now?
And you know, on top of that, you know, they claim not only do you have this axial rotation, which is nothing in the grand scheme of things, you've got the alleged orbit of the Earth, where they say that we're racing around the sun. You all know at 66,600 miles an hour east. You know, counterclockwise around the sun, and so what that means, if you add the daily spin and the 66,000 mile an hour velocity, what it means is in the morning when you wake up, when the sun's coming up, then the Earth is racing up towards your ass at 66,000 miles an hour. And then, you know, say 12 hours later or so, or when the sun's going down, the Earth is racing down away from your ass at 66,000 miles an hour. And so just from the time you wake up until the time, you know, the sun goes down, you should have experienced a total acceleration from 66,000 miles an hour in one direction up towards your ass to 66,000 miles an hour in the opposite direction down away from your ass, which is a full spectrum 133,000 mile an hour acceleration over the course of 12 hours, going around a curve, no less. And so, like, we should constantly, and this just doesn't apply at the equator. The equator is just sort of the maximum, but even in, you know, just in the United States, the numbers are fairly accurate enough, especially in terms of the orbital velocity, because that doesn't make a crap relative to your latitude. But these numbers are just so preposterous because our bodies or any object, a tree or a bird or an airplane in flight, would be constantly experiencing a phase shift between their inertial frame of reference at one point to their relative to the Earth, to their inertial frame of reference even 5 seconds later relative to the Earth. We should feel constant acceleration because, you know, not only are we supposedly spinning, but we're also supposedly hauling ass around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. And that doesn't even get into the solar velocities, which, you know, we all know they say the Earth goes around the sun, and we're used to looking at like sort of a stationary model of the solar system that's all neat and pretty, and the Earth is just nicely circling the sun. But the Earth is actually allegedly circling the sun at a 60-degree angle to the path of the sun. So while the Earth's doing its little orbit, the sun is allegedly hauling ass at 500,000 miles an hour, practically, at a 60-degree angle to the ecliptic on the orbital plane of the Earth. And so, you know, while, like I explained earlier, from dusk until dawn or from dawn until dusk, you know, you've got that 133,000 mile an hour acceleration coming up towards your ass in the morning and down away from your ass at night. You would also have this effect where you're constantly sort of racing at a 60-degree angle to the Earth's path at 500,000 miles an hour as all this spinning is going on. And, you know, then you get into the galactic frame of reference, which is closer to millions of miles an hour. And it's just once you get to the mere axial rotation orbit, the whole thing goes out the window because it simply doesn't exist. There's repeatable physical evidence, practical experiments that anyone can repeat that show the Earth doesn't have curvature and it's not spinning. So to you know, to sit there and theorize about things in terms of the sun going around the galaxy and the galaxy going through the cosmos, it's just folly, man. It's an exercise in futility, and it's irrelevant because if the damn Earth, you know, demonstrably doesn't have curvature, demonstrably is in no motion whatsoever, then you know, to say that it's any sort of spinning sphere is just straight up fucking retarded. Excuse my French. So how's your audio doing? Did I lose you?
Something. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, it's not so bad.
Okay. So last night I was thinking. So the speed of sound is what 747 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, 747.
Okay, so if we're traveling only one direction at anything over 747 miles an hour, we should be sonic.
I
Right?
missed that. I missed the last part. I missed the very last thing you said.
We should be sonic booming our ass off to be in a constant sonic boom, breaking the sound single second of every single day.
Well, what they claim is, everything's relative to the Earth. So, like relative to the Earth, we're stationary. I mean, that's their claim, and it's true. I mean, relative to the Earth, we are stationary, but the Earth is also stationary. But see, what they claim is that yeah, you're spinning faster than the speed of sound, but so is everything else around you. So are the clouds above you. So are the molecules of air that you're breathing in. So is the water that, sometimes you can look at a lake and it's perfectly still. So they claim that everything is going that fast. And so in order to get a sonic boom, you'd have to be traveling 747 miles an hour relative to the Earth. And so, you know, yeah, but I mean, this does bring up like a good question though. Like if everything's spinning faster than the speed of sound east, then if you yell at somebody towards the east, they should be able to hear you a lot better, and for a lot longer than somebody who's way off to the west. And there should be a measurable difference in terms of the speed of sound, whether that sound is traveling west or traveling east, because certainly they can't claim that sound waves will continue to stick with the frame of reference with the Earth. I mean, that's preposterous for them to claim that. And so the sound waves traveling east would be, sort of racing against everything that's traveling faster than sound. And the sound waves that are traveling west would be racing towards objects that are traveling towards the sound waves. So I actually said it backwards the first time. If you yell at somebody that's towards your west, that sound should reach them technically way faster than if you're yelling at someone towards your east. Because again, the sound would have to catch up with the person to your east, and it would merely have to meet in the middle with the person towards your west. And so we don't see any of that. I mean, the sound travels the same direction, east or west. And furthermore, like fuck east or west. What about north or south? And granted, that's probably not a good example with sound waves, but I suppose that if you're facing north and yelling at someone across a couple football fields, or blowing a whatever those loud ass things they foghorns or whatever they blow at football games at somebody towards the north, then you'd want to sort of lead them, sort of like you're aiming towards a moving target. You'd want to lead them towards the east a little bit, so to the right. And if you're facing south and trying to shout at somebody or whatever, then you might want to lead them towards the east or to the left a little bit. And frankly, that's not how it works. I mean, the sound travels the same speed in all directions, and it's just ridiculous to even people have made the claim that it was so funny because I converted somebody into a flat Earth understander from a globetard because they were making that argument, right? They made this argument that like, well, sound waves aren't affected because it had to do with the argument with the flights going from New York to LA and back being identical in duration at times, which is impossible on a spinning sphere Earth. But so they were making an argument that was analogous to that involving sound waves and talking about, yelling at someone towards the east and yelling at someone towards the west and saying how we don't see this effect that you should see on a globe. And I said exactly, his argument answered his own question. His argument proved that the Earth is stationary. And once he was the one that put it that way, and I told him, yes, you understand it, now you get it, it clicked with him and he got it. Because of course, you know, again, like if you're yelling at someone towards the west, they would be racing towards your voice, and the sound waves would be racing towards them. So you're gonna add those two speeds together. So say you're at the equator, he's going to race towards your voice at 1,000 miles an hour, and your voice is going to race towards him at 700 miles an hour, right? On the other hand, if the dude's facing the dude's towards your east, well, I'm sorry, but your voice is never going to catch up with him at the equator because, well, sound only goes 747 miles an hour, and the dude spinning east over 1,000 miles an hour.
Faster than the
Yeah.
sound, so it'll never catch up to him.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so when this argument was raised in the comment section, the dude, yeah, it was literally like an aha moment. Like I could see light bulbs going off in the distance because the dude got it, and it was because once you understand this thing, man, it really is quite obvious, and just certain things click with different people. I mean, what clicked with me and like really helped me to fully get this and understand it might be something totally different for somebody else. But I guess for that guy it was I get not the Doppler effect, but the speed of sound relative to a stationary observer on Earth. I mean, we should experience sound differently depending on which direction it's coming from, which obviously we don't. Trippy.
Right. The same thing with flights, airplanes.
Yep, totally. And of course, globetards, what they'll argue is that the atmosphere is all stuck velcroed to the earth, right? So I mean, that first of all, that doesn't make any sense at all. For one thing, evidence wise, I can show you time lapse footage of a single shot
Land a plane.
where one layer of clouds is traveling say west, and then the layer of clouds above them are traveling, say, to the east. And what the globetards claim, however, is that all of the little diffuse particles of atmosphere and clouds, and all the way up to the edge of space, all the way up to the Kármán line, these little diffuse, disparate molecules of hydrogen and oxygen or whatever, are stuck to the rotational velocity of the Earth because they call it a closed system. Now, I mean, this gets in just such into the realm of preposterous because, for one thing, you just simply cannot have an infinite vacuum such as space is described in the Einsteinian theory adjacent to a pressurized system like the Earth. So that right there just goes out the window. But they claim that somehow these molecules of air that are not connected to the ground whatsoever are somehow lockstep with the Earth, constantly in the same frame of reference with the Earth. And so they claim that even though an airplane's flying west and the ground or the destination is racing towards the nose of the plane east, they claim that is the plane is essentially in lockstep or velcroed or tattooed to the atmosphere, which is tattooed to the Earth. Now, I mean, this is just so ridiculous because, for one thing, airplanes are designed aerodynamically. They're designed with, especially jet airplanes, modern aviation, with just super high torque, multiple engines, aerodynamic fuselages, the ability to accelerate right through headwinds, to maintain constant courses through crosswinds. And frankly, it's ridiculous for them to argue that the wind would account for the fact that a flight from New York to LA is often identical in duration from a flight to LA back to New York. It's just impossible. It would be like, I don't know. It's sort of it's actually an excellent analogy, but they argue against it. It's like if you're driving down the highway, right, and the traffic that's to your left, coming towards you, let's say everybody's doing 65. Well, their relative speed to you is 130 miles an hour because y'all are racing towards each other at 65 miles an hour each. But let's say the traffic to your right is doing 70, going in the same direction as you. well, they're going to pass you by 5 miles an hour. And it's just real simple, just simple basic physics 101 that a westbound plane that is not connected to the earth in any way, racing about 500 miles an hour towards LA, while LA is racing towards the nose of the plane at about 700 or 800 miles an hour, the twain shall meet much sooner than the return flight, simply because, you know, an eastbound flight is racing against New York as opposed to the two meeting in the middle. So yeah, you're right. I mean, it's the same principle. If the Earth was this high velocity rotating sphere, especially in the equatorial, tropical, and even temperate areas, we would have evidence for it. It would be obvious. We wouldn't need to theorize it and make excuses for the lack of acceleration. We would constantly experience just all sorts of undescribable, unbelievable acceleration, and that includes the waters of the oceans, which are not connected to the ground. Fluid dynamics dictates that if that somehow you can get the water to stick to a ball, which doesn't work in reality, but even handing them that, once you spin that ball, the water, there's no friction between the water and the earth. There's nothing to connect the water to the earth. And so technically we should see constant, never-ending, miles tall tidal waves traveling at supersonic speeds, always heading from east to west, according to the heliocentric theory. But frankly, we don't see that. And so it's all a bunch of bullshit. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Seems like we gained somebody. Who do we gain?
Nobody important.
That was like exactly 20 minutes, I think. Like, if I say 20 minutes, you better believe it's going to be like 2 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah, but I'm exact. You know that.
Not I. Not I.
Time. None. No sense of direction and no concept of time. Anything else, I'm good. Those two things, I have failed at somewhere, and or even if I'm giving somebody directions to a place I go, my home, I'll say, right. I mean, like, and I do it every single time, and I'm not even trying to say the wrong thing. I'm thinking the right thing, but the wrong thing comes out of my mouth every single time. And or like I'll go into a store.
Wait. You said you were thinking. I don't believe that.
Shut up.
So you sent me the link. What are we talking about here?
Football, pretzels, and beer.
I don't drink beer. I don't eat pretzels. And we're talking about American football, not that European garbage, right?
Who dat?
I don't have any of that shit, but you know what I got today, and I just because I had to, I went and got a friend 20-pound sack of potatoes, and I'm literally talking about potatoes. It's not an analogy. I went to the farmer's market and got a 20-pound sack of potatoes. The sack of potatoes was $6. And of course, the farmer's market, they have a rule where you have to spend at least $8 if you want to use a debit card. So I'm like, I saw a 6-pack of not root beer, ginger ale, and I said, just grab that pack of ginger ale and put it on there, and we'll just ring it up. Well, the frickin' 6-pack of glass bottle ginger ale, very nice glass bottles, was like $8. So I ended up spending a total of 14. But I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go grab me another one of these because it literally tastes. It has so much ginger in it. It tastes like you're drinking. I don't know. Crushed red pepper in it. And I love spice. I love spicy things, and I've never had a ginger ale that actually. Oh, and it's called Blenheim Hot Ginger Ale from Pure Water. It's actually really good. So I'm gonna just run and get me something to drink and wet my whistle real quick. I'll be.
Wait, hold on. It's funny that. It's funny you say that you bought a 20-pound sack of potatoes yesterday because I bought. Ingles had them. They were like $11 for 50 pounds of potatoes. And my kids, man, they can eat potatoes every single day. So I was like, yes, I can afford this. This is like. So I gave half of them to my mom.
I hate to
Go
be
ahead, go get your ginger.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but try to stay away from eating potatoes.
That much, but my daughter, oh my god.
I'll play. Why is that?
Well, I mean, the reason is it's carbohydrates. Most of our diet's very high in carbohydrates. So pasta, pizza, rice, anything that has bread, potatoes, crackers, anything starchy, it's high in carbohydrates. And carbohydrates, basically, when your body digests them, they just break down into sugar or glucose or whatever in your blood. And so if you eat a lot of starchy foods and carbohydrates, you're basically just adding more and more and more sugar into your diet. And we already know that, like, it's almost impossible to go out and buy things. Like, I was in Sam's today or yesterday.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I was just looking at what people were shopping for, and like, if you look at every single thing that's in their cart, every single thing is just slam packed full of either sugar or high fructose corn syrup or carbohydrates. And what's wrong with that? I mean, there's lots of things wrong with it. For one thing, you know, your gut, your digestive tract is full of microbes, microbacteria, and it's basically like an entire ecosystem. Say it's like a huge rainforest in there of foreign bodies, not your body, but these are microbes. And all of these microbes serve a purpose. They're necessary. They help us digest food. It's a symbiotic relationship that we have with basically tiny little fungus and different types of parasites that live in your gut. Now, if you overload your system with carbohydrates, which basically turns to sugar, and other sweeteners, that's basically in everything that you find. I mean, you really have to shop hard not to get something that's full of sugar. But what happens is you're basically overfeeding certain types of bacteria that aren't really necessarily bad bacteria. Like, everybody talks about candidus. Which, you know, candida's overgrowth can cause major problems in your gut. It can lead to other problems, just all sorts of things. But the candidus fungus is actually found naturally in healthy levels in your gut normally. But it's when you overload your system with sugars, those candidus overgrow. And what they do is they start feeding on the good bacteria or the natural bacteria that you have inside your gut. And it can become such a problem to where it's basically a parasite living in you that's sucking up all your nutrients, sucking up all your energy. And it will also trick your brain into wanting more sugar. So, like, if you go to McDonald's, for example, not only, like, if you get a burger, you know, you're already getting a lot of carbohydrates from the bread, but McDonald's buns have something ridiculous like 5 tablespoons of sugar in them or something. Don't misquote me. But so basically, the American diet is set up to kill us, and it's done. You know, it's a slow kill. So, I mean, not only they're putting things like fluoride in the water, which is a neurotoxin, but even things like a high carbohydrate diet and a high sugar diet will, in the long run, it will kill you. And this is why I believe sugary things are so abundant and so cheap. You can get an entire stacked burger for about $1 at McDonald's. It's almost as if they're losing money on, you know, selling their food just to kill us a little bit more. But hopefully that answers your question, and I'm going to go grab one of my Blenheim hot ginger ale filled with sucrose. But it's a special occasion. I'm going wild here. I'll be right back.
And I'll ask him when he comes back. I didn't hear the severe downside, though.
Wait, are you joking?
No, I'm not.
I mean, he just told you the bad side for like 10 minutes.
Whoa.
Like you don't see the bad things about what he just said. Like I don't.
You gotta
I heard
understand
what-
something. I live on sugar and carbohydrates for years.
I'm back, by the way. Yeah. Oh,
There you go.
so have I. So have I. Yeah. Trust me, dude. I for years it was nothing but Coca-Cola. That would be all I drink. If you offered me water, I'd look at you like you were stupid.
Yep.
I still don't drink enough water, but you know, your dehydration's a big thing. Sugar overload's a big thing. And when you're younger, you know, your body's resilient. And a lot of people forget, you know, maybe your mom or your dad made you eat your greens. And, you know, when you get older and you don't have people forcing you to like eat your spinach and I don't know, like I put kale and romaine lettuce on my sandwiches, and I put like I don't know turmeric and cumin and certain kind of spices like in everything just because they're high in different types of vitamin and mineral content. But you know, as adults, we can go weeks, months, years living on nothing but fast food, pizza, high carbohydrates, high sugars, and eventually it leads to severe health problems. It can include everything from, you know, obesity to diabetes. Yeah, I mean, and then of course, when you get candidus overgrowth, that can lead to all sorts of major problems in your gut. I mean, it is what you eat is like so important, and you know, people
Garbage in, garbage out, right?
yeah, and what's so scary is, you know, they claim that people have, you know, people used to live hundreds of years ago or thousands of years ago. The average age was 35, and then most people were dead. And then, you know, recently people started getting up to their 90s and 100s. But now, you know, even in the last 20 years, it seems like the average life expectancy has gone down quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you're right. I think you're hitting your soft spot there. Exactly. This brings up something that I've been talking about. I was just talking about a few hours ago with this lady I met. What did you, Morgal, see? It's good. Hey, hi guys. I forgot to say hi. Morgal, it's great to see you. I've never had a chance to talk to
Hi,
you
Dread.
before.
I haven't seen you in
It's
so
great.
long.
Candy, it's so great to see you. I've been really busy with renovations lately, so I've just been house renovating and doing all that kind of stuff. Brian, it's good to see you too, man. How you doing?
No, don't lie. You don't have to lie to him. It's okay.
No.
He can take it.
It's good. I'm not as hateful as some other people in the flat earth. I don't go around judging others and this and that and making, you know, that's not my style, right? I'll leave that up to the other drama queens in this arena. I don't play that shit. Homie, don't play that. So, but anyways, what I was going to ask you, a month or so ago, you know Cesar, the flat earther from Germany, right?
Cesar, yeah, I think I've seen some of his stuff, and
he was pretty good. I know he's kind of butted heads with a few of us, unfortunately, which is unfortunate. But sometimes he has some good stuff. So regardless, he has this video that came out about a month or two ago called "Why I Don't Eat Garlic and Onions Anymore." Have you guys seen this?
I saw that. Yeah.
I haven't.
It was cool. Check it out, Morgal. It was very fascinating. Now, apparently, like. Ancient cultures knew this information and didn't eat. They called these certain vegetables like I believe it's like the 5 spicy vegetables, and it was like they were like stuff they knew was bad for them. Like shamans knew this stuff was bad for them, and they wouldn't eat them. And the 5 vegetables, it would blow your mind. I couldn't believe it. And it was like my favorite shit: garlic, onions, spring leeks. And now what they were saying, what are the other 2? I can't remember, sorry. But what they were saying is that each of these individual vegetables attack a different organ in your body. Onions.
Okay, because it cut out. I was hoping
Yeah,
that
yeah,
you didn't.
I couldn't believe it. Onions, I love onions. So what happens is these different vegetables apparently attack different organs in your body. I decided to check out, I did some actual research on it. And when you actually even just simply Google garlic, it will give you this information that garlic in your bloodstream is extremely toxic. I had no idea because I never got garlic, I don't think, in my bloodstream before, right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, like,
Wait, where
so
did you see this at?
Cesar. Yeah, he's a German flat earther. He's been around since the beginning, pretty much.
Yeah.
So I've been watching him for a long time.
That sounds like really contrary to what I've found.
To
Right.
in
the
my
garlic
research.
powder you eat and stuff, and or the pills you eat.
No, I'm talking about fresh raw
Clove
garlic
garlic.
is a blood purifier. It's actually really good for your blood, but you don't want to like mainline it. You want to eat raw
Apparently.
fresh garlic.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it might have been
when my
misinformation, but
son-
apparently they were saying that the different, like it's almost like like a snake venom. So you could digest snake venom and it's not going to hurt you. But if you were to get the snake venom in your bloodstream, you're toast, right? So that's the example they were using, and I was like, well, that's remarkable. I've never heard that before. I don't know. I was just wanted to get your guys to see what you thought of that kind of stuff, and I think onions, he said, attacks the heart, and garlic the stomach, and spring leeks the liver. I don't know. It's all on this video, so you get a chance. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll check it out. And I am familiar with Cesar. I think I've seen a couple of their videos. I don't know much about them or any drama or anything, but
no drama there. He's just a German guy. I don't know.
Okay.
I stay out of it. I stay out of it.
In terms of garlic, if there's any sort of natural cure, then it's going to be demonized. I mean, we all know what the official narrative is on pot, right? Marijuana.
Right.
Of course, according to them. Yeah, according to them, you'll start jumping out of windows and killing people, and but of course we all know
ridiculous.
We all know it's ridiculous. It's medicinal. It's natural. We have cannabinoid receptors in our body, so it's we're meant to experience it. But in terms of garlic, I've looked into a lot of natural foods, and garlic is one of the superfoods, man. I put garlic in everything because
so do I.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I would say that, I mean, I'll look at any evidence, but it would seem to me that would be misinformation in order to scare people away from eating garlic, because if you have a lot of garlic in your blood, you won't, it boosts your immune system, it purifies your blood of toxins, all kinds of good stuff, man. Now, onions, I use onions in a lot of things too. I specifically like purple onions, but they are acidic. And so in terms of them being acidic, you want to keep your body as pH balanced as possible, as close to, zero, as close to water as possible, really. But you certainly don't want to be acidic, and it's best if you be a bit alkaline. And so when you eat things like onions and stuff, it can raise your body's pH level to the acidic side. Although when you eat whole fruits like oranges that obviously have citric acid in them, as you digest the citric acid along with the dietary fiber, the sort of white, not tasty stuff inside the oranges, it actually leaves your body slightly more alkaline. And so natural live fruits and foods are the way to go. And as far as I know, I endorse garlic all the time. If there's any new information out there about it, I'll check it out. But to me, it would sound like
disinformation.
Don't eat.
I get it.
Don't eat limes, like back when people were having scurvy. It took them 200 years to implement limes as a treatment for scurvy when it had been medically proven for 200 years. And so, this would be like the doctors of the day saying, don't eat limes. Limes will kill you.
Well,
right?
Apparently this documentary was also saying that, I remember one of the points it was saying was that all healthy vegetables should not make you smell, they were saying. Should not make you emit an aroma from your body. He said that's what the ancient culture said was a sign of a poisonous vegetable or something. I don't know. That's just, it could, I've never heard this before.
When my 17-year-old gets sick, And he tried to get me to do it last time I was sick, and I couldn't. I smelled it, and I started gagging. I couldn't do it. He chops up. Well, really, basically, is a garlic clove and just mixes it with a big spoonful of honey, and he swallows it.
What?
And he wakes up
honey.
the next day, and he is like a new person. And so
Really,
I was bad sick for like, oh my God. And he kept he was trying so hard to get me to eat this. He fixed it for me. I made him put it in a Ziploc bag and everything. And every hour of the day he was like, Ma, you still really?
Why
Ma,
you
you're
gotta
like
be
3
so
years old or
difficult,
what? Like,
Candy? Just do
couldn't
it.
do
Eat it. Just
Oh,
eat it.
man, raw honey's good too, man. I love it.
Yeah,
It
like the
was like-
hard kind that comes in a hard. That kind, is that the real honey?
I just get raw honey, man. You can find it where they actually put a little like honeycomb in it, but you can get raw honey. It's kind of expensive. I mean, anything that's good for you is expensive. Like
Right.
I get the actual, pure maple syrup, which is really good. It's actually good for
tell you what, brother.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you what. I live in Canada,
Uh-huh.
and maple syrup is awesome. Definitely. No, have you
Yeah.
seen this? Have you seen the other kind of maple syrup? There's, it comes from, oh my God, what kind of tree was it? It was, I couldn't believe it.
a maple tree?
No, another type of maple syrup that's not, instead of maple syrup, it's spruce syrup or something.
Huh.
It's and it's it's delicious. It's twice as flavorful. I couldn't believe it. I don't know why everybody's not eating it.
Well, so you live in Canada, right?
Yeah, West Coast.
So that's I mean, and I guess I don't know. I don't want to sound like stereotyping you, but you guys have an ass load of syrup up there, right?
Ass loads and Canadian bacon by the truckloads.
So
No.
so do they even sell?
You mean ham, right? You mean ham?
Ham. Do they even sell like Aunt Jemima's syrup and stuff
Yes.
up there? They do, where
Yes,
it's like sugar.
Yeah, at all the grocery stores you'll have the regular brands, and then if you look harder, you'll find the Canadian brands that are made in Canada, tapped right from the tree, right? Like.
But
good
isn't
stuff.
it funny? Now let's just humor me for a second here, because I don't know about where you're at, but if I get even just a medium-sized bottle of real actual maple syrup, it's like basically $10.
11,
Now,
$12. It's
yeah. I can get the fake stuff, which is basically high fructose corn syrup with maple flavoring for like $1. And here's
$1.37.
here's the funny thing. One literally comes out of a tree for free, and the other has to have multi-billion-dollar factories to support the products that go into this, and yet the one that comes naturally for free is 10 or 12 times more expensive.
And that proves what you said earlier, how they are basically paying for us to consume the bad stuff.
Right.
It's cheaper to make the bad stuff. It is cheaper because they mass produce all the corn and everything. So it's cheaper when you mass produce. You don't have mass produced maple trees out there with all the thousands of people out there tapping them in.
Eastern Canada, you do. There's
Yeah.
thousands. There's tree farms, thousands and thousands, rows and rows of these maple trees, and they're all tapped. And there's just taps, and there's buckets hanging from all the trees for as far as the eye can see. It's pretty wild.
Yeah,
that's more
free.
Eastern Canada, not Western.
When y'all are done with this,
No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
When y'all are done with this conversation, I just got to tell John something real quick, and because he's the only one that's going to know.
One last thing to add to the conversation.
But finish.
One last thing. Maple syrup right from the tree, right onto ice, like snow, or like a snow cone. You make a snow cone with real maple syrup. You got to try it one day. It's delicious, man. So good.
Just don't use yellow. Just don't use yellow snow.
Stay away from the yellow snow.
I thought it was pineapple flavored.
Oh goodness! I'll get you some pineapple flavored maple ice cube. But yeah,
okay,
no,
so
just to finish that off, but what I was going to say is natural maple syrup does helps to bring your body towards that. It's alkaline sort of thing, so it'll keep you away from acidic. And the whole reason this is important is cancer cells tend to grow in acidic environments. Viruses do better in acidic environments. All sorts of baddies do good in acidic environments, and so you want to keep your pH away from acidic. That was the whole point of the syrup.
Totally. That leads me to the next conspiracy that I've been thinking a lot about in the last few months is the virologist from Germany that's put up the $100,000 reward. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, you were going to say your thing. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, because I'm going to forget. And okay, so I was back out in Asheville the other day, right? I was on my way home. That was the last day, by the way. But to get onto 74 off of 26 to go towards Gastonia. So I end up going through Spartanburg every single day.
But you don't ever say what's up to me.
So many times. I even sent you a picture when I was in Spartanburg, and I even put on Facebook that I was at the Spartanburg Mall.
Spartanburg? That's the name of the place you live?
Yeah, and
that is a cool name. I've never heard of that place before.
What's funny is like my lineage is, well, at least on my grandfather's side,
Greek?
is
obviously your last name.
Like they came from Kalamata, which was part of the Spartan Empire or whatever. So yeah, I'm part Spartan and I live in Spartanburg. How fucking stupid is that? But you didn't call me.
Synchronicity.
But you didn't call me though. That's the point though.
Yeah, well.
Because I don't have a.
Hey, did Flat Earth asshole call you? Is he gonna swing by? Is he gonna swing by Spartanburg?
I don't know. He may. He's welcome. Cool. He's welcome to.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. That'd be cool.
Okay, so check it out. I got on 85 and I drove 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 some more. And I
I can throw a rock at 85, right?
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I thought that I was blocked on Facebook because and you know what? Dude, I just opened my my phone and I didn't realize. That's why I was about to text you back and say when you're talking on 3 different platforms to somebody and you don't even know. Somehow I thought we were on Skype, and so I opened up my Facebook and I'm like, wait, what is this? How did that even happen? Before we got on this hangout, y'all, our conversation was on Skype, Facebook, and Hangouts. But anyway, so I just realized it. I didn't even know because Facebook Messenger and Skype are both blue, so I didn't even think about it. But anyway, kept driving, and when I realized that I saw a sign that said, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So I got off the interstate and I looked at my map. I was in Greenwood. I drove 71 miles from Asheville.
Out of the way. Oh shit.
See, if you would have just called and stopped over. Yeah, if you would have just called and stopped over here, then you would have gone the right way instead.
See, drugs are bad.
Drugs are bad. I know, that was so funny.
I haven't even smoked weed in 10 days.
You see A-holes fucking
That's
thing
bad
today?
when you know how many days it's been.
I'm on the road and I'm stuck. I'm down to half an ounce. Have you seen that shit?
Oh, is that
was so funny.
What was it?
A Flat Earth asshole. On his road trip, he's like,
yeah, somebody
this is
put
an
in the
expensive
comments.
trip, man. It's gas constantly, staying somewhere, food, and take care of my dog and his food. It's expensive, and and the math goes and says that I got a carload of weed. Man, I'm down to half an ounce, he said.
That was not smart.
Yeah, especially when you're in Texas. Fuck.
Yeah,
oh, well. I best
didn't
wish
see that one yet, but
it's a new one he put up today.
Oh, okay. I caught the beginning of one of them, and I got sidetracked. I like Flat Earth asshole.
So do I, man. And he was making a video just kind of defending himself because he got attacked over the last day or two, right, by Math just losing his shit, right?
Oh, he did? What?
Math lost his shit.
What happened?
It's a big long thing, man. Where he was pissed off that Jake was going across country and meeting all these people. He met up with IPS. I'm a big fan of IPS, not fan, friend. We talk. He's a great guy. I back him 100%, same as I back you 100%, Morgal and Flat Earth Asshole. I trust. I have
I
faith
guess
in
I
you
get
guys.
about 48%.
I have faith. I have faith in you guys. Yeah, and I like IPS. I think he's just a great guy, and I think he's right on point with his stuff, man. Like I really feel like he's raised the bar as far as the average intelligence across the board. I honestly feel that way. Just like you have helped raise the bar in a very scientific way, Morgile. He's raised the bar in the political realm, sort of, or the making us realize this really is a statist, Marxist environment, right? We need to change it. So the collective of all of us has been great. But anyways, Math was pissed off that he went and visited IPS, and then IPS did you heard about the billboard, of course, right?
Right. Yep. Yep.
Well, IPS gets called about it because I guess he was kind of the one who organized the billboard. And when the news called him, he used Math Powerland's name, right? So Math Paladin's name was on the news as far as who's responsible for the billboard, I guess, right? And so Math didn't like that because like of course it's free publicity and free publicity is great. I mean, sometimes negative, positive doesn't matter. It's good for you, right? As long as they're talking about you, right?
Well,
so sometimes.
Did you
So he
notice?
was.
Just not to interrupt, but did you notice
No,
also, and I don't know, this is just something that strikes me as kind of weird because I've seen a couple of IPS's things and, he's cool and everything. We had him on the Globe Busters and we had a good show
right.
and everything. But
I saw
noticed that he did some sort of it was like, I don't know, like a city council meeting or something where he
with
went
Mark's.
up and he said he was Mark Sargent. So I'm not sure, does he have a thing about like telling people like his wrong name or
can I just answer that? It's really, really simple and it really makes a lot of sense. I've talked to him a few times now and he's a really straight up guy. It's really brilliant and quite obvious. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why people get mad that he's using their name because what happens is he uses Mark Sargent's name. Someone goes, Flat Earth, Mark Sargent. What's that? They type in Mark Sargent, and there's this massive body of work to see. Right? There's all this information. Right? If he types in Joe Blow, whatever his name is, I don't know. IPS doesn't reveal his real name because he's got invested interest in his art in the real world, and he doesn't want to mix that stuff. And I don't blame him. That's fine. I don't care personally. I've got nothing to lose. I'm just a family guy, musician, whatever. So that's basically it. Math got mad.
I get it.
Used his name, and it's too bad because I think it leads to Math's body of work, and that's good. Like, well, it's good to a degree. It'd probably be smarter to lead them to Jeranism or Morgile's channel, the Glowbusters, or these.
I was wondering if Matt was mad that Jake went and visited IPS. That's what I thought. He was mad about that, and then the cherry on top. See, that's the thing, and I'm not trying.
Matt, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Trying to talk bad about Matt, but I've dealt with him before.
Yeah, I remember.
I've spoken with people that know him, and I don't necessarily want to get into all the details, but just for the record, two people that claim to know him personally, one was an ex-girlfriend of his, and one was Jeff Stewart. Both of these people told me that Matt explicitly told them in confidentiality that he never worked for NASA, never had any capacity with NASA. That was a lie. Now, that's hearsay. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've been told by people who seem credible and didn't really seem to have any reason to lie about it. Now, with that being said, I've also heard tales of Matt being sort of like jealous of people. And so when you said, I wanted to make sure that I was clear, and not that I want to get into the gossip or anything, but I think it's I think it's kind of
I think you're nailing it. No more, Gal. You nailed it. I had the exact same thought. Like it seemed like some kind of jealousy or like he that's his friend. That's he's my friend, not your friend. And I got that vibe off of that video. I know what you mean exactly, bro.
Can't we all just be friends?
Yeah. Apparently not in the YouTube fucking realm.
No.
It's, and it's just this small little, example of how people can't get along, even when when given this incredible truth, it really it's discouraging, right? When I'm trying to constantly look for the good in humanity, I've always asked myself the question, are people basically good or basically bad? And I don't think it's cut and dry. I don't think it's, oh, they're basically good. I don't think you can answer that easily when you really take a close look around. It's a tough question. And I'm constantly like this. Yeah, maybe neutral, or maybe it tips in the balance of negative. Now I'm starting to wonder, man. I don't know.
Well, like as flat earthers, man, we're definitely held to a higher standard than anyone else. If we're going to be taken seriously, then we really have to make sure we've got all our P's and Q's together. And if we make a mistake, then we have to, correct it, or, whatever. But we're held to a higher standard than most people. And so, like, for example, as a matter of fact, Matt Powerland was the person, the main reason that I started looking into flat earth, because I watched one or two of his videos, which were the first ones that I saw, and he made a lot of good points that got me thinking. I don't remember which ones they were, but I used some clips in them in one of my original videos, one of my first videos. And when I ran in, and this is nothing against these other characters, but when I ran into other big name characters, I just felt like they were putting flat earth more in the realm of a theory, more in the realm of like, fairies and unicorns, as opposed to a fact. And Matt just seemed to have a lot of credibility. He claimed, he sat in front of very nice, ultra realistic looking paintings, said that he worked for NASA, claimed that he was a hyper realistic artist, had this whole backstory about how
I have to say the same, Morgal. I'm guilty of the same situation, man. For me, it's because he was an artist.
Right. And so, okay, so I realize the earth is flat, and I promote the hell out of Matt Powerland because I have a lot of respect for him. Now, what happens when you find out that that person has been lying, even potentially, for one thing, he hasn't shown any proof that he's ever worked with NASA. And there's, again, people, again, it's hearsay, but people tell you that he didn't work for NASA. When I've asked him personally about what it was like working with NASA, he's basically beat around the bush and talked about non-disclosure agreements, which is bullshit. I'm sorry, because he has a channel called The NASA Channel. That's a flat earth channel. But, when you find out that somebody in the flat earth movement is basically, or apparently,
disingenuous.
Yeah, until he proves otherwise, a bold-faced liar, then that hurts our credibility in general, right? And so, especially when, like me personally, I would defend the guy. I'd be on Hangouts and people would be bashing him, and I would defend the guy. So, with all that being said, we are held to a higher standard, and I'm sorry, but we can't behave like the enemy. We can't behave like scientism to get our point across. We can't lie, cheat, and steal. The ends do not justify the means. We have to play fair. We can't play by their rules. You cannot fight fire with fire, and we've got to be on the, we've got to take the moral high ground on this. I'm sorry. And we have to do that in terms of science, as well as walking people through this for the truth's sake.
Yeah, I see it as a multi-pronged attack, where we attack it from science-based knowledge, we attack it from art, we attack it from many angles to get this point across. Subculture, right? Everything, and I think that's what's going to really work here in the big picture, is that we have so many bases to cover that their agents, their trolls, their shills can't possibly cover them all. We got so many live chats and shows, they just can't. They can't keep on top of it, right? It's just too much. And that's kind of what I see happening. And you're right, Morgan. I agree with you as far as like held to a higher, like we are expected to hold some kind of higher ground because of the fact that we are trying to promote truth, and that's the bottom line. But yeah, you see it all the time. A perfect example is like the super chats, right? Where it's like people freak out on some people who are running a super chat. Well, if someone decides to take it upon themselves to donate to something that they feel is worthy, who are you to judge that in any way, right? You have no say in that. That's none of your business. Do you think these unscrupulous little bastards playing fucking Pokemon or whatever video game it is they're playing even think for 2 seconds about whether they should put up a super chat? Everybody will put up a super chat. There's no reason we should be put to a higher standard. Everybody should run a freaking super chat if they want, so that that funding is there to help this machine keep rolling, to help the ball keep going. Because yeah, everybody's got bills to pay. I've never wanted to take I started my YouTube channel and making flat earth music to just kind of spread message and to get to know all you people. That's really was the point of mine, not to get a huge fan base. So I've never had to have the stress of worrying about, of thinking about making a video, bang, 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 1, 2, 3 a week, 4 a week, getting my sub count up. I just don't care about that, really. No offense. I love my subs. Thank you to everybody who subbed to me. But for me, it's about engaging with the community. And that's what I found most discouraging about certain people, is that, like Math Powerland, who he woke me up, but he's not engaging with the people. You hear about these fucking stories, these crazy stories where he shows up on people's front fucking doors. Right? It's like, wow, that's wild, right? He just showed up on your doorstep. But he's not engaging. He's never engaged with the people. I never got it. 2 years I've been here, Morgal. As long as you've been here, I've been right along, watching and here. And he's never really reached out to the community of just regular people, right? So, we're all just regular people, but I think he's kind of segregated himself in a lot of ways. And it's unfortunate, because I think a lot of people would like the opportunity to talk to Math, and would talk to Eric Dubé maybe, or talk to, I'm not promoting anybody here. I'm just saying these guys in the last few years could have gone out of their way to talk to people rather than just fucking painting everybody with the same shill brush. And it's just,
Yeah, it's bizarre. It really was bizarre. If you came into this about the same time I did, it really was just really bizarre. I sort of reached out to Eric Dubé and got positive feedback and sort of had nice talks with him at first. And it went from that to me being a paid government shill. Within like a couple weeks, I joined the IFRS board, and as soon as I got on there, one of his moderators basically insinuated that I was some other person, and asked me how did I manage to change my IP address or something to that effect. And I was like, no, I can assure you this is my first time ever signing up, and this is my IP address. But I was just sort of bullied and harassed by their admins right off the bat, and they permabanned me from IFRS within, it was like a week or two. And the only thing I had ever done there is just read around a little bit, asked a couple questions, and that was it. And so Matt, and that's Eric Dubé's whole thing or whatever, but Matt has done a good job of alienating himself, because, let me put it this way. When Lawrence Wright sent me the link to the MTV episode that Matt did, that was basically soft gay porn geared towards children, let's call it what it is. My jaw hit the floor. But Matt's response to this, his ultimate response, and I'm condensing a lot of what he said into his narrative, but his narrative is that he was using his acting gigs and MTV roles and such as a stepping stone towards a career with NASA, through the circuit, through people he knew in the circuit industry. And that's how he wound up working in conjunction with NASA, was through his artwork and through his videos. Now, if it turns out the whole NASA thing's a lie, then this paints him as a pathological compulsive liar. And so in order for him to gain any credibility with me again, regardless of the MTV tape, that's irrelevant. But he'd have to show some kind of evidence that he worked with NASA. And I'd love to see him paint something that looks realistic, because everything I've seen him paint looks like a 7-year-old child rubbed shit all over the walls.
Yeah. I noticed that too ages ago, a year or so ago. Like, when are we going to see? I always wondered if that one with a woman naked swimming in the water. Is that a painting or is that a photograph? Did he do that? He likes to make you think like, yeah. He doesn't say he did it, but it's almost like he's alluding that he did it by standing in front of it and doing a video in front of it. You know what I'm talking about? So I don't even know. Like, yeah, all I've seen him do is cool designs on walls with swirls and stuff and paisleys everywhere. That's really great, but I'm not seeing the realism yet. And apparently he had this ability from when he was a child. And the story that I was told was that he was picked up young from NASA because of his ability that he had crafted to paint photographs.
So the question is why then in 2001 would he need to do an MTV episode to make it a little extra cash? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't add up.
You know, here's my question.
But he was freelance. He did say he was freelance for NASA. He wasn't like employee. He was hired to do a little bit of freelance work, right? I don't know. I just want to know if the story about the party and the cabin and the
right.
True.
Well, see, because that's the thing.
That one's real.
Maybe that's true. Maybe he somehow was at a party where there were people from NASA, and maybe that's true. You know, I don't want to call him a liar, and I don't want to judge him either. I don't know everything that's gone in his life. I don't know his personal situation, but I will say that it's always better to just tell the fucking truth than to lie about shit.
Agreed.
Because it's all, you know, especially in the fucking truth movement, man. You know. It's just,
dude. I always say that I'd rather have the painful truth. Go ahead, Brent.
I'm just saying, so there's this whole thing going on with a lot of them. You know, this person's an actor, this person's fake. Mark Sargent's a shill or an actor, and this person's fake. My whole point is, does it matter? In this case, so
integrity.
No, hold on, listen. So when I hear someone tell a personal story like Matt's story of, yep, I was NASA and they told me it was flat and all that, I'm sorry, nothing against him. If anybody tells me that, I don't believe it in the sense of I don't accept it as truth, just like I don't accept Neil deGrasse Tyson telling me the fucking Earth's a pear shape. Cool, good story, maybe. Let me figure some stuff out on my own. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So
right, but here's my point though. If we're going to make such a bold claim that science has gotten everything wrong for 3,000 years, according to some globetrotters, but we'll say 500, 400, some odd years, they've gotten it wrong for hundreds and hundreds of years for sure. The Earth is flat; it's not a spinning globe. We better be squeaky clean with pretty much everything we do, and that's what I mean by held to a higher standard. Now, that doesn't mean we're all perfect angels, but it does mean that if we're going to be in this truth movement, we have to be honest with each other.
Show some integrity in this, because if you're pushing truth.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yes, you should. However, I'm just saying,
muddy the water.
There's going to be some people to jump in on this thing for a money's sake or something. You know what's going to happen. My whole point is, if I hear somebody come on and they tell me all these personal stories of how they figured out the Earth's flat without any substance, for lack of a better word, you know, I've gone out, I photographed the ocean.
Like the way Shaq came out.
Yeah, that was
just with
stupid.
nothing.
But I mean, it was,
Or when people say the Earth's flat, but you can't really prove it. I know exactly what you mean.
Right. So my point is Matt's got some good stuff out there and all that, but I will never reference his stories because I can't reference someone else's stories. It's not a proof.
Of course.
No. I mean.
No, and that's not the point of what we're saying here, right? No, yeah, I totally agreed. But that's the point of what we're saying is that this is a person that's been around here for quite a while and has gained quite a following. Now, what is the potential damage to the truth if everything he has kind of said is a lie, right? That's kind of what we're leading to. We're not trying to say that we believe everything math says. Don't get us wrong. No, that's not. We're not. You can't. Obviously, we're not.
But that's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of
every
people
person in this.
There's a lot of people that do, and the thing is when you build a cult of personality around the truth, that's a problem. And
Yep.
one of the points I was going to make earlier, just real quick, was that essentially Matt accused me of trying to commandeer his mission to Antarctica with 6 ships and yada yada yada, which is just ridiculous. I mean, first of all, I really don't personally want to go to Antarctica. If there was such an
I do.
adventure, I would go. Although I would want some recon done first so that we're not going 10,000 miles off into nowhere. You know, maybe there's another Earth realm along the plane somewhere, but,
Just-
you know, maybe send some drones out first and then see which way we're going to go, right?
I think Morgal, we were on the same page, I believe, is kind of like the geothermal pockets on an infinite ice plane. Well, a large, vast ice plane. That's
It's a
kind of where I was.
possibility. It's a
That's a
possibility.
possibility. That's kind
Yep.
of where I'm coming from. That's the way I kind of see it now,
Yep.
until it's proven otherwise. I'm just going to go with that model for now. I like it. It makes sense. It's logical. I've looked at all the proofs and everything there is to be offered. The only reason I'd have to believe in any kind of dome is if I was religious, I guess. And that's cool, but I just don't see any evidence of a scientific evidence of a
and
dome
not really,
necessarily. So,
not really even religious though, because I got to tell you, man, the whole firmament thing is a mistranslation. It's all sorts of mistranslations. What the original Bible said in the original Hebrew was expanse. It said rock or rakia, which simply means expanse. Nothing like a firmament. And King James version, you know, 6 languages later, says firmament.
so quick
Um,
thought. Can I
yeah,
ask you something? A
yeah.
question?
Uh-huh.
Let me ask you. Could it be that what they're actually referring to is what this dome is actually where perhaps the ether is kind of most prevalent? And I
Well,
don't know. That's kind of where
the Bible really never said dome. It never did. Firmament is implied in the English, but again, it simply said expanse, which a vast plain would be my
I see no
definition
curve
of
in the sky,
expanse.
so
No,
I see no
not
curve
at
in the
all.
sky. So I see a vast plane with a vast sky that goes on its own plane of existence, and perhaps the ether, which, as you know, Tesla described, is all around us. Well, I think maybe what he meant was that it's all around us, not around our bodies, but around us over the plane. I don't know.
Well, and in terms of the stars, to me, it makes a lot of sense that just assuming for argument's sake an AE projection, where the North's in the center, you've got a magnetic vortex in the central north, and every point along that magnetic field of the circumference is the South Pole. Right. And so going by that, then the stars may be strictly adherent or within that magnetic field. Although that's not to say that there's an edge of the Earth beyond that field. It just means that that field only extends to a certain reach. And yeah, for all we know, once you go south in certain directions, there could be other similar solar systems, for lack of a better word. I would call them electromagnetic lakes. That's basically what they are, electromagnetic little lakes. Who knows, though? I mean, I just haven't seen any evidence for a dome. The evidence that I've seen that's claimed to prove a dome does not. It's misunderstood evidence. I think if there was a dome, they'd have found it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm just not I'm not saying there isn't, but I'm certainly not going to say there is. You know what I mean? Dude,
Right.
you got to replace your picture. Your hair, I saw you the other day. Your hair is way longer than that now.
Yeah, that's from
It's getting pretty shaggy, brother. Getting pretty shaggy.
that's from about 5 years ago, probably.
Really?
I'm just lazy.
Yeah, you look pretty
man.
young there.
Yeah,
Me too. Me too.
I'm just
I hear that.
lazy.
I'm busy working all week. I got a family and shit. I don't got time to make videos all the time, unfortunately. I wish I could.
Well, no, I mean, some people, update their profile pic every other day, and I've had mine, for 5 years.
Nice.
I don't know
No.
if it might not be quite
Slap
5
some
years.
shades on and let your hair down. Take a picture of that shit, man. The new Morgile. Did you ever
I
have
just need to get a better
long hair
camera.
when you were young too and shit?
Yeah, I kept my hair long when I was young.
Yeah.
Yep,
me too. I
sure
think it's
did.
something like
Walked around barefoot during the summer. I could walk on hot broken glass. It wouldn't phase me. That's how
Oh,
bad
dude,
my
not
calluses
me.
were.
Not me, man. Man, no. I need some motherfucking thongs, sandals on that shit. Burning sand. Ow. Yeah. So, it'll be interesting to see, what comes to this. It seems like, I don't want to dwell on all the drama, but it seems like, there's going to be kind of some separations of of some people now. Some people have kind of, I've seen some lines drawn this week, unfortunately, and it's unfortunate because there's some of these people I was sub to, and I was starting to really get into their channels, and they've kind of taken this really aggressive stance now, and it's too bad to get when you get sucked into that. Like, unfortunately, I think Dell has been sucked into drama, and I believe that Unsilent Majority has been sucked into drama. And just it's unfortunate because I really like those guys, and now I'm kind of avoiding their channel because I don't. It's just a waste of my fucking time. I don't know why grown men need to talk about that shit. It's just all a bunch of bullshit too. Like none of it's true. So I don't even know why they're getting involved with it.
Yeah, I mean,
Why Dell's
there's
getting sucked in by Eric Dubé, and why Unsilent Majority's getting sucked in by Math Powerland. Like, it's just so shitty.
well, here's
Ugh.
what's happening. I don't even know if this is the context, but I can imagine it's been happening since the beginning. But you get basically these cult of personalities who will basically say that if you associate with this person, this person, this person, or this person, I'm not going to be your friend, and you're going to be labeled as a shill. And it happens like all the time with multiple people, not just talking about one person. There's multiple people, and yeah, whether they're pioneers in flat Earth or not, they're creating division. And frankly,
Right.
that's how the Illuminati, if you want to call it, but that's
Right.
how the enemy operates. It's the oldest tactic in the book. It's called divide and conquer. And what they do is they set up different. If there's a grassroots movement that really threatens the status quo, and this revelation absolutely does, it's going to be co-opted by just call them agent provocateurs. And what
Yep.
their goal is going to be to set up camps with cults of personality leading each camp with followers, and using sock puppet accounts to create the illusion of majority opinion. And a lot of people want to fit in with the herd. And eventually what happens is you have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 camps that all have their little nuances and their little clique, and they're pitted against each other so that the grassroots movement self-destructs. And then you get the corporate generic ass bullshit version of the movement, which is going to be something with a fucking dome. And I'm never going to tell you, hey, if you watch this person or associate with this person, then I'm not going to be your friend anymore. Because frankly, I think anybody who's a flat earther or making videos about puppies and kittens or whatever, I mean, as long as they're not, I don't even want to go there, as long as they're not some kind of pervert, if they're flat earthers or whatever, then watch them. Take what you think is right, leave what you think is wrong, use your own discernment. But I don't want to be enemies with you because you like that person. And furthermore,
Exactly.
just because I agree with a flat earther like Eric Dubé, I agree with him that the earth is flat and stationary, it's not a spinning ball. That doesn't mean that I agree with him on everything else that he says. And I think that we need to stay away from these sort of cults of personality representing all flat earthers, because it is indeed a grassroots movement. There is no leader. This is the world we're talking about. It doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to all of us equally. And there's no room for fucking pissing contests in this thing. I'm sorry.
Agreed. And there's been a lot of pissing contests since the beginning. So, so some of these cult of personalities need to either be left to their own devices so that we can keep let's just actions speak louder than words, right, Morgal? So that's what we need to just focus on: actions, and good actions. I see IPS, I see Bob's attitude, and you guys doing nothing but good. Physical things are happening, events, balloon launches, whatever, whatever things, these are real tangible things. And those are the people to take seriously. People making a video ranting at the camera angrily for an hour, I'm not so much interested in that. I'm not gonna gather as much truth from that as I could from perhaps someone who's a little more well spoken and controlled in their thoughts and not so aggressive towards other flat earthers. That's just where I'm coming from. If you got shit to talk, you know, you're spinning your wheels. You're wasting everybody's time, right? There's who are we exposing here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Flat Earth asshole. You really think Flat Earth asshole is a fucking shill? Like, come on.
Is that what he said?
Well, he said lots of shit, man, and it was all.
Oh God! Now
nonsense.
see,
It
now
was
you're gonna
all
now I'm forced
bullshit.
to watch a Mass
Oh, yeah, you
Powerland
have to.
video.
You're gonna have to go watch it, man, because he just went. Oh no, you can't. He took it down.
Oh, he did.
So yeah, he took it down because Jake phoned him. Was like, "What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? I take off on a road trip and you fucking lose it, basically. Like, what the fuck, right?" I'm just summarizing. I wasn't there. I don't know what exactly he said. He basically told people what he said in his Jake's last video. But anyways, so that's just dumb shit that could have totally been just avoided, and
That's
none of it.
off the fucking rails is what it is.
None of it was necessary, and Jake wants no part of it. He just put this video today saying, "Okay, I just explaining my point of view, and I'm going back to my road trip and having fun and meeting people and just shaking hands and meeting flat earthers, getting out there and getting busy, right?" And that's cool, and I respect that. I just I hope that it's quite hard as you get bigger and bigger as a channel. It's like people's egos inflate, and it's hard for them to maintain that shit, right? I try to have absolutely no ego whatsoever, right? I'm just another motherfucker here, right? That's just trying to look for answers, just like everybody else, right? So, I just hope that as Flat Earth asshole, gets bigger, that he grows and he doesn't just look at as people who are subscribed to him as fans, but actually equals people, because I hear him quite often describing as people as fans and stuff. It's like, well, that's cool, but this isn't a rock star event, right? This is truth, and we're people communicating with each other. So I'm not saying he has an ego. I'm just saying I hope it doesn't go there. I hope he keeps getting popular and keeps making great videos and doing live talks, because I would like the opportunity to talk to him. I think he's a straight up guy, but
yeah,
until I get to talk to somebody.
I've spoken with him on the phone a couple times, and yeah, he's really cool, very good, very easygoing, easy to talk to.
We're both musicians, so I'd like to jam with him one day, right?
Yeah, I play. Well, I would say I used to play guitar. I haven't owned a guitar in years, but I went to college, majored in guitar, started playing when I was like 10. So yeah, I got pretty good. Dude. But I need to go get me one. It's been on my list of shit to get for a while.
Well, I had no idea you were down with music. If you're into that, if you don't mind, Morgal, I'll add you. I started a musician group a while ago, and we've got flat earth musicians across the board, rappers, like, all the different flat earthers in there. It's called Musicians for Truth. It's just a Skype group, and we share music ideas and collaborate there, right? And if you want, I'll add you, because I've got you on Skype.
Yeah, okay. You can add me on, dude. I'm honestly not on Skype too much, and
no worries. No, it's just an avenue. It's just an avenue for musicians to check out, and then if they have an idea for music, or they want to ask about an idea, or if you, like Jaron got on a while ago and asked, he's like, I was thinking of doing this video about something. You think you could whip together some, quick little meme song type thing, right? And so it's a place, it's just a source, right? Kind of thing,
awesome.
Right?
Awesome. Yeah, I need to get me a guitar and an amp and a distortion pedal, bro. I haven't jammed in a while, but it's such
Dude, I'll jam with you anytime, bro.
It's such a stress reliever, man. It's it really is. I got to get back into it, because I was real passionate about it. Like when I got home from school, man, I would just practice for frickin' 8 hours and then stay up till midnight or whatever and finish my homework real quick and shit. And I did that for years, and just loved it, man.
You never lose it. If you bought a guitar, you'd be right back where you were, just loving it again. Like you'd never lose. I never lost it. I mean, now
I'm left-handed.
My shit's gotten.
I'm left-handed.
Oh, you're a lefty.
So like every time I
Damn.
get around a guitar, it's always a right-handed. So I actually started learning how to play a right-handed guitar without restringing it, and that kind of messed me up.
Oh,
But yeah,
yeah, dude,
I need
no.
to get me a
Get a lefty.
lefty and practice for about a month, and I'll get my chops back pretty quick,
Cool.
man. Not to toot my own horn, but I got pretty fucking good over 10 years,
Dude, that's a long time. Yeah. Okay, we're jamming. We are jamming. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We got a draw. I could say, hey, a shout out to people in the chat. Larry Siebens. I'm sorry if I said that wrong, Larry. Larry's a drummer. He's a flat Earth drummer. So yeah. So we got all sorts, right?
The Flat Earth Band.
some
The
rap.
Flat Earth Band would be an excellent name for a band, actually. Just throwing that out there.
Dude, you know that would shake some. I think so. I think it's a great idea. Yeah. So yeah, this is the room I'm in right now is just this. I built a jam room. I bought a house a year and a half ago and built a freaking jam room, and so I got all my. Can you see my guitars over there? I got basses, acoustics, electrics. Anyways,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I dozed off for a minute and I woke up. And John, they must like the way that you look, because any other time if I click on somebody and leave it there on accident, they flip out. And I go, maybe they were, because my eyes were closed and I just realized I just woke back up. I'm awake now though, but I said, well, how come I don't see nobody on the screen moving? And I realized, so it was yours, John.
Oh, nice.
That's okay.
Usually
it's just his
everybody's
icon,
yelling at
anyways.
me.
Wasn't it? At least it wasn't
That
stuck.
picture's 154 years old anyway. So.
Yeah, at least it wasn't stuck on my ugly face.
I gotta switch devices real quick. I'm
you're
freezing.
so tired.
Oh, no.
You're so busy.
I'm good now.
You're always tired. You're good now. That was a power nap. You had a power snooze. You're good to go. Ready to rock.
I'm good now.
I wish I could give
freezing.
you a Stella.
I
I would
inside.
pass you all a Stella, a round of Stellas for all you guys. That'd be awesome.
I don't even know what that is. Is that a beer?
Yeah,
Stella Artois is the best beer in the world.
If I do drink, it's a Stella Artois.
Damn,
Yeah.
it's good.
It's like a Heineken, but not quite as skunky.
Yes.
I believe it's from Belgium, right? Yeah, it's pretty good.
The home of good beer, right? Like Belgians have been. How long have they been brewing? Like since the beginning of time, and they're amazing at it. I would go to no other source for a beer.
Who asked that?
No.
Who asked
There's
that?
lots of good beers,
Who would know the answer to that? How long have they been brewing? I mean, seriously, like, who would know the answer?
No, it's you can answer it like to a relative degree. So like they put on their bottle how long they've been brewing, right? And it's like they got 1366 on here. 1366. Wow. That's
a long time.
That's a long ass time. So, you know what? Even Budweiser, who is an amazingly old beer from the States, probably, right? They're from the States, are they? Or are they from like Germany originally with a name like that, probably? Well, they seem American. They're probably only what, 100, 200 years old? I don't know.
Something like that. It's been a while.
Probably.
And Anheuser-Busch. Yeah.
150 years old.
I don't know.
Maybe.
All I have in my refrigerator is the apple flavored thing. No, like the apple beer.
Apple beer.
It's I don't know. I haven't even tasted them. They've been in there for like 2 months.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Do not have pumpkin beer. Just wrong. Wrong on a flat Earth. There's no pumpkin beers on flat Earth.
By the way, you're
Oh my
wrong.
God.
Don't drink that shit.
Well, there's a place in Memphis. I can't remember the name of it, but oh my God, I had blueberry beer. It was like the best. Oh.
Your oldest beer in the world is in Munich, Germany, which was founded in 725.
725.
Damn.
I'm not going to try to pronounce this. It's Weinsteffen.
Bernsteifen. That's amazing. See, it sounds Belgian to me.
It's because Belgium is German.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. No, I couldn't remember the other day. I was having a conversation at work. Real quick, what was the name of Germany before it was named Germany? Any of you know?
Hitler.
No.
What the hell?
The country had a name before
I know,
it was
I'm
called
just
Germany.
kidding,
Anybody in
y'all.
the chat know?
It was Germanic.
Anybody in the
I mean,
chat
called the whole area.
It was a Germanic name. Was it Germania? No.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
had a different name a long time ago. I can't remember what it was called though. And I was trying
When
to
the
remember.
Roman Empire took over.
Yeah, or something. Oh, hold on. I'll be back in uno momento.
Uh,
Can
Yeah.
y'all hear that
So
noise?
how do you go? Where do you go from Stella Artois?
I don't drink beer.
Yeah, I don't either. I used to drink like a fish. I really don't drink anymore. Once in a while, I drank on New Year's and played some pool, but other than that, no mas,
Man.
no mas.
It was
I told
Germanic.
people
They
I
called
like-
them Germanic people.
But what was the name of the area? Can you find a map or anything like an ancient map? Or I'm just wondering if anybody knows here. I'll ask them. What's
find it.
Germany?
I know off the top. It's like on the tip of my tongue. Let me see if I
I
can
know it's on
find
the tip of my
it.
tongue. I can't freaking remember. Anyways, I don't want to waste anybody's time. I was just
Germlandia.
Is it Germlandia?
Germs on the land, yeah.
It's changed.
No, I can't
Germania, Gala was
Yeah, it was Germania. Germania.
Germania.
Germania.
Was it?
Yep.
That's where the Germanic people came from.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I was actually having that
That's
conversation
where the
with
English
a
language is
German
derived
guy
from.
at work, and he didn't know. And so I was like, that was bugging me. I was like, you don't even know what Germany used to be called before? And he has an accent too. He talks with the German accent and stuff. Shout out to Ace McLeod. What's up, Ace? Good to see you, brother. And Infinite App. And Karen B. Love you, girl.
We got 4 of 704 area codes in the chat. Me, Karen, Mr. Karen, and no 5. OBL and Ryan. Oh my God, we got to do
Endo
a
the
meetup,
archer.
too.
I like him already because he's an archer. I'm an archer too, Endo. What kind of what kind of bow do you got, Archer? Did anybody else here?
That's
You ever
5 of
try
us.
archery? You guys?
Oh, and the Morgile. That's 6 of us.
Yes.
We all live right close to each other.
You're in the military. You don't count. You've obviously shot everything, probably. So whatever.
I did archery before I was in the military. I used recurves though.
Oh,
I
did
never
you?
used compounds. Yeah, I only used
Oh,
recurves.
I love compounds. Here, let me grab this.
No, I got my kids' compounds. They're nice. I never used them.
This is my baby. For now, I'll get a new one soon. No, but I love this recurve. It's a. I love this
Yeah.
compound bow. It's a PSE. It's pretty sweet.
Oh, and
Probably hard to
by the way, guys, just so y'all know, tomorrow on Glowbusters, we're gonna have Karen B on as the special guest.
Oh, cool. She's so
You didn't even
smart.
tell me
Cool.
that.
Yeah,
That'd
well,
be nice.
we just figured it out today, like just a few hours ago, because
Don't bring up Bigfoot.
I
Just
love to talk about me some Bigfoot.
So do I.
Man.
I like talking about anything under the sun, man. I don't really care for Pizzagate anymore, though. That subject just disturbs me, man. I just, you know what I'm saying? Pizzagate. How do you get any
Yeah.
truth or anything out of that? It's just like awful. Like it makes you wonder if you even want to live in a world that's that fucked up, right? So I just hope to this day that Pizzagate is some psyop bullshit, man. I don't think it is. I'm not saying it is. I don't really know.
Well,
Is Podesta guilty? Maybe.
what they're saying's going on.
WikiLeaks?
It definitely goes on in terms of just horrible, unspeakable things. But to me, Pizzagate itself was sort of a red herring. Obviously the emails that were released in WikiLeaks, they were definitely using some kind of code. It appeared they were using some kind of code. And of course, you can't necessarily use the FBI's suggested interpretation of that code. Cheese pizza means little girl, blah, 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 blah. And it's almost like, I don't know, it's like, color by numbers or investigate by numbers, right? To where you're being fed a narrative through social media, which there is truth behind it, but there absolutely wasn't anything, there weren't kids being held underneath Comet Pizza. And if these guys are doing those sort of things, which they are, they're not going to get caught. They're not going to get indicted. For example, Bryan Singer, who directed most of the X-Men movies, the recent X-Men movies, was literally, had many accusers, multiple counts of, sexually abusing young boys.
I didn't know that. Holy shit.
Yeah,
really?
absolutely. And he served, he may have not served any time, but like some of his cohorts, because it's a multi-million-dollar network that they've got going on, served like 6 months in jail and got off without even probation. So like you can get caught with a pound of pot and go to jail for years and serve probation, but you can like in California at least get caught basically red-handed raping little boys and serve 6 months in jail and go home scot-free.
Well, and you won't serve any time if you're a Catholic priest, right?
Yeah, I guess. Goodness
Fuck's
gracious.
sakes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I hate talking about it. But in terms of Pizzagate, it just seems like that was because what's going to happen down the road is the allegations of Pizzagate are so circumstantial, they don't really lead to actionable intelligence. If you're aware of what's going on, sure, they make sense and they add up, but they're not anything that would stand up in a court of law. And so what's going to happen is 5 or 10 years from now, people are going to be saying, oh, that like when you're talking about institutionalized child trafficking and sex trafficking rings, they're going to say, oh, that Pizzagate thing was debunked 5 years ago. And that's the way that they operate.
That's the mentality.
Yeah, they set up a red herring thing, which gets debunked, although, yes, they're definitely...
I mean, is Ace McLeod on the panel? And I just don't
is.
know who's doing that.
Yeah, and... Yeah, no, you're right. That happens constantly over history. I'm sure it's happened. These kind of tricks have been used probably since, oh man, Egyptians were probably using those kind of schemes. Genghis Khan was probably using those kind of schemes. I mean, these are the oldest tricks in the book, but they still work, right?
I don't think there were schemes back then. I think they just did it, didn't they?
Yeah, you can rewrite history. And really, it only takes even with an educated population, it only takes 3 generations to completely rewrite history. So honestly, I mean, we have no idea what really happened in the past, and we do have some good accounts with history, but we don't really know for sure. And
I know, it's
like one example is that there were 8. Who's breathing so hard? There was 8 presidents in the United.
Hey,
sorry.
Someone told me my mic
mic.
was. Okay, someone told me they couldn't hear me, and then so I moved my mic, and now it's too close. I can't get the right. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say there was 8 presidents prior to George Washington, and we don't learn about that in school, and that was just a few hundred years ago. So, and that's a whole big thing. I mean, that was under the Articles of Confederation and the Continental Congress, and you had George Washington and Benjamin Franklin and the like stepping in who represented the crown. They were basically shills in the original sense of the word, and they set up the first Freemasonic federal presidency. And that's where you get these documents like the Constitution and stuff. But prior to all that, it was a republic. It was a confederate republic, which means they were against centralized power. And this was Revolutionary War. Then again, of course, we had the Civil War, which was the Confederates versus the federal centralized power. And of course, the federal centralized power won, and the Confederates are painted as the bad guys in history. And it's the whole narrative is about slaves when it had nothing to do with slaves. Everybody on both sides owned slaves, and that's terrible. But of course, they use that sort of tugging at your heartstrings, red herring of the awful thing of slavery, and label that strictly on the South, strictly on the Confederates, which is just malarkey. But that's how they basically rewrite history. The bad guys won both wars. The bad guys won the Revolutionary War, and I'm sorry, but the bad guys won the Civil War. Honestly. And it just happens that the bad guys wrote the history.
I think
books,
both sides were
they're
bad.
They're not going to cast themselves in a poor light in the history books that they write.
Who were the good guys in the Revolutionary War? I think they were both about the same, weren't they?
Which side had the elephant riders? Which side was riding the elephants? Have you heard that story about the elephant riders?
I'm not sure, but if you're happy with the federal system that we have today, then the good guys won. But if you're unhappy with the god-awful ass-backwards federal system that we have today, that's basically a royalty yet again, then the good guys lost.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. If we didn't win, then you'd have the monarchy anyway. So aren't both sides about the freaking same anyways?
Don't understand. The monarchy did win. That's my point. We were just told that they lost. That's the whole point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're both the same.
No. Confederate has been, the United States has always been Confederate since the beginning.
We're talking about the revolutionary.
Starting with before then, the United States had 8 presidents prior to George Washington under the Articles of Confederation in the Continental Congress. And during the Revolutionary War, you had shills who were back and forth with the crown, specifically like Benjamin Franklin, who was tight with the General Washington, fighting for the crown. And the people who wanted independence and, small government, Confederate, so in other words, they were against the centralization of power, because frankly, when you centralize power, you get royalty, and that's what we have today, is a royal system. We don't have a republic. We don't even have a democracy. We live under basically a royalty. Well, it's more of a corporate fascist or an inverted neo-fascist government, but more or less you have royalty and peasants. It's a caste system. We are the paupers, we are the peasants. Even if you have $100,000 in the bank, it doesn't matter that there is royalty, and then there is us. The royalty represents about 1% of the people, and unfortunately, that's exactly the type of thing that was set up and put in trajectory when the Revolutionary War was won by the crown, and when the Civil War was won by the crown.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying the Revolutionary War, both sides were the same. They were both bad. Whether, you see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you call bad. I mean, the norm was that rich white people owned slaves, and frankly, most of the rich white people were in the North. Now, of course, you had rich white people in the South, and they too owned slaves, and so yes, in that regard, they were both bad. But in terms of what the goal of these parties, if you will, the long-term goal of these parties, one of them wants to centralize power and put all of the wealth in the hands of a few bloodlines that are royal bloodlines, and the other one wants nothing to do with that and wants to make sure that centralized power never happens.
Yes. Morgan, one thing always pops in my head, though, and where does, in all these bloodlines and stuff, how does the industrial military complex fit in?
Well, it's all connected. So the military industrial complex may seem like a separate entity from ExxonMobil, and they are separate entities.
Yeah.
And ExxonMobil may seem like a separate entity than, say, Disney Co. or any of the mass media outlets, or all these separate entities are corporate structures that are basically like a pyramid, where you've got, the lower levels, the medium managers, and then at the top you've got the VIPs and the CEOs and whatever. Now, at the very, very top of all of these pyramids, just put all the pyramids tip to tip so they form a circle, and you'll see that you've got a very small ring, a small number of people controlling all of these wedges of power from a centralized hub, even though these entities are separate. So the military industrial complex and the federal government, they all seem separate, but it is these bloodlines who have gotten into the central hub of power that controls every aspect of power, wealth, influence in the world, and most of the people you'll never hear their name, but Rockefeller, Rothschild.
To be clear, we're talking people, I was going to say above, like Rothschild and Rockefeller. I kind of assumed that they were just the face of the elite, but not the true elite.
Yeah.
That there is a shadow government behind them, a higher above, and they are the face of the elite, but not the true elite. That's what I've been led to.
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've heard their name, then they're not
I've heard a few
that high up. You know what I mean? And yes, you might hear some names at like Bilderberg conferences, but all in all, to answer your question, it is these very bloodlines that are pulling the strings of that central hub. So they're sort of above the central hub.
Would you agree that perhaps this goes back thousands of years?
Yeah, absolutely. That's
I think so.
exactly, these are exactly the bloodlines that were represented and won these wars. Again, the Revolutionary War and the Civil War. It was, people came to America to get away from the Catholic Church and to get away from royalty, and it was literally a Protestant Christian movement, the majority of it. And so the last thing people wanted was royal bloodlines taking over and centralizing power. And so that's why it was originally, we were always independent, we were always confederate, we were always isolationist, and we had, checks and balances in place to prevent centralization of power and wealth. But unfortunately, once George Washington and Benjamin Franklin and those group won the war, they put in, the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, but all of these were documents that essentially were approved and stamped by the crown, making America basically colonies of royalty. And that's where we're at today, where the royalty has obviously taken over, but they've done so through, they're a little bit more slick about it now.
Shadow governments.
Yeah, they've realized that if you're the one with the beheading people, then eventually you're going to be the one that's beheaded. So they do it through corporations and proxy corporations that their names are never heard, but we sort of know who the bloodlines are thanks to people like Fritz Springmeier, and other people who have studied the genealogies of these bloodlines, where George Bush is related to Vlad the Impaler.
That's crazy. Yeah, I've seen that. That's wild.
And I think George Washington's in that same bloodline too, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the population, perhaps the census being distorted, and that the population is incorrect of the true population of the world?
Yeah, we probably have no idea how many people live in the world. They're, quote unquote third world countries. I think it's like 1 in 5 newborns are even documented, and like 10% of children under 10 are even documented. America's numbers must be wrong, because they say there's about 25 million illegal immigrant Mexicans in America. I would say there's probably 25 million in South Carolina. Honestly, and that's just from I live here.
That's funny.
I mean, no offense. No offense. I love my neighbors.
I want to come down to Raleigh and meet all you guys. God damn, I'm thinking about it. It's just such a long trip, but I'm buying a new car in like a month or so I'm thinking about a road trip, a flat Earth asshole.
Don't think because I'm on mute I can't hear you.
I'll come pick you up, Candy, and you can.
I ain't even care about that. I'm talking about the word you said.
Oh, did I say Jesus? Did I say a Jesus thing?
No. No.
GD.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I know I'm trying to break that habit. It's such a bad habit. So my apologies. No offense to anybody's God or beliefs or systems. I really have no.
I'm not offended.
No
I just been whipped so many times.
Yeah, me too. I'm sorry, Candy. Okay. No more of that shall be said or come out of my mouth ever again.
You know what? It was like the only thing that you said, because I was reading.
What it is?
Like
it's bad habits. It's bad habits left over from my atheist years, because before I became a flat earther, I was a staunch militant atheist. Like I was awful. I hate the person I was, who believed in the cosmos and the heliocentric model, and that God was a lie. Like, I'm not religious now because I'm kind of anti-religion, but I do believe in a creator now, and flat Earth has that tendency to do that to you, right? So that's where I'm at. I became a.
Why have you been yelling the whole stream? Now you want to whisper that?
Because my kids just went to sleep. That's why.
I was like, why is he whispering? Like, you don't want to know the neighbors.
I got a warning to shut the fuck up.
I told him to quit his sloppy, loudmouth, liver lips breathing.
Yes, I know.
For real.
Saying awful stuff.
I'm just kidding.
I know. I got a question.
Cheers.
You're all just talking about.
Kenny, you can do whatever you want. I'm here.
Vince,
thank you.
Good to see you, Vince. Cheers, brother.
Can she do whatever I want?
Vinny Bot.
So, just out of
And-
curiosity, was that from the last topic you were just talking about?
Census?
So, no, the
I'm
whole
sorry,
the
Ken.
whole government shit and all that.
Okay.
So, how should it be? What is your idea
My
of how we
ideal
should
is
be
a
running?
free market with partial bartering system and partial, like trading of things that are of value. We need some kind of monetary system, but I believe we have to get rid of this credit debt system, don't you?
Yeah,
Well, I don't
mean,
like the credit debt system. I agree with you on that completely.
Okay, that's where I'm at.
But
I
my
believe in
question
the free
is,
market.
So I mean, I'm just trying to get a grasp of what you all are thinking, because I've heard some people say this should just go straight to I have this skill, so you come do my job, and then I'll do your job for you. The problem with that is you see, it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. So we need something where it's a kind of middle ground, where it's like an anarchist system, like where we have the systems in Norway. Listen, not anarchist, we're smashing windows and rioting. That's not anarchy. Anarchy is living off the land. Now, what they do in Norway is brilliant. In many, many regions in Norway, in residential neighborhoods, they gather and they coordinate, and each neighbors grow different crops, and they have a meeting marketplace in all these different places, and everybody meets, brings what they're growing, and everybody gets what they need for free. That is what it's about. Not for free, but you trade what you need. So if you had partial systems like that, and you had some kind of monetary system, okay, but not credit debt system. This credit debt system and the World Bank have been squeezing the life out of countries for years. That's what the
Oh, I
World
agree
Bank
completely
does.
on
The
that.
World Bank moves into any country and they fucking squeeze the life out of it. And when they think they've squeezed all the blood out of that stone, they fucking squeeze some more. And that's what those fuckers do. And I know it. And any of those
yeah,
truthers that have been watching this fucking know this. That's what
yeah.
they're about. This shit, these fuckers running the Federal Reserve, these assholes that are funneling money into. You hear about funneling these banks. They're funneling money into Swiss bank accounts. They own the Swiss bank accounts. It's ridiculous. Like the whole thing is a fucking ridiculous sham. The
Yeah.
credit debt system. There is no liquid. They only deal in liquid assets. Banks don't even deal in money anymore. They don't care about money.
Well,
Liquid assets. That's all they care about.
And first of all, to me, capitalism is the downfall of any nation. I don't think it's a viable way to run a nation, especially not with the advances in technology that we have now. I think that capitalism was a means to an end, but it's been abused, and we've gotten to a point, technology-wise, to where we could literally have a completely utopian society where machines can really, they already do most of the work. However, the problem is when the machines do most of the work, then everybody loses their jobs and a few people get rich. And so instead of having this capitalist sort of mindset, because see, corporations that are set up in order to do really big, massive things, whether it's John Deere equipment to harvest massive amounts of fields like in a day, or whether it's the whatever the case may be, build bridges. Corporations are designed to fulfill a public good, and it's a public trust where public money is invested into that corporation, and as long as that corporation is fulfilling a public good, then that is its reason to exist. They're not supposed to be profit machines. Now, the thing is if you have the technology to build houses relatively cheaply and without too much labor, to grow food pretty much automatically, to build things pretty much automatically with machines.
Have you seen those dark factories? Have you seen those dark factories in China?
What are they? Just
That's
totally automated
Oh
factories?
my God. Totally automated factories, and they don't have lights because they don't. And the lettuce factories, I saw this shit. They need one person. He comes in, he plants the fucking seed, and it grows. The lettuce, whatever, grows. The machine waters it, grows it, picks it, wraps it, puts it on the belt, goes to the belt, falls in the box, loaded on the truck, and
Right.
it pumps out
And so
10 times as more as a regular farm car.
and so the thing is these technologies are intended to better mankind and make people's lives easier and create abundance. But instead, what it does is it makes people dependent on a system, and it makes the majority of people in poverty,
Dude,
while it enriches the small minority of people at the
you
top.
just nailed it right there with that one word. We need to break our dependency, right? That's what's happened is people have become so dependent. They're not growing. Like I grew up on a farm where we had, chickens and pigeons and horses, and there's cows and all sorts of shit, and you just a huge garden, and you kind of fruit trees, and you kind of learn to live that way, right? And I think a lot of people have we haven't been given the means to do that because of the way we live in major metropolises and stuff, right? It's harder, and plus people have been enabled to be dependent, really, right? That's the way we've been led down this path, dependent on Big Brother to take care of us, and that has to be broken. That's why I say we need a partial anarchy system where we are reliant on ourselves, and we start to grow our own things and rely on our
But
own.
you would have to. That's such a radical change, unfortunately, because
only
of
partially.
Think of people that live in New York City, for example.
This is what I mean, though.
It's kind of like this. Alcohol, for example. If the United States suddenly lowered the alcohol to no age limit, like a lot of Europe has, you'd have a generation gone fucking wild. Excuse my language. For one generation, it would be chaos. I mean, eventually then it becomes nothing. But that initial, when you implement something like that, it'd be chaos. So if we work to do something like that, you're going to have the problem we have now, where those people that don't grow their food, don't go to, it's kind of like the welfare system we have in the United States. Some people need to be on it. There are some people that abuse it, because human nature is abuse whatever you can for the majority part. A lot of people do it. So how could you unplug from that, unfortunately, is the question.
Well,
I don't think
breaking your-
capitalism is bad. The problem you have with capitalism is, again, just like welfare or anything else, those people that abuse it. That's when it becomes bad. But how do you?
Or like when you integrate capitalism into, say, medicine, then profits become more important than people's lives, and that's a problem. And so
But
we
I
have,
agree, but how do you separate it?
well, what I'm saying is we have the technology. First of all, our entire monetary system, like Dredd said, is completely, it's a scam. The Federal Reserve Bank is not federal and holds no reserves. They literally invent money out of thin air and then lend it to you at interest. So let's just say hypothetically you need some money and I don't have any, right? But I hand you a check that's not worth anything, that says $100 on it, and I say, I'll give you this check and you can spend it somewhere, but then you owe me 110. And this is totally legal for me to do this. Now, that money didn't come from anywhere. I invented it, but now I've just made $10 out of nothing, profit. And so they're doing
So that's
this.
why you should never borrow. I agree.
Well, no. But see, it's built into the economy. The federal government borrows money from the non-federal, non-reserve bank at interest and loans it to members FDIC. And here's the fucked upest thing is your local bank, Bank of America, Wachovia, all members FDIC practice what's called fractional reserve banking. What that means is for every dollar they have on deposit, they can loan out 10. So banks also have the ability to invent money out of nothing. So when you go to the bank and get a mortgage and say it's a mortgage for a $100,000 house, that they hand you a loan agreement, a piece of paper that is worth nothing. They don't have that $100,000, and when you sign it, you owe them that $100,000 back plus interest. So your signature gave that mortgage its value, They did not have that money to begin with. And so you have this system, this corrupt system that's basically set up our dollar for hyperinflation to the point to where it's worth nothing anymore, really. And that's the problem with capitalism gone wild. We've got to do away with the Federal Reserve Bank. We got to do away with the IRS. We got to do away with the CIA. We have to
Agreed.
unmerge
So-
capitalism with
Let me-
the medical system somehow, but it can be done. There are ways to do this. It's just everybody is too entrenched and sorry, but hypnotized by the magical spell that is the dollar bill.
Right, but
Agreed.
my question is this. So if we don't have people trying to make medicine for a profit because they want to make something and they want to give their kids whatever, so who's going to make the medicine? We can't put it in the hands of the government, we know. So how do you get someone to make the medicine?
Well, see, medicine grows naturally everywhere. The medicine that you get from drug companies is literally always poison. That's what it is by nature. It's pharmacopoeia.
I got that, but
So
that's what I'm saying.
we would have
How do
healers. That people want to do things with their lives. When you take people off of a welfare system and you give them the basic necessities, people will want to do things with their lives. And in fact, enough people will want to do things with their lives, whether it's I don't know, pick something, and say it's building houses, right? And we have the technology where basically it's right around the corner where houses can build themselves. It's not that far away. And so once you get to a level of technology where everything can be automated, jobs are no longer necessary, all the basic necessities can be fulfilled by default, but instead our money is going overseas. It's being sucked out of our economy through the Federal Reserve. It's being devalued by inflation. Our jobs are being shipped overseas. People who make a lot of money here are sending their money overseas for tax reasons, corporate loopholes. And frankly, instead of having a utopian society, we're basically being ripped apart, torn to shreds by our fake fiat currency that everybody worships for some reason.
Right. Yeah.
That's the
right on your
problem.
dollar, right? It's.
But let's face it.
God we trust, right? It's just
Maybe I'm going to be the cynical one, but the majority of the people are greedy. We thrive on greed.
This comes back to my question, Brian. Basically good or basically bad? That's my question.
But that is greed good or bad? I mean, that's the.
No, but see, the thing is, though, capitalism relies on greed. It feeds upon greed, and it enhances greed. But however, if all of your basic necessities are fulfilled, there's no need for greed. And if you don't set up systems like corporations that give multi-billion or multi-million-dollar bonuses for failed bank heads, if you don't have that system for greed, then it simply won't exist. If you eliminate the need for greed, which is how our system is set up, you need to be greedy in order to make it, then greed will go away.
I agree with you that our system is built on greed, but however, let's face it, and I know history screwed up, I know, but it's pretty sure that throughout the entire time, some human being are always, I want what he wants, what he has. Because the problem
it's like
is,
the neighbor next door mentality. He's got a better truck and you want the better truck. Yeah.
Right. So unless we all have smart cars and the exact same house and the exact same thing and everything else.
We don't want to be communism, but we don't want to be total capitalist either.
Right. So like I said, that's the whole problem that's what, for example, I don't believe in the New World Order is going to be one world united ever. Why? Too many people have their own opinions of how they want things run from different regions. You can't take Texas guns away and you're not going to.
Brian, is that a accidental side effect of their trying to keep us divided? We got different languages and different cultures.
Could be.
Maybe it accidentally, and they didn't really foresee that, and now they can't really do much about that fact, right? I don't know.
I mean, you think about it. If you go into even something as simple as like the Bible, one of the first things in Genesis is Cain and Abel. There's a greed thing, a jealousy thing, and he kills one. Our society's been brought up with this greed, or I want what he wants, everything else.
Brian, do you ever see that movie, The Gods Must Be Crazy?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
a great
Yeah.
example. A great example of how greed, like Morgal was saying.
I've
like, if
seen
you
that
have
movie.
everything-
Hang on. I've seen that movie, but who was in it? I know I've seen it, but who was in it?
I don't think there was any famous actors in it.
It was.
there?
Yeah,
I saw
it
it in the movies and went, oh my God, that's so old. I'm so old.
Yeah, I'm
I saw that in the theater
old.
too.
Yeah, so that was a good
1980.
example. I was just thinking of like how what Morgan said, like when you're content and you have everything you need, then the greed doesn't really exist. And the people in that village had no greed, and they felt no need for greed until the Coke bottle fell, right? And
Right.
that was kind of
Well, that's
what
the great
we
thing.
are. It's kind of a
That's
good
the whole
analogy for
isolated
the
island
God.
thing. But the problem is now that we got most of the world unisolated. How do you close Pandora's box? That's our issue. Pandora's box has been opened on us with
You have
greed.
you have to have a fucking Fight Club scenario, man, where the whole thing burns, man. The credit debt system just goes crashing down. I don't want to see society burn, but the credit debt system, I want to see it burn, man. I think it's
Well, see, and I
it's
think that's
keeping
half the
us-
problem. To get what we
It's going to
want
crash anyways.
is you've got to have a major. The world's got to be, for lack of better words, Armageddon has to happen. An asteroid has to hit, if they were real, or y'all get what I'm saying. We'd have to have a complete devastation, and then you're going to have greedy people rise to power.
Or something
That's
like
the-
flat Earth. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be violent. It could be something like flat Earth.
No. They need to get
I don't
rid of the
think
Federal
flat Earth-
Reserve first and start there.
That'd be
Well,
nice.
what I'm saying is, though, instead of an asteroid, something could be just as jarring in terms of a social awakening like flat Earth that will turn people to say, "Wait a minute, look at this scam with the Federal Reserve." And just talking about greed a little bit more, just to give you an example, there are, I think it's 3 times enough empty foreclosed houses to house every man, woman, and child that's homeless. So you could give each family
You
of
could.
homeless people 3
Except for the
houses.
fact-
Now here's another thing too. Right after the 2008 housing bubble burst, I guess it was a 2009, 2010. I was working for a client through my home-based business that they were in real estate, and they bought and sold properties, and my job was procurement. So I would talk to people about the houses that they were selling, and they were basically looking for people who were, kind of underwater on their houses. And what we would do is buy the houses cash without any realtor to avoid the realtor's fees. And so we'd underbid, but we'd buy a lot of houses because, even though we're underbidding, they don't have to pay a realtor 10 or 20% or whatever the heck it is. And so I spoke with people that during this time when there's all these people that I see every day living in 10 cities, like one guy's got 60 houses, 30 of them he rents out, and 30 of them are just sitting there waiting on the property values to rise so he can sell them for more of a profit. Now, I'm sorry, but this goes beyond the guy's truck next door is better than mine, so I want what he's got.
It does.
This is
is
just
ultimate
totally
greed. It's
out of control. Yeah.
out of control consumerism and capitalism. It's sickening to hear those kind of stories when
Yep.
people are waking up and they're seeing this. There really are. I could see it. Like there's regular guys I work with. Like some of them came up to me. Like I'm the type Morgal who I just I'm an open book. Everybody who knows me knows I'm a flat earther, right? So I've taken lots of slack over the last few years. I don't lead a second life where I'm a globe head, right? And I've had people I know from work come up to me and they're waking up in different ways, maybe not to flat earth, but at least in steps towards other things. Like a pretty important guy I work with came up to me and was like, I think I realize, I know you're into the conspiracies. What's your opinion? Like, I think that they have a cure for cancer. And I just looked at him. I was like,
The guy that was on the panel earlier.
They have a cure for cancer. Yes, they have a cure for. They have 17 cures for cancer.
Yeah.
You know, like, of course they do, man. There's no money in cures. They just keep us sick. They don't try and kill us. They just want us sick. It's pretty simple.
Like the more guy was saying, how it can be something socially insane, pretty much, that can cause a huge problem. Because you think about, okay, us as flat earthers, were, for the most part, the people who are flat earthers are good people. You know what I'm saying? So we woke up on our own. So I was thinking about this today, like the billboard and the chat raids so you think about, and I can't take credit for saying this. Somebody else said it, and I heard it, and it's been making me think ever since. But I can't remember who said it. But he said, think about when you're sleeping, and you come along, or somebody comes along and just like jumps on top of you. Get up! You're gonna punch him in the face. Like, get the fuck off me! I'm trying to sleep. That's what we're doing to people. It seems like. So think about so if it does happen, and let's say,
Andy, I worry. I really worry. I was just driving today, worry. So go ahead.
Yeah, like, what if these people who are starting riots in Charlotte and all these other cities in
what if regular guy, Candy, what if regular guy wakes up and fucking, who's been living his life doing everything right, totally believing in the system, trying to do everything the right possible, wakes up, and then thousands around him wake up at the same time? What are those guys going to do who haven't had the gradual wake up process that we have of gathering this information and realization, and you kind of take the steps up or down the rabbit hole, rather than these guys it's like head diving for some of them. When this goes critical, I don't know what a lot of people are going to do. And that's what I mean by I worry, because I don't know what the masses are. I'm not saying that, like, this kind of narrative that's pushed that we can't handle the truth kind of thing. No, we can handle it. Painful as it is, I want the fucking truth. I don't care. And we all should have it. And I worry that people won't be able to handle it. Like, because the truther community, the flat earth community, are people that seem to be relatively intuitive, and they understand that, they've been able to look at this from a different point of view. They've disconnected from television, usually. They've disconnected from society in the way that they're not just this mindless automaton walking around worried about the next football game or baseball. Not that I'm
but you think about,
you know what I mean?
All those people who were starting those riots over somebody that they didn't even know getting shot. Or you think about when they find out that they have been taking $53 million a day from us. The people who have that mentality and that life.
I worry more about the quiet guys in the business suits.
What's going to happen out here?
I worry more about the quiet guys, the guys who have been leading the good life.
I mean, it goes both ways, but you think about
their paradigm, like a lot, right?
And that's why, if this is, I mean, obviously it's true, but I think that's one of the reasons why they're not going to let it out, because they know it's going to cause complete. Talk about anarchy! Holy shit! They're going to have to come up with a whole new word.
Well,
anarchy was stolen.
Here's another thing too, though, and I agree. Anarchy is sort of a hijacked, weaponized word, but there are people out there, I believe, that are simply not capable of getting the truth. Like, no matter what you show them, and maybe this is just the trolls, psyching me out a little bit, but there may be people out there who are just hardwired not to get it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's TV's fault, though. Like, I think they're hardwired because of the programming. They've been, since they were little kids, and they've been put in front of the TV. It's that simple. Once you disconnect, you start to be able to. It's like Neo in the Matrix, looking around, going, "Holy fuck, I see everything!" Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I couldn't see it before, but now it's clear as day. I see the symbolisms. I see everything now. It's
what's funny? It's funny though, like that analogy. I didn't totally feel that way until Flat Earth. Flat Earth put everything together where it literally felt like everywhere you look, you're seeing something else, and here's another thing, and everything's connected. Sorry to interrupt you, Candy.
Yeah. People won't even, my kids even, like when we're watching a movie or something, they're like, God, is that all you think about? Because I see that.
You see the programming, you see the mind control and all the. I can't even walk by the TV if my family's watching it. I'll pick something up just like that. Like, oh my God, like it's nonstop barrage. When you recognize it, it's bad. Like it's really bad. So.
Dang, I forgot what I was going to say, y'all.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Hell no. You've been quiet for a long time. Now you want to speak?
Yeah, because I've been wanting to talk for a while too, but you guys are talking about good stuff, and then I just want to listen.
Cheers, brother.
Like he said, he's worried about like the explosion that we've all had time. We've had years to come to this realization, and people are going to shit their pants when they find out. I'm worried that people are going to turn it into a religious thing and try to fight it that way. And
me too.
If we could just maintain that, hey, that stuff doesn't matter what you believe in. We're all here together. You know, we have to deal with this together and not say, well, we're Muslims, we knew. We're Catholics, we knew. No, we all recently just came to this realization because we've been lied to. So none of us actually knew anything until we opened our eyes.
No, well said, Zulong. Exactly. Yep.
I think that we're going to get like radical extremist behavior from every single negative direction that you can think of. Like, man, it's really scary. It's like a bad, scary movie.
Well, it makes you wonder though, because I don't consider myself a stupid person, but honestly, if I had not been reintroduced to the concept of examining the Earth at this point in my life, I never would have got it. And I think I can pretty much say the same about everyone else. Like if somebody hadn't have said, "Hey, check out Flat Earth," or if you hadn't decided to check it out, then you would have never got it. And so it really makes you wonder, how did whoever the original people were, and I guess Samuel Rowbotham was sort of way the hell ahead of his time, because Zetetic is still, I think, one of the best books on flat Earth, even though it's dated. It was before aeronautics. It was before a lot of things, but it's really, I mean, he makes one hell of a good case for flat Earth. But other than that, it's like, I just don't see how anybody could have possibly come to this conclusion without being told about it, or at least nudged to look into it. And it makes you wonder, is that the hand of God just mysteriously working through people? Or were these people, we're not saying any names, were they fed information by some agency for some reason? Because honestly, I just don't see anybody, not even fucking pilots, realizing this on their own volition.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that pilots don't see the shit when they're looking out on the horizon and it's flat. It's always fucking flat. It blows my mind they don't see
and
that
motionless.
Shit. It blows my fucking mind.
Motionless too.
They do see it.
I know.
They do see it. They're hypnotized. They're hypnotized. We're all programmed. They do see it. They look. Oh yeah, it's flat. But of course, we're on a ball, so it doesn't matter.
Zulu, you're absolutely correct, man. Hey, how you going, guys? Zulu, you're spot on, man. What they're doing.
Good to see you.
Same to you, brother. Hi. Yeah, hey, man. My name's Anthony anyway, guys, but beautiful conversation. But you know what, man? What wires together, fires together. They've wired the brain to see a certain program. Man, when you talk to these people, I don't care whatever you say, because I've talked to pilots and they look pretty confused. I mean, it's the TV shows have done such a great job. I mean, because when you look at the airplane shows, look outside the cockpit. Look outside the windows. They're always describing this curvature. They're really done a great job. I'm telling you. But anyway,
that's incredible. No,
totally. I got a better one for you. Go to Disneyland on acid, And
I
I'm
did,
not
dude. I did that.
I
Dude, no,
don't want to
I
admit
actually
this,
did.
but I
I
did this when I
actually
was
did that.
19.
So did I.
I'm not talking about going on the rides. I'm talking about looking at the people who are supposed to be on vacation, having the time of their lives, walking around just dazed and confused, like not knowing what the fuck's going on. And it's just, I don't know. It just seems to me like they're under way more stress. You know, the kids have fun, I guess, at Disney. But
6 Gs for a weekend.
Dude,
No,
I was looking
I-
around going, holy shit, this is the happiest place on earth, man.
I went
'cause
to Epcot.
everybody had this shit-eating grin from ear to ear. Everywhere you looked, everybody was smiling like this. I was like, oh, just tripping balls, but it was awesome. Anyways, real quick, I like to read this awesome quote from the chat. Shout out to Jeremiah Daniel. I'm not sure. I haven't met Jeremiah. Hi, Jeremiah. Hard times build strong men. Strong men build easy times. Easy times build weak men. Weak men build hard times. So on and so forth.
That's
yeah,
I thought that was
very
really good.
But this is what going back when you said that you think that sometimes people are trolling when no matter what you say to them, they don't hear it, they don't see it. Doesn't matter if you show them the most irrefutable proof that you could think of, and they're gonna argue and say the dumbest shit back, like, well, you're misinterpreting that. You're not reading that right. You're not accounting for this. Yes, I am, and here it is. The stuttering happens. It's
Yeah,
like,
you know what,
because-
Candy? Do you get this? Candy, do you get this from your group of friends and work people? Well, you wouldn't believe any proof even if I put it in front of you. I get that quite often.
Nope. The
like,
common thing I get is, yep, just because you watch some shit on YouTube doesn't mean it's right.
Right. There's that one
And
too.
when I say that, there's been plenty of experiments and I mean, there's
Well, tell them just because you didn't watch something on YouTube doesn't mean it's wrong.
yeah, exactly.
No, I never. I firmly believe that it is a correct statement. You can't believe something just because you saw it on a video. You need to test the word yourself. You need to
I
go
learned
out
how.
of course.
I learned how to remove catalytic converter and get the freaking
Exactly. I changed my oil on YouTube.
what's the shit called? Titanium or no, the platinum and the other.
Oh yeah.
Iridium.
In the solenoid in
the catalytic converter. Yeah.
Oh no, that's platinum. That's platinum.
Went out and got me a angular grinder, and I had two of them because it was a bus, and then there's a process that's kind of a pain in the ass where you get the metals out of it, and I learned how to do that, although I didn't have the money for the chemicals, so I just took the catalytic converters in, but I learned how to do that on YouTube, and it worked.
I learned, it's the best, man. YouTube is great. I learned how to play a jazz song from 1954 because of YouTube.
My first car, it was bad, and my dad took it out, and I got to the point where, like, my friends could hear me. Like, he took the whole muffler, everything out, and so the car was still worse. But my friends knew if I was coming from, like, all the way at the beginning of the neighborhood. But then it got to the point where it didn't go up a hill, and our school was on the top of a huge hill. So I had to, like, floor it and go, like, 80 at the bottom of that hill, or else I was stuck and rolling backwards.
That's
You know what we
great.
did one time? I got stuck. I like telling this story because it was funny. We got stuck real quick. We got stuck in a vehicle, a 4x4 up in the mountains. What do, right? Your vehicle's stuck. We're kind of high centered on a rock, actually. And we got a fucking rope and tied it to the bumper and then tied it, the other end, to a tree as high as we could. And then we cut the tree down and fell it the other way. And it pulled the truck up over the bumper.
Nice.
Isn't that funny? Yeah.
Nice.
Funny little story. I used to work in the forestry for years, so shit like that. Yeah. Anywho.
Wow, it's been. I was about to say, do we still have our thing on Skype? Like, what the hell? It's been that long since we were all together. Brian.
Hey, I wanted to comment on what Candy was saying before about people's brains being hardwired. I think it's very much like a computer. Like the file isn't found, so they grab something else. I talked to a friend, and I started giving him some facts about curvature and trying to look for it. And he said, well, that's because that's how we have weather.
Yes.
I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Come on, use your
What?
brain. It's like, I know it's hard, but you have to. It's just so difficult. Like you said, people are very, very resistant to it because of all the programming. It's so hard. It's self-evident. Duh, we live on a globe. What the fuck's wrong with you? And I mean, yeah, it's very difficult to get past it.
Well, I think that most of them, it challenges their intelligence and their own ego. So when you're trying to get them to believe something that they were completely taught was wrong and opposite of the facts, quote unquote, it put something in their head that, like they taught us in school about the Flat Earth Society. They didn't teach us that for no reason. That was part of
school.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like a short one chapter book in the history thing, and it was the Flat Earth Society, let's laugh at them because they thought the earth was flat and they're gonna fall off the edge one day, and then it was done and on.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that part of history class as well. It was a whole 4 or 8 page chapter with little cartoons and everything. Yeah.
Man, I must be old because we sure
I was out of school by then.
Some crazy person in the 60s started the Flat Earth Society, and let's laugh at them. So that was part of.
Yeah, that was a government. Yeah, that was a psyop for sure. Like the way the information they spread, walking around saying he had a rock from the edge. What kind of bullshit, right? Fuck that
Not
guy.
only was controlled
Guy's full of shit, man.
They used it as part of the program to instill in children. So when they come up later in life and they hear these things, they're automatically tuned into, that's crazy. I got taught that as a child. I already know that's not true.
That's the file retrieval. You're like, wait a minute, I have a file on that. Let me check it. Oh yeah, this is stupid. I don't believe this.
I'm upset.
Absolutely.
I didn't get taught that.
Yeah, well, it's amazing though what we retain, even if it's just a small little bit of information, even just suggested information sometimes, and we review it and we repeat it and they make sure we know it. You might forget the details later, but you're going to remember, when Flat Earth is brought up. Like the first time somebody mentioned to me, because I was having a discussion with a friend who, is totally doesn't believe in any sort of conspiracy theories in air quotes. And, we were having some pretty heated discussions. And he's like, well, you're not like a flat earther, are you? And I had never heard of flat earth. I was like, what the fuck is a flat earther? And he's like, the people that think the earth is flat. And I'm like, what kind of idiots are those? No, I'm not a flat earther. And so, that was my reaction. And that's most people's reaction. So, but not everybody's gonna get past that, and it took me 6 months and getting hit by a car on my motorcycle to even look at it.
Huh. Yeah, I remember you talking about it in the video. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, John, what kind of bike? I never asked.
Oh, it was just a little piece of crap dirt bike, man. Something I got around town on. Yeah, I mean it was street legal and everything, but I was going through a green light and a guy was coming to turn right on red. He was to my right, pulling out of a shopping mall, and of course, he was looking down, messing with his phone, and instead of stopping to turn right on red, he just rolled right through the red light, and creamed me, and I tucked and rolled, and I had my helmet on, so I broke his windshield with my face. But
oh my God.
Yeah, the last thing I saw was he was just down. He wasn't looking at the road at all. He was down messing with his phone and stuff. And
dude, you're lucky you look normal. Fuck. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was bundled up pretty good because it was cold and raining. So I had like 2 long sleeve shirts, a leather jacket, 2 pairs of pants, jeans, boots, gloves. But the leather jacket shoulder was ripped, and that would have been my shoulder ripped off. The gloves got ripped off my hands. That would have been the skin of my hands ripped off. And my helmet broke his windshield, and that would have been my face breaking his windshield. And then I hit the ground and tumbled. I mean, I did some damage to myself, but luckily, I mean, I lived. But if it hadn't been cold and raining that day, I would have been wearing just a t-shirt and died.
Hey, John. Tell
Yeah, I
these
never ride without gear.
DUIs drive around here.
What's that?
Tell these guys what people who have DUIs and stuff drive around here on the street.
Oh, with DUIs?
Yeah.
What do they drive?
Oh, they drive the little 49cc scooters.
Fucking
Oh,
mopeds on the damn
because that's all they're allowed to drive.
Why, street
Yeah.
legal and you don't need a license?
Never
Yeah.
saw anything like this in my life.
As long as it's under 50 cc's, you don't have to have a license or insurance on it.
Nice.
You can drive it on the road?
Yep.
Everywhere.
How fast will it go?
Oh, I like that.
Probably. No, it probably goes like 45.
Well,
Maybe.
you can.
Can I rent one of
modify-
those when
you
I go
can-
down
they
to the
don't-
conference?
Like they won't go very fast, but you can
Come
bore
pick
out.
me up on your way.
You can bore out the.
Zulu, you're picking me up too.
Absolutely. I want to cruise them.
I'm gonna be dragging out.
I ride
It's a
motor. Well, I
long
got
round
rid of my
trip.
motorcycle. I had a Hayabusa and a 83 GS 1100 drag bike. It was lowered, stretched, air shifter. It was nice, but
Well, people actually
had
change
enough.
to those.
Too many assholes on the road.
John,
Do what?
people change the specs to those things.
Yeah, you can bore out the.
Oh yeah.
Where the chamber, and then just put a bigger piston on it, and then you've got like 100cc or 75cc or whatever you want to put on there. It's just
Dude,
that's the cubic centimeters of the combustion chambers.
I bet you can get a turbo kit for it, no problem.
Oh Lord.
You wouldn't want. I don't think you'd want that, man.
Oh,
want that.
you ever hear of a Honda Grom? It's a little. It's weird. It looks like basically like a
Zulu, buy one of them.
CT70. Yeah, it looks like a CT70, but it's street legal, and they have 125cc kits for them, turbo kits. It's crazy. People spend thousands of dollars and make them look like hyper bikes. It's they're awesome, and totally street legal. I can't get one of them. That's too small. I need another
I have too
Busa.
much dignity. Too much dignity to
I
ride a
thought
scooter.
you were
I
gonna
couldn't
say,
do it.
It won't let you.
I just couldn't do it.
I'll ride that scooter while I'm down at the conference for sure.
I
At the
will never
conference,
ride
yeah.
any sort of motorcycle on the road ever again, ever.
I don't blame you. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't
want
blame you either.
I don't trust other drivers. I like big.
Well, that's the problem. It's not you.
No,
It
it
says
really
here.
isn't. Like
in-
when that guy started pulling out, I even seen him pulling out, and so I went way over to the left edge of the right lane because I didn't have time to see if there was someone, coming up on my left. So I got way over to the left edge of the right lane, and I thought to myself for an instant, I'm like, damn, I thought that guy was going to hit me. And as soon as that thought crossed my mind, he clipped the back end of my bike, and that's when I sort of, tucked and rolled and broke his windshield with my face. But yeah, it's the other assholes you have to watch out for. You can be the perfect driver.
I broke his windshield with my face.
It says in the New York State DMV book, in the back, it says in the 95% of motorcycle accidents that occur in the first 6 months of a licensed rider getting his license are rider error. After that, 95% of the accidents are caused by the other driver.
Yeah. Well, the thing
That's how
is,
bad it is.
I've been riding, dirt bikes and stuff and driving cars a long time. I'm an experienced driver, and I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. But I don't care if you were fucking.
Yeah, no, I ain't riding either. No.
Evil Knievel, man. Yeah, like there's nothing you can do if somebody. Because I'll tell you another story, man. When I was down in Florida, this was years ago. But we were stopped at a red light, and there was one car in front of us at the red light, and we waited there a couple minutes, and then the light turned green, and the guy went, and then boom! Somebody that was coming from the left at the intersection just ran that red light, killed the dude. As far as I know, instantly. We kept going because
horrible.
Yeah, other people saw it. There was other witnesses. We kept going because I did not want to. No, obviously the dude was messed up, and so. But like the whole point is if we would have literally left the house like 2 seconds sooner, that would have been us.
Yeah.
Just 2 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with the street too. I'm still riding the dirt. I have an ATV. a 700cc KFX. I could do about 80 miles an hour on it. It's pretty fast.
My rodeo and dug it in the grave, I guess, because I went 4-wheel riding in the back roads way too much for my street car. That was really fun.
Maybe I should bring my 4-wheeler down there. Nah, it'll probably get stolen while I'm in the parking lot. Fuck that.
Would you say flat earthers are thieves? No, I'm kidding.
No, but other assholes are.
Yeah, trolls out
Yeah.
of it.
Especially when they see an out-of-state,
cars.
I'm an insurance weasel. It's out-of-state plates or targets. They like that because they're going to leave.
Tim Osmond will be out front selling globes. He's going to get all mad because he won't sell one single globe.
No,
that's funny.
Wrong place. Yeah.
He's he keeps threatening Antonio Subrits to a UFC bout.
No, and then now he said he can't. He's not going to make it. He's not going to do it.
What like a fight?
He's so weird.
Like
yeah,
he's going to get like
he's an ass.
Out of place and get a doctor and like a legit thing. Like, but then Timmy backed out.
Mama said, "Knock you out." That'd be funny shit.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Are they like trained fighters or something?
No.
Who knows?
No.
Just hating each other.
Wow. Well, I know Antonio Subrats. He's a pretty easygoing guy.
Oh yeah. He's cool shit. He's fun.
But the other guy is a fucking piece of work.
Yes, for lack of a better word.
He like being doxxed.
What was this whole thing? What is it? Michael Cornsby? Is that it? You guys hear about that?
Jason
Carl Hornsby.
Carl Hornsby, yeah, whatever.
Jason.
Yeah, whatever the hell it is. He really, for some reason...
Not even worth speaking about, honestly.
Yeah.
Not worth talking
we could drop it.
Who?
Yep. Exactly.
I don't know.
Some dude. Fuck him.
They were on the table.
Nice.
So, Candy, is everybody who all here is going to that convention? Has already got tickets or anything?
I already bought my.
You're going, right?
I'll be there for sure.
Yeah.
Aren't you presenting, John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought a VIP ticket.
Mark and
the second day they came out. I was like, I'm not missing out.
There's about 9 or 12.
Patricia.
Yeah.
And Mullen.
Rob
Skiba.
Yeah. ODD TV.
ODD. Controversy 7.
Yeah.
Controversy. Oh, is he? Man, I haven't seen Controversy for a while.
Carly Sunshine as well.
Perfect. She's brilliant. Love Carly. Man.
I've just now I've never seen her stuff, and so I just subscribed to her channel the other day, and I'm just now starting to watch her stuff, because just trying to get to know who all's going to be there. And by the way, just so you all know, there's a 2018 Flat Earth Convention, although it is in London, England, or it's in the UK somewhere. I don't know if it's in London, and I'll be speaking there as well. So I don't know if y'all are going to make that one.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can make it to that.
Yeah, it's gonna. I've never left the United States, so it's gonna be my first time leaving. And
first time's always fun.
Yeah,
hey,
it's not 100% thing yet. It's like a 99% thing yet. I mean, they're definitely doing the conference, but as far as me going, it's not official yet, but it's 99% official. So.
Do not leave your weed at home, okay? Don't try to sneak it through.
Oh, no way, dude, because I'm going to fucking make my way over to Holland while I'm there.
First you want to make the news.
No, not at all, dude. I'm gonna go there like with nothing and leave there with nothing, but I'll have a good time while I'm there.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I think they got a little bit of weed over there.
They probably have better weed over there too.
Well, I live in the land of amazing bud, and British Columbia has it's out of control here. I don't even smoke weed anymore. It's just dabs, and it's legal here. We have dab bars. It's amazing. Dab
What's a
bars where
dab?
instead.
Never even
Oh,
seen a dab.
okay. So like weed can be what would you call it?
Ingested.
Extracted down. It can be extracted down to just the pure THC, and what you'll have is shatter or dabs, and it's all the plant material, all the water, all the tar, everything has been removed. If you just give me 1 second, I'll get some and show you. Okay, it's legal here.
It's like an oil.
Can you email me some?
I
got
wish I
some here
could,
for
brother.
you. I
Yeah.
got some here for you. I got
You
some
can
here.
email me some. That's funny. That's great.
Oh, that's Anthony's field right there.
Anthony's the guy to see. He'll get you for specifically what ails you.
So
Anthony's like the top dog, like the Al Capone or the what's his name?
See this.
The Columbia guy. What's his name?
Scarface?
Man, the real guy.
Pablo
This is what it
Escobar?
looks like.
Yeah, he's the Pablo Escobar.
This is what it looks like. It's flat. It's like glass, and it's see-through, and you can actually kind of see through it, right? It's translucent, and it's kind of like the evolution of marijuana, right? It's the next level, and it's about what 85% or something. So it's remarkable, right? It's just out of control good. And it tastes like the best thing you've ever smoked every single time.
Anthony, you got something?
Really cool.
I don't know. I don't smoke the shit. Sorry.
I've heard.
You're not allowed to. You
I've
get
heard,
blood tests probably.
I've heard edibles.
No, I'm in Colorado at that.
I've heard edibles. Now I've done like edibles a while ago, but I don't remember being that potent because stuff's.
These aren't edibles. This isn't edible. You
No,
smoke this.
No. What I'm saying is,
okay.
though, I've heard that if you get like high grade edibles that are made from the same sort of like high grade oil that you're talking about, it it'll take a while to kick in, but it's supposed to be like way intense and like last for like a long ass time. From what I gather, I don't know if you've ever.
Hey, Anthony, I'm gonna present you when I go back outside.
Really down, like where we live, everything is for sale, right? So
Serious
I go to
question.
the dab bar. There's everything you can imagine is made with weed. I
Is
buy
the dab?
gummy bears.
Hey, hold on.
Gummy
Synthetic.
bears made of weed.
Synthetic. Hold on. The dab. How do you smoke it? Actually, you put it on a heated
show you?
surface, right?
So if
Yeah,
you're
it's
just
got to be a heated
personal-
nail.
no,
Heated
it can
nail.
also
Okay.
be this
Because
remarkable
that's the same way you
device I
can
have
smoke
right
crack. Just so you know.
Yeah, this just came
No,
off today. This just came off today.
here. Oh, what is that?
400 grams.
Oh, look at that.
Brian, you have controls. Can you present him, please?
Dude, I'm hating on all y'all motherfuckers right now.
Yeah, see,
that
this
is
is
gorgeous.
So
Seen
this
that.
is all from alcohol. I do a special transition through it's about a minus ATC in alcohol, and then I do a bit of chemistry, and this is 95%. And all its
95%.
all its natural terps, all its CBG, THCV,
It's the
everything.
future.
It's the future. It's coming.
My question.
It is. It
This
My
is
question
coming
to
out.
y'all.
This is coming out in 6 weeks.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's
so
going to be interesting.
I
Yeah.
got a
That's
question for
amazing.
y'all. Seriously.
Yeah.
Why? Why do y'all smoke the shit? It's out of curiosity.
This is for medicine. This is medicine. This is medicine.
Okay.
It's not drugs.
For
That's
me,
This is for cancer.
so everybody's affected kind of differently. Would you agree, Brian? By different drugs, like generally, people have different reactions to different degrees, right? So for me, I get a sense of content and happiness when I smoke it. I get a sense of stress relief. I don't need to drink and get bombed or something to kind of forget about things. I have a puff and any pains in my joints kind of disappear and stress is relieved from my mind and I just feel generally more comfortable. To answer, that's about the best answer I can think of. It also makes video games way better.
That is true. That's definitely true about the video games. Me personally, like I've always just felt like I don't know, not more creative, but being creative more fun and enjoyable. And so, like I told you all earlier, I used to come home from school, and the first thing I do is plug in my electric guitar and just practice for like 8 hours straight,
You have to be
nonstop every
high the whole
day,
time.
and be high the whole time. I left that part out, but
Yeah.
it's not. I'm not saying that you can't be a good guitar player or practice guitar without being high, but I don't think you could necessarily sit there and do it for 8 hours and enjoy it as much without a toke or two of some of that good stuff.
That's how it is. So Morgal, you probably don't know my story very much, but I was a musician in a metal band for about almost 10 years, and we traveled around all over the place playing shows, and I got to know great bands. Like we shared a jam room with Nickelback for years in Vancouver.
Have you ever heard of Death?
Dude, I know the drummer personally.
I know
Gene
one
Hoagland.
One of their guitarists, one of their lead guitarists,
Which one?
Bobby Coble was my guitar teacher. He only played with them for a while, but he was.
We
on
shared
like
a jam room pretty much with them. We were in the same studio in Vancouver. Same studio.
That is funny.
Gene Hoagland and me used to smoke joints together. The drummer, the big, huge drummer. He was amazing, dude. One of the best metal drummers of all time.
Oh, they are badass. And I'm not a big fan of death metal anymore, but there is some talent in there. And I got to tell you, like my guitar teacher, Bobby Coble, he's actually got a YouTube channel. He doesn't do all that great of stuff on YouTube, but I'll tell you, that motherfucker was one of the best guitar players I've ever seen. And, I'd sit there, we'd do twice a week, hour, I took lessons from him. For a couple years, and man, it was just awesome, just watching him play, trying to get at that good. And I don't think I ever got as good as him, but it had to be.
He's amazing. Yeah,
he's fucking badass, dude.
Yeah. I just like to play, so I don't know. That's all that matters. Whatever level you're at.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah, it's just fun, dude.
Fucking feels good, right? It's something good about. There's something about music that's what's the word?
Harmonious or
harmonious,
maybe not, but
satisfying.
What's interesting to me, I was just writing on this earlier. I forget if it was in a post or what, but
it's tribal.
We live in the electromagnetic universe, and
Agreed.
Visible light is just a small sliver of the overall electromagnetic spectrum. And I would submit that sound is, we think of sound differently than light, but sound is another, spectrum of this same, or another sliver of this same spectrum. And so, like, the world itself is, we're penetrated with electromagnetic frequencies all the time. And when you're like in a room jamming with people and playing music, whether it's harmonious or whether it's distorted, there's something about it that changes the environment, and it can have different physiological and different reactions depending on the tone or the music. So it totally changes our physical environment, I think, in a way.
Well, have you ever heard the story of the woman who could see sound in ribbons and colors? Have you heard that before?
I've heard something about that. Like she, was she blind?
I don't know if she was blind, but
so you're talking about perfect pitch then?
No, nothing like perfect pitch. I love perfect pitch is amazing, but no. So this woman, I saw this documentary years ago. I don't know anything about her, but she would walk around, and if a dog, say, barked in front of her, the sound coming out of the front of the dog would have ribbons and colors, and she would see it. And noises from cars, and everything had its own color, and everything so it kind of lends to that theory that perhaps there is this whole spectrum of sound that we don't even remotely see that is visible if you could see it, right? That's interesting.
Right. And just to tie it all together, science has been looking for, the grand unified theory for a long time. And what they're trying to unify are the weak nuclear force, the strong nuclear force, the force of gravity, and the electromagnetic force. And the fucked up thing is three of them don't exist. all you've got is the electromagnetic force. There is no strong nuclear, there is no weak nuclear, and there certainly is no gravity. And so they're looking in the wrong direction. And so I guess what my point is if everything is electromagnetism, then when you're sitting in a symphony hall, the charge of the air is going to be different than you're sitting in a Pantera concert. But there is I wouldn't say physical, but a metaphysical change that's penetrating you. You're picking it up through your ears and you recognize it as sound, but the sound waves are actually, changing your ambient environment. I mean, it's really, to me, that's why music is so profound. And, like some of at least for me, some of my, best memories are sort of jogged by hearing a song or smelling a smell. So I don't know, but even smells are electromagnetic in a sense, but I think a grand unified theory, they need to look at more along the lines of electromagnetic spectrum than gravity and fucking strong nuclear force. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Agreed. Absolute nonsense. What was I going to say earlier? I forget.
Sorry.
No, so many good points being made. It's awesome. Good conversation. No, I wanted to talk to you for a long time, Morgan. It's great. I'm glad to.
Well, we were talking about music. You were talking about the drummer of death, and you were before. I interrupted you.
I mentioned that for a reason. Why was
I don't know why
I didn't mean to bring up my past. There was a reason I was bringing that shit up.
Right.
And I think it was about something in the music industry that I was going to point out. What were you talking about before? I mentioned that.
You were saying something, and then I just out of the blue for some reason asked
it's all good.
About death.
Which is funny. I apologize for my pot. I apologize for my pot-addled brain. It'll come to me later. It'll come to me later why I brought up the whole band thing. But
yeah, you were on a roll, and I totally it was my fault. I'm sorry.
No, but I was going somewhere with that, and it wasn't that I was just talking about myself. I was going to bring up something about musicians and the music industry, and I just can't remember what the point was. It was a point you were making. You were talking about something, and I was just going to add on to it, build on it. But no worries.
Well, while you're thinking on that, I guess about a week ago, I got an email and then a phone call from a guy. Is somebody leaving?
Yep, I got to run. I'll catch y'all later.
Okay, later, brother.
Catch you later, brother. Yeah, good night, Brian.
So I got a call from this guy. He's an actor. He's been in a lot of movies and shows.
On Flat Earth.
And he's a flat earther all the way. But of course, he can't come out and publicly say it. And so this dude's got a lot of really good ideas, but I've seen a couple of these instances now where I'm wondering if flat Earth is really getting out to more people than we think. Like I think I told y'all that my doctor brought it up. A couple weeks ago, we were just talking. I told him I was working on a book, and he's like, "What kind of book?" I'm like, "It's about astronomy." And he busted out, "Is it a flat Earth book?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's a flat Earth book." And he didn't come out and say that he was a flat earther, but he sort of like rolled his eyes and made an incredulous remark about spinning on a ball 1,000 miles an hour through space.
There you go. Yeah.
And so, to me, that was a wink and a nod, and as much of an admission that you're going to get from a medical doctor. But yeah, man. And there was another one too. Who was it? Somebody else. That just couldn't come out and say it, but they are a flat earther. Well, that will come to me. Oh, and by the way, this actor dude knows AJ Styles, who he's the wrestler. I don't follow wrestling.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. My friend's a professional wrestler.
Okay, so AJ Styles was the professional wrestler that came out as a flat earther like 6 months before the whole Kyrie Irving thing. So yeah, it's the word's getting around, and that's really step one. I mean, we're only a couple years into this thing, and it's already getting to the point where it's getting beyond just small circles of social media, and eventually, the truth is not going to be stopped. They're going to fucking try their asses off to stop it. But, you know, and if they disable the internet or if they disable the electricity, guess what? They got a bigger problem on their hands because people are going to go to the streets and conglomerate, and then they've got a shitstorm because right now everybody's pretty much comfortable. We're a little bit miserable, but we've got our food, you know, bread and circus, right? We've got our internet stuff.
Stupid entertainment. You got our stupid distractions.
Exactly.
Right.
And so if they do take that away, they've got a big problem on their hands. And
see, and this leads back to what I was asking you about before, Morgal. Like, what you guys think about the census? My opinion and impression is that there's not more people than they say. There could potentially be way less people, perhaps. What if? What if they're lying about the census to the degree that
I just think they have no idea, and I think overpopulation is a huge myth. Just drive
agreed.
Just drive through any state. Even if it's New York, if you get out of the city, you're going to drive through miles and miles and miles, hundreds of miles of nothing in some places.
Nothing. Tell me about it. I live in Canada where there's just vast, endless forests that go on forever, dude. And you could get lost to them and die. They're so vast. Like there's no one for hundreds of miles.
Yep.
So, you know, like fuck.
They want us to think that because it's all about supply and demand. It's all about scarcity, right? So if they inflate the number of people, like, you know, humoring your hypothesis, if they say there's way more people than there is, and we've got all these problems with you know, overpopulation, then that affects people subconsciously. First of all, to maybe not have as many kids as they normally would have, or potentially other things like that. And it's a psychological operation to keep us paying higher prices for goods that are plentiful, because they've created the illusion that there's, you know, 400 million people in America that they have to be fed. You know, maybe America's accurate, but 7 billion in the world, I think they're probably way off. And I don't know.
So do I think it's way less.
Could be over, could be under, but either way, there's plenty of room in the world for more people. That's not a problem.
Yeah, and I believe the whole global warming obviously is a hoax too. Obviously.
Yeah. Well, you know,
and more Dial. Yeah, and don't forget, guys, there's new technologies coming. Like I met a guy from Germany today at the Hemp Fest. He's brought this new technology that he didn't sell to GE or I think it was Monsanto. They wanted to give him $50 million for his technology. He told him to stick it up their ass, and he wants to deal with the hemp industry if you're making medicine only. He's not selling this technology; he is giving it to you. It's quite interesting. So I spent all day with these people, and one thing that he did this for was to grow tomatoes in places that you can't. So he can grow avocado. This one light replaces 19 gravitas, and it runs on, we took it down to 30 watts, and then to a full power, it lit up the whole arena at 1200 watts.
Holy shit! One light.
And then he got my hand, and he put my hand on the bulb. Work this out. This guy's a genius.
Wow.
No, so what he's created was, and then I like to understand chemistry, nature it is. So he says, yes, it's nature. So he's blended atmospheres of certain composites and then runs the sun, because he's been studying the sun for a very long time and taking information from the sun, and he said he's got to 99.7% duplicating it. So when
this
grows,
is revolutionary, perhaps.
Oh no, this guy is. Anyway, so when I met this guy, I've been ringing all my growers today because we're putting this technology to use in 3 days. This is how quick this is going. Yeah, no, he's already. He's meeting my growers in 3 days.
THC, I've seen you around and talked to you in chats before. Do you have a YouTube channel where you talk about this stuff or what?
I will be in about 6 weeks, not for now.
Okay. Yeah, cool,
I'm
cool.
opening, I'm going to do a live show and chat with all you guys in about 6 weeks to talk about this.
Great. Cool.
So anyway, that's just to let you know that there's new technology, Mulgile, and what's your name again, my friend?
Jason.
Yeah, so there's
Nice
great
to meet you.
technology coming. Yeah, there's great technology coming, brother. It's exciting.
Nice. Right on.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Thanks for sharing that. Very interesting.
Hey, and
The future
by
does
the way,
look bright.
what is your YouTube channel?
Oh, mine is Synthetic Dread, and I do Flat Earth music. And so for about the last few months, 3-4 months, I've been trying to gather all the Flat Earth musicians into a group, right, that I told you about earlier. And that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm trying to write music with other people and collaborate on Flat Earth ideas, and not just Flat Earth ideas, but all the stuff that we're facing, right? So false flag events, and we're just music about truth, right? That's what Musicians for Truth, and that's what it's about. So that's kind of my game.
when
lately.
I go to YouTube, I type in synthetic space DREAD Flat
Okay.
Earth.
But put it all as one word. Maybe it'll be easier because synthetic has a K on it and it auto corrects to C all the time. And then you get a whole bunch of people putting on fake dreads on people. I did this on purpose because I wanted to be a insider channel. I'm the channel that's just.
It is dread. How do you spell dread?
Dread, like DREAD.
That's how I had it. Channel. Yeah, it's not finding anything. Hold on. Okay, there I go. I got it. Okay.
Yeah, I had a problem the first time too because of that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, everybody does. It's kind of. I'm gonna change it. I'll just change it soon. I know it's bad. You can do that, right? You can just change your name, right? Or is there a time limit? Like you can only change
No,
it
yeah,
so many
you
times?
can change it.
Yeah, I'm gonna change it too. I think I'll just call it Musicians for Truth. Why not? It's kind of.
Yeah, that sounds better, man. That sounds great.
Yeah. Sure it does.
Question after I just changed my name full.
Yeah, right. And you kept everything. Everything stayed the same, right? So that's cool. Good. Yeah. I'm thinking of doing a weekly show, Morgal, you guys. I don't know what you think. Like I was going to call it Flat Earth Jams, where we just have some musicians on, just a half an hour. It doesn't have to be a long show, an hour long, and just chat, play some music from different channels, right? And Flat Earth music. It's got to be Flat Earth music, right? Or conspiracy music, right? And just do a show every week, just a quick live show, whatever. Get people involved and have some fun. I don't know.
That's great. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, I want to do a 10-minute segment about the news in cannabis around the world. So, yeah, well, like
Awesome.
once a week. So I'd love to even just send that to you, and you can put it on when you're playing music.
Dude, I will highlight. It'll be like part of the show, dude. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, because people need to know there's a big movement happening, and they're trying to suppress it. Because I read all the news, and there's so much going on in America, so much going on in the world, and they're suppressing it. They're not letting you know. There's a movement coming, guys.
Yeah, I agree. I feel the momentum shifting and moving. It's the social cost is going down to talk about these things. It's becoming more relevant to people. Yeah.
Common sense.
We're dragging everybody else down the rabbit hole with us, right? Yeah, that's what it seems like, kind of.
Well, here's something interesting too. Like I've noticed when I first started doing flat Earth videos, the thumbs up to thumbs down ratio was about 50-50, leaning towards the globe, right? Then over time, that sort of changed to where as soon as I upload a video, I get 5 thumbs down, but then it'll get like 100 thumbs up, right?
Yeah.
And so there's that. But whenever I raise an issue that's sort of polarizing or, maybe like political or something like that, I'll get, a mixed 50-50 thumbs up to thumbs down ratio. And so I guess the point that I'm trying to make is if I'm putting out videos, flat Earth specific videos that are just getting thumbs up, then to me, that's not good. I mean, it's good, but it's not good because I'm not reaching new people. Otherwise, more people would be thumbing it down because they don't agree with it. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, it does. I
So
see the logic there. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it just seems like YouTube has sort of put a I don't know, like you know how a virus coats itself so that it can't be attacked by your antibodies or whatever. Well, it's like YouTube is treating flat Earth like a virus and putting a coat around it so that new people, it's very difficult for new people to run into flat Earth.
Yep.
Like me
Yep.
literally searching for your channel, it took me 3 tries. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
When
I
you
kind of
told me
did
the
that on
name of
purpose,
it,
though. So yeah, I kind
Yeah,
of did that on
but you're
purpose.
spot on,
it
Morgal.
should
You
have
look
found.
up Flat
It
Earth
should have
asshole,
found.
and he comes up right away.
Yeah, that. Yeah. Well,
But
I don't
Morgal,
know.
you are.
I don't know. Maybe you're onto something. I'm sure. There,
No, you are. I think you're onto something there.
the algorithms are fucked with. I'm sure. Right.
Oh,
Yep.
definitely, definitely. They did something this past November, and they also did something right around December or
Yeah,
maybe
they dumped. They did
January
a mass dump,
of
didn't they?
2016. Yeah, the last year and a half, they've been really, really changing things up, not for the benefit of the truthers. But if you're going to put out a retarded video about, you know, I don't even know, like taking a bath in Skittles or something, you know, that's what gets 50 million views.
Yeah, making a giant fucking jube or whatever the fuck those guys are making. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah, it's ridiculous. Some of the stuff that it's kind of painful when you're a person who is just trying to open people's eyes a little bit and make people look. And you look at something like one of these great individuals, or like you guys doing your 3 shows, you got like 1,000 people watching live on Globebusters, and it's great. Like that's awesome, right? I'm so proud to be watching and to gather the information that I get from you guys. But you go and go look at like 3 kids playing fucking Pokemon, and there's like 20,000 people watching. It's like, it's just it hurts, right? It's just like, oh my fuck, this is the reality we live in. This is
Yeah.
what.
There was 15 million people watch, or if not more, at least 15 million people watching PewDiePie play some fucking video. I don't even remember which video game live, and they were literally throwing him $100 bills in the super chat like nothing, like every other minute. It was ridiculous. And you know, like you said, they're free to do that as they will. But you know, if YouTube were to put flat Earth stuff on the top of people's feed all the time, then people would see flat Earth. But you're not already involved in it, it's not going to show up on your radar. Like if you're a soccer mom, or if you're like a little video game youngster, it's probably not going to show up on your radar.
Hey,
Yeah,
Morgal.
well, I wonder too how.
Oh, sorry, mate.
No,
Go ahead,
James.
James.
Go ahead. No,
Oh yeah,
after you.
look, just after you were saying that, Morgal, just wouldn't it be interesting to mix another a big industry out there? Imagine like a big balloon blasting off with a gentleman inside a capsule doing dabs of cannabis and hemp medicine inside there. He reaches about 35,000, maybe 70,000 feet, and then does a jump after taking a dab. But see what he's trying to do. So you just imagine we're trying to captivate a big industry. It's huge. If you understand the hemp and cannabis industry, it is amazingly big. They're giving you the wrong numbers. I know the numbers, and they're not telling you 1/10 of the numbers that are taking cannabis as a medicine. Look, I spoke to a doctor today, and he said that all the pharmaceutical companies are getting so worried that they're losing 40% of their business 3 months when a cannabis is brought into that state. They're freaking out. Anyway, beside the point, so we get a balloon, and we have a guy inside, and he's taking dab hits all the way up to the very top of wherever. And now he takes the camera and shows the perspective of the planet Earth, or the plain Earth. So now 100 million people that touched cannabis and hemp are now watching this, because this is how this industry works. I watch this very carefully. There's one thing about the cannabis and the hemp industry. There's one thing that they do. They are connected. They have a network, and if you feed that network within 3 days, it's gone to everybody.
Wow.
So you just imagine if you had done a balloon, you went to that height, and you did something like that and then jumped out and then showed a perspective of this plane from a 360 view all the way down. Assholes. And then we've got these pricks.
Huh.
I see the way marijuana is treated as being like a prohibition.
Yes, it needs to be broken.
Yeah.
It needs to be broken, just like the plain earth. It's a mentality.
Planet. Yeah.
It's a control mechanism because, I mean, just like the prohibition of alcohol, we obviously saw what happened, and that was organized crime grow up around liquor. And so you had the mafia running liquor illegally, which created money for pretty bad guys. It also created a reason for the police to arrest people for no reason at all, to arrest people for drinking alcohol. I mean, that is ridiculous. But you got to understand that's they're causing causing that problem, bringing in their solution, which is to arrest people and fine people and break down the booze bottles, just so that it opens up this market for a black market for the mafia. And frankly, that's exactly what they're doing with pot, and especially hard drugs like coke and heroin, which they're literally, I mean, they've been caught red-handed. Red-handed. The CIA is the ones bringing cocaine and heroin overseas, exporting guns.
Yep, it's terrible.
It's kind of a different element of life that's doing coke and heroin and stuff. It's not really the same. It's a different group of people running, that shit. Seems,
of course. I don't even like to liken them in the same category, but of course, according to the federal guidelines, marijuana is just as bad as cocaine and heroin, which is just malarkey.
Yeah, that is utterly ridiculous. Reefer madness.
It's terrible, terrible. Did you know in Colorado, guys, when it first opened up, did you know all the hospitals in Colorado were getting ready for an epidemic of people overdosing on cannabis? Have a guess what happened when they took an assessment? No. Guys, listen to this. When they took the assessment of all the hospitals of all of Colorado, have a guess what they found? They found no one came in for an overdose, but have a guess what they found? There was 40% drop. Actually, it was 43% drop in opioid ODs. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, look at that.
So now we're on to, and this is coming from a doctor that is researching this, and this is terrible. Yeah, well, it's old news to us, but it needs to get out there, and it needs to be advertised. It really needs, because no one knows these facts, where it's buried. It's buried, and it's terrible. And it's sad to see this country is losing its populace. Did you know 80% of the opioids are taken by 20%? I'll say it again. 80% of the opioids are taken by 20% of the populace. It is terrible, man. I mean, you have a problem in this country, dude.
Yeah.
I'm serious. It's pretty bad.
I live in New York.
Is that a statistic?
Orange County is the number one
state. Yes, it is a statistic, yes. And you won't get the truth from
Australia or the United States?
United States. No, United States of America. Yes.
Yeah, yes, New York. Sorry. I just want to tell you real quick. Orange County is the number one county for heroin overdoses. And it's not junkie dudes. It's these rich little kids that just get into it and, gets hooked on pills and things. And you know what? Honestly, I think if pot was legal, they probably wouldn't even have fucking gone near it. Sorry.
Well, here's the conundrum, though. Okay, so let's say pot becomes like cigarettes, where you can just go buy them at the store. Well, then it's no longer the rebellious thing to do. And so, what would be the rebellion? Because kids are going to rebel. Agreed.
Right.
Agreed. But I don't agree with it to be recreational. I'm only dealing with the devil to get medicine to the public, so I don't end behind up in prison. So I have to deal with the devil. I reckon it should be allowed to be done.
Age restricted, and that's it.
20. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it should be treated. It should be treated like alcohol. I believe you should have both sides of the story. That means you have more of an entertainment product, but you got to have medicine for the public. I deal with the sick people. I don't deal with this for recreational. I deal with people, if they don't take their medicine that day, they die. That's how bad they are. They're in fourth stage. They have man, I'm telling you, some of the people I deal with, man, cannabis is keeping them alive, you know. So when they hear they can't get their medicine, when you see the look on their face, when you see the look on their face, and you got someone with CPOD, and they can't breathe because they can't do a vape, they freak right out, mate. I'm telling you, because the people, they're not going to be here
You're
otherwise.
giving them life. You're giving them
Yes,
quality
mate.
of life,
Yeah,
man.
so
It's just brilliant.
see, you got to deal with the government, but you know, and you have to do what you got to do. It is what it is.
Oh, and I
But
say
worth it.
prevention is always the best cure. So
yes, no smoking cigarettes. No smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. Well, that's bad for you. But what I'm saying is someone who isn't me would keep THC in their system to prevent illnesses. You know, THC, CBD, and all the rest.
Yeah. Yeah.
A
little bit of apple cider doesn't hurt either.
Yeah. Well, you know, diet's so huge. I mean, we started off earlier talking on diet, and you know, I for years, man, years and years, it was for me. It was pizza, McDonald's, Coca-Cola. I might drink one glass of water in a month or two. You know, and I still don't drink enough water. But you know, once you realize that what you're getting from a lot of these places isn't food, and you know the stuff that you like to eat isn't good for you. It really isn't.
No, it's not. No.
I've grown to really like. I'll just sit there and munch on kale sometimes, honestly, just because I've gotten a taste for it, and you know,
tried. It just tasted like styrofoam to me. I couldn't eat it.
You know, it tastes kind of like broccoli to me now, and I've always liked broccoli. But see, I mix it with a little bit of like romaine lettuce. I don't even know why I'm talking about this, but I guess the reason is like
it's good that you brought. It's good that you brought up. It's good that you brought that up. Broccoli is very important. It's been hidden from the public for 20 years. Sulforaphane comes from broccoli sprouts, and it's a chemical that smokers. It takes benzene out of the body the first run. So that means when you go to the toilet and you have rid your body of benzene out of the bowels, or out of your bladder. So so it comes out of just broccoli sprouts, guys, and they lied to us again. 20 years ago, this came out, and they're hidden it. Broccoli sprouts or broccoli, but what you do is the secret to it is you have to blanch it at 70 degrees C for 10 minutes, and then you increase its bio. You can eat it raw. You can eat it raw,
but if you cook it a little bit?
No, you have to blanch it, because what you're doing is you're opening the cells. Yeah, because you're turning two chemicals and you're joining one chemical. It's making sulforaphane.
Yeah,
so when you're making sulforaphane,
I lightly steam mine. I mean,
that's blanching. Yes, that's blanching.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do it in like a rice pot. I'm going to do a video on this to show you, and I'll show you all the evidence and the research that came out 20 years ago. Sulforaphane is so good for the body, guys, and it's only 60 milligrams. It's 4 ounces of broccoli sprouts.
I love me some broccoli. I put butter on that. It's so good. A little butter.
So good for it. So good, man. It is so good for you. And I make smoothies out of it. I just grab it, put it in my smoothie, and man, I've got a berry drink for my kids, and they're getting their sulforaphane. And there's one thing I have to warn you: when you take sulforaphane, you get pretty active. It's like coffee. Yeah, absolutely like coffee. Yeah, it's got such a big detoxer. There's a lot of research on it. Just all you got to do is just put in SULF. I think it's OU, and I think it's APHONE, sulforaphane from broccoli sprouts. It's brilliant.
That's awesome. Yeah, see, my theory is everything's on the menu, pretty much, like everything as far as vegetables usually. And
correct.
That's variety is the spice of life, and I think that's what kind of keeps you healthy. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm not quite a vegetarian yet or anything. You know, I'm not. You know, I don't.
I'm not either, mate. Hey, mate, I eat roadkill. I eat roadkill. If the thing is still breathing on the road, and I kill it and I take it home. They say you leave it there. Fuck that. I take it home and I feed my animals, and if it's good enough, I eat it. Hey, mate, there's one thing I don't believe is going to your Safeways and buying something that's been done for you. You know, grow it your fucking self. I know you guys live in the city, because I live on 10 acres. And I'm pretty much in God's land, but. You know, I know the cities do what they do, but you know what? We're working with people to do gardens in cities, man. It can be done.
I've been
gardens
doing that
in
myself.
Cities.
I've been
teach people, mate. Teach people.
With community gardens. Yeah. It's
Beautiful,
awesome.
beautiful. We need to do it, man. We need to join together.
Yes, agreed. And a lot of countries are really picking up on this and working together to be more self-reliant, right? Less dependent.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. Make our own pizza because I love pizza.
Oh, I love pizza. I
love pizza. Yeah. And you know what? And you know what? At a pizza, and I hate to bullshit on it anymore, I make a pizza with its base because I can't eat gluten. So I make a pizza and I do it at a it's called cauliflower. I shave off the white cauliflower and I make a paste out of it, and then I dry it and I turn it into flour, and then I make my dough out of it.
Wow.
So,
I've never heard of that.
No. You see, you got to understand chemistry, mate. How the body works, and how it digests food, and what that does, man. I'm telling you, man. You'll never have a pizza like it. It's pretty trippy.
I like cauliflower. Sounds interesting.
Oh yeah. What I do is I'll post all these links because this doesn't come from me. I'm an avid researcher, so I read a lot of wacky science, and anyway, I want to share that with you guys. This wacky science is not wacky; it's actually normal.
We do too.
Yeah, I've got so much to talk with you guys. It's just going to be so much fun.
Yeah, that's great.
Food's great. Food's your medicine. Did you know? Food is your medicine. Medicine is your food.
Check this out real quick. Kale, it's not exactly the tastiest thing, but you can throw it on a sandwich with some lettuce or throw some in your salad. And it's not expensive, but it's got vitamin A, 206% of the RDA, this is within 67 grams or about 2.5 ounces. 206% vitamin A, 684% vitamin K, 134% vitamin C, 9% vitamin B6, manganese 26%, calcium 9%, copper 10%, potassium 9%, magnesium 6%, and then it also contains 3 or more percent of RDA for vitamin B1, B2, B3, iron, and phosphorus. That's just one little leafy green. Yeah,
and the shit's just
kale.
floating around the ocean.
No, not kelp. Kale.
Okay.
Yeah, kale.
Wow.
Kale's it looks like if you've never had kale, it tastes like broccoli, and it's kind of like lettuce. You could just put it on a sandwich like
He's
lettuce.
lying now. It does not taste
It's a
like
good juicer.
No,
you got to juice it. Yeah, juice it with pineapple because it'll sweeten it up.
Oh.
You're using different alkaloids to break it down. It's all about you can turn something bitter to sweet.
I'm glad you guys brought this up. I ordered those apricot seeds.
Oh yeah, good man. Yeah, don't have no more than 2 a day.
And you said European only.
No more than European only because they don't radiate them, and no more than 2 a day.
Okay, and I ordered the raw ones, like you said.
Yeah, raw, unradiated, and that's the only way you can get them in the country, man.
And 2 a day.
No more than 2 a day. I just have one, mate. Just one.
Okay, one a day, perfect.
That's it.
One seed.
Yes, one seed. Yes.
Do you have to break open
It's like an almond.
It's bitter almond, but it's actually It's actually comes from the apricot kernel. So
yeah,
but we call it bitter almond.
It looks like an almond and it tastes like a bitter almond.
Yep, correct.
And what does it contain?
It contains a very multiple chemicals, but the most important is it's the number 17 and 21. So
yeah, B17. Yeah.
So yeah, pretty incredible stuff, man. There's a Hanzu tribe. They actually cook. They eat in it. They cook the oil. They wash their hair in it. These people, you look at their skin and their eyes. These guys are 108, 10, 120, and they look beautiful.
That's amazing.
Oh, Hanzu tribe, man. I'm telling you. And that's all they do. They do it.
Australian tribe?
No. That's going into the Asian Alps. Between China and
Chinese, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they look like typical what you
Tibetans.
consider native. Yeah, something like Tibetan or
Yeah, Tibetan. Yeah, they're very rounded, dark.
But yeah, there's people like if you watch the documentary on him, one of them's like 110, and the guy looks like he's in his mid-50s.
Yeah, he is beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful skin tone. Yeah.
And you're right. It's all about diet, probably. It's probably.
Yeah, it is, man. Now you know what it is. I believe we're supposed to be. we're supposed to be doing what we're doing till we're 50, and then we're supposed to live for another 50 years to go and explore what we've learned. So we're supposed to live to 100, man, plus, and then 20 years chilling out with your wife. You know?
Well, and you know what's what could do it, and this should really be the goal of science, honestly. If you increase the barometric pressure, the magnetic field, and the oxygen content of the air, you not only will people grow larger and healthier, but live longer and everything. And what are they doing but the exact opposite of that? They're cutting down all the rainforest, some thousands of acres every minute. It's ridiculous. Cutting down the rainforest, which are the lungs of the earth, pumping out as much carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide into the air as possible, burning coal, burning oil, and basically just totally causing an imbalance in this. I also believe that with HARP and other such things, they're messing with the magnetic fields. And then, of course, barometric pressure is something that seems to be consistent, but when you look at things like chemtrails, it makes you wonder if they're messing with the barometric pressure, the magnetic fields, and the richness of the oxygen content in the air. And it seems to me that they're trying to lower all these things, and that's probably one of the biggest reasons why people are dying younger, let alone poisoning our water and poisoning our food. But I think that science's goal, instead of fighting global warming, which I was going to mention earlier, 20 years ago, the whole thing was, oh, we're on the brink of a new ice age. The predictions say it's unstoppable. We're definitely going to have an ice age. And now, oh, it's global warming. And oh, all the planets in the solar system are also warming, right? But this whole thing is just a dog and pony show, man.
Yeah.
I thought that was very interesting. I thought it was really interesting that these well-known sites that have been predicting weather patterns for 10, 20, 30 years in the future have been predicting that no, we're not going into global warming. It's actually we're going into an ice age. Have you guys heard this?
That's what they were saying. Climatologists were saying prior to the whole global warming scare.
Tax scam.
Of course. Yeah, I sort of lost my train of thought there. I was going to make a point, and then I lost my train of thought there. I don't know what the hell. It was important too, but oh well.
Morgal, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Just not speaking out of turn here, but the sun. Now, I've just been, trying to work this, just have an understanding of the sun, and speaking again with some very smart guys today, and about the sun. Have you ever thought about how the sun is actually reflecting or generating or electro-generating its magnetic field? Have you ever thought about it being, what's its makeup, or if it's a shield reflecting this electromagnetic light, like a plasma light?
Yeah, I've thought quite a bit about the sun, and ultimately, real quick, the point that I was trying to make earlier was just that we could increase all of our lives and longevity and health by a scientific, concerted effort to increase the oxygen content, which would mean grow more rainforests, stop pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere while cutting down the rainforest, stop polluting the atmosphere, somehow enrich the oxygen in the atmosphere, make the barometric pressure a little bit higher naturally somehow, and maybe do things to strengthen or enhance the electromagnetic field of the earth. And I think the key to that would lie to the central north. But they're doing all the opposite of that. They're trying to slow kill us. But in terms of the sun, yeah, I've thought about that a lot. I just don't think the sun is a physical object anymore. I still leave room for the possibility of the moon possibly being a physical object, possibly being a spherical object in terms of the moon. But the sun, I really, I just find it hard to believe that it's a physical hot object. To me, it seems more like it is an electromagnetic phenomenon. It's some sort of a reaction going on between the electromagnetically or ionized, electromagnetically charged or ionized gases, as well as the magnetic, field of the Earth itself. I believe there's some sort of interaction between the Earth, which is sort of like a giant Tesla coil with practically unlimited potential, produces energy. It also stores energy. And I think that, the sky, or what you may call the ionosphere, is similar in some regards, where we transfer energy between the ionosphere and the Earth. This could be a good explanation for lightning, which lightning science has no explanation for. There is no explanation for lightning. There's theories as bizarre as cosmic rays, but there is no scientific explanation for lightning. And so when you realize that there is a relationship between the ground and the ionosphere, it just seems to make a lot of sense to me that the sun is, it's being powered by the Earth itself. And the Earth is a living system. It is literally a living, breathing system that is self-correcting, in perfect balance. And the sun is, obviously, the best way to put it, it was created by God. But if you want to put it in scientific terms, it just seems to me that it's not a physical object. It's more of a electromagnetic sort of anomaly, if you will.
Yeah, that makes
Totally
more
concur.
sense. Yeah, it makes more sense than a giant burning ball of gas in the sky. I'm 93 million miles away. Not really ready to buy that anymore. I proposed a while ago, just brainstorming, that who knows, but that it was perhaps a lens that was focusing light towards us, whereas the moon perhaps is a lens focusing light away from us. But that was just crazy talk.
It could be anything, man. I mean,
Who knows?
really, the idea of it being a ball of hydrogen and helium, basically, which are some of the lightest gases, compressed to be like almost 1 million miles in diameter sphere, that it's not burning. No, it's not burning. It's performing the whimsical theoretical act of hot atomic fusion, which does not exist in reality. It cannot be demonstrated. And
Yeah,
so, the idea of these lightest gases in the universe somehow performing this act of atomic fusion, and then that radiation hitting the Earth and our atmosphere, sort of, the heat's created by the greenhouse effect. It's just ridiculous. It just makes so much more sense that the sun is a natural phenomenon created by the Earth, and the sun, where the sunlight shines, is a subjective thing. So, like, if I'm 400 miles separated from you and we can both see the sun, we might not necessarily be pointing, triangulating on it, because of the variables in the atmosphere and the magnetosphere and all that. But
So,
what happens
did you
is,
ever-
at least, real quick, the sunlight, when it hits our atmosphere, it sort of scatters and spreads out, and it changes. It's almost as if there's a chemical reaction between our atmosphere and the solar radiation, or whatever's coming from, the source, the sun. And that's what, causes the
Right.
sky to be blue. It's what causes, things to get hot. It's a chemical reaction that affects temperature and/or barometric pressure, which are interchangeable. So anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No, not at all. I'm totally listening. Yeah, I like those observations. I wonder if perhaps it's altering. Like I kind of look at us as living in just different levels of water, right? Just different different states of water, right? Constantly, right? Vapor, water, whatever. So I'm just kind of wondering if the sun just affects the electromagnetically the water and the vapor and everything around us to create a lot of the effects that we see. I don't know. Passing thought.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100% right. I totally agree. I think without the atmosphere, we wouldn't have anything like what we see. And furthermore, without the magnetic field of the Earth, we wouldn't have anything like we see. Yeah, the atmosphere
Have you
plays
done?
a huge role in
Mm.
the way we observe everything.
So I went and did the whole moon tests months and months, like a year ago, right? When everybody was buying the little laser temperature guns and shit. I went and bought one and I did the tests, man. And
I gotta grab a drink real quick. I'm sorry. Hang
No
on
problem.
1 second.
Cheers.
I did it too. I got
Yeah.
7-degree difference, almost 7-degree difference on a full moon, and a 3-degree difference on a quarter moon, and that was
Dude,
last summer, July.
I used a magnifying glass and got up to 11 to 12 degree difference. So
That's awesome. I want to try that next.
I'm a believer.
Yeah, that shit's real.
Mm-hmm. I did it twice on 2 moons, 2 full moons, and same results each time.
What does that say to you, James?
Sorry,
Say again?
just munching. I'm munching. Sorry, my name is Jason. I wasn't
Oh,
sure.
Jason, sorry, brother. Yeah, sorry,
No problem,
Jason.
brother.
What does that what does that say to you? What does that say to you? You know, like, you know, how do you break that down
What
to
it
what's
says to
happening?
me, what I break that down to is almost, I don't want to give it a religious twist, but like the divine feminine, divine masculine. I break it down into almost like we live on in a geothermal pocket, an infinite plane of ice, infinite for now until I know more. It's just
Sorry.
a vast plane, and the sun and the moon, I see them circling each other, and I see the sun heating up the ice and melting a hole, creating this geothermal pocket, and I see the moon following behind it, breaking life down and breaking things down. And after I tested the moon, I was convinced after, with that magnifying glass of 11 to 12 degree temperature difference from the shade to not in the shade, I was convinced that the moon is giving off cold light, even though that doesn't really, it defies a lot of what science teaches us is, heat is just cold is just the absence of heat and blah, 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 right?
Right.
But I know the results I saw, and it completely defies it. To me, it seems like if I'm just, what it tells me, THC, is that it's just the sun is the life giver, and the moon comes around and it's the decayer of, it breaks things down. The sun makes things grow, and the moon sucks the oxygen out and breaks things down, or something. Like, it's just, that's the way I kind of see the cycle. And just to make it
Yeah, yin yang.
simplistic.
The yin yang.
Yin
It's
yang.
exactly like the symbol, the white, the black. So this was
Mhm.
created 5,000 years ago. It's common sense a long time ago.
It does
Something
seem common
turning around.
sense, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not.
No.
I think you've also got the tides in there too. You've got when the sun passes
Absolutely.
over, it heats everything up through whatever mechanisms, and as the moon goes over and passes through this lens, that is the atmos plane, it cools things and changes the barometric pressure and temperature, and so you have, like, again, this, I guess you can sort of say, breathing of the earth. And the tides, of course, when you have higher barometric pressure, then the ocean waters are going to be pushed down, and when you've got lower barometric pressure, the ocean waters are going to be raised up slightly, and you've got a perfect explanation for tides just based on the flux and barometric pressure between the sun and the moon. And there's lots of explanations for things other than gravity, which is just, gravity isn't even a debate anymore. I mean, we know
No.
it doesn't exist, but
Yeah, it's over. They lost.
oh yeah, totally. But of course, if you tell that to 100 people, 99 of them will tell you, "We'll go jump off the building and then see if gravity exists."
Yeah.
Like Mr. Smarty Pants, as if we
Right.
hadn't heard that one before in the last 2 years.
No, exactly. I try and I even get that at work. Like, say I was to drop something, right? And they'd be like, "Oh, there's gravity change." Right? I'll be like, "Oh, you guys, it's density. It's density. The box is heavier than the air around it, hence it falls." But it's just a joke, right? We just laugh. It's funny.
Yeah,
But it's
that
painful at the
is
same
that
time
is
because they're just
yeah. See, at least you can be open about it with people at work. You know, some people can't. Like, if you're a doctor, or if you're in the movie industry, or if you're I don't know, a lawyer. I don't know if Joe Public would necessarily hire a lawyer that says, "Hey, the Earth's flat. Do you want me to get you out of these charges, buddy?" Right.
It's keeping it light, Morgal. It's keeping it light. It's really keeping it light. Not just being like in a what do they call it? The preachers, the door kickers, but just keeping it light. Man, I tell you, it works. Man, I don't know. It's the public, if you just try not to hit them over the head.
Mm-hmm. It's all in the delivery, right?
Yeah, man, just be yourself. And man, I got nothing to prove. I'm doing this research so I don't lie to my children. So I'm quite honest with people that, mate, I'm not the smart ass here. I am just the one that's a concerned parent, that I've found out many lies, one starting with the moon. And if they've lied to me about the moon, and you look a little deeper, and that's what I say to other folks, it's, I'm not being the smart ass here, but if I've lied about one aspect, how far does it go? And then it's my children involved. What do I teach them? And then, you start to not whack them over the head. They start to, yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. And then you can drop whatever you want. And it's basically hemp and cannabis heals your ass. And check out the flat earth. Just Google it, man. It's so easy. How many words is it? 2 words.
Exactly.
Very simple.
Yeah,
Very
but
simple.
it's that social cost and that stigma that it has, and
people
they just can't click. You hear about it, right? They just can't click on that video right at first, right?
Yeah. It's wow. Don't look at that.
Want to hear something?
Yes, Candy. Yeah, Candy.
I didn't even know the moon landing was fake until I started learning about the flat Earth.
I went the other way. That's kind of what brought me into it.
I was going the route of evolution was a lie, and then I stumbled on flat Earth on my path to evolution being a lie.
Like the first grade. I had to go to catechism, so.
And I was all the way to from 9/11 to the moon was fake, to political sex rings, to the CIA smuggling drugs. I was pretty much wide awake, and I didn't think anything could surprise me. Honestly, I was like, "There's nothing that could surprise me." Because
this one was a shocker.
This one was a biggie.
I lost my shit for a whole week trying to figure out flat Earth. Honestly.
Yeah. I get a telescope. Luckily, I live by the ocean, so I could test.
The moon landings came along the way, but the thing that started to wake me up way back when I started conspiracy shit was loose change.
Yep, 9/11. That's what opened my eyes for sure.
That was a pretty good one. That at least they asked a lot of the good questions in that one. Yeah.
You know what's crazy? I'm Canadian. I lost my job because of 9/11.
How does that work?
Well, I was working for a steel company. I was a welder for years. And at the steel mill, we were making quite a few parts for Boeing and other airplane companies, right? And well, after that happened, Boeing put the stop to a lot of stuff, right? The production stopped. There was no planes being built. There was no parts needed. Hence, I lost my job. It's just wild that someone on the other side of the country, in a different country, lost their job because of that event. It's wild. So it did have a ripple effect for sure. Crazy, man.
Yeah, it affected the world, man. I mean, a lot of people signed up and joined the military and fought and died. And, I actually was friends with some people that were from, where the hell were they from? Morocco. And they were, Muslims, and we were friends. It's kind of funny because they were Muslims, but they would like smoke pot and do ecstasy and stuff. So they were cool and whatever. But when 9/11 happened, they were literally like, I don't know. It was like a victory for jihad or something. It was really bizarre. Like they were literally like jumping for joy when the towers fell. And like, I'm like, what? Because at that point in my life, honestly, I mean, how old was I? I had been to the Twin Towers and I knew about, the stock market, but I wasn't into any of that at all.
No, no.
I was into totally other things. But that point, it changed I think it changed everybody's lives. And what makes it so
Your
what
friends are
makes me so
programmed too.
is the fact that it was a fake. It was a false flag. It was not as they said. We don't know exactly what happened, but we're pretty damn sure that it was an inside job. We know that much pretty much for sure. And so everything that's happened since then needs to be revisited. And all of the decisions that have been made, like the Patriot Act and the wars that we're still in, need to be revisited. But of course you can't go back and change history like that, unfortunately.
No, exactly.
The government likes to fuck shit up for my birthday because 9/11 was a couple days after I turned 21. I was up there visiting, actually. I was in Groton, Connecticut, and then Hurricane Katrina hit on my 25th birthday. I'm like, man, can y'all like pick a different time of the year to be doing this stuff? Because I believe that was part of that wasn't all natural. I don't think for 1 second.
Yeah,
interesting.
I was into. You're talking about the DARPA, is it? Like causing
HARP.
Oh, HARP.
Was it HARP? I mean,
HARP,
sorry,
yeah.
not DARPA. HARP.
Yeah, no, DARPA's the division that comes up with all that science.
Yeah. It's very interesting. I don't know anything about that technology in those fields of.
Well, they're bouncing frequency off. I don't know if you've seen the military research, but
seismic action.
Well, no, they're bouncing stuff up there. They don't know what it's hitting, but it's reflecting back. So they're bouncing signal because I'm working out some of the frequencies they're trying to mess with us. I think they're dumbing down the public. I'm quite sure of it, because if you look at the cities, what they're doing, it's having such an impact. This new G5 that they're releasing. It's really interesting. The populace is going a little nutty, man. I don't know what's going on. It's
Are you talking about the new cell phone technology, 5G?
Yeah. Oh yes, dude. Yeah.
You ever see
going on, man.
the movie The Kingsman?
No.
Well, in the movie, the arch enemy, megalomaniac, whatever, his evil plan is to use cell phone technology to emit a frequency that causes everyone to just be irrational and want to kill everyone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is really weird.
Yeah. I don't know.
Wow.
Who knows?
They know that there's an agitation effect on the brain. Like it causes
I'm sure it could be manipulated.
Inflammation.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
Think about it. When you hear music, how you feel. I listen to, heavy metal, punk, that kind of stuff, and I'm very calm and relaxed. As soon as you put on that easygoing, light day, easy rock stuff, I get agitated. I really do. And it's like I have to turn it off. I just can't even listen to it. And think about what it does to your body. For sure, it has to be.
Yeah.
That they can manipulate us.
Plants. It apparently has an effect on plants. They grow.
Yeah, it does. Right? Yeah. We're working with that as well. Working with music and marijuana and cannabis plants, because we don't have PM or mold. It kills mold. You tell me, how does music from the old days kill mold? I don't ask me. I don't know how far this goes.
Have you guys heard about the rice experiment?
No.
Yes. I love
rice,
on all my water bottles.
Right, rice, yes.
So basically what you do is you just boil some rice, right? And you put the rice in 3 mason jars and seal it. And on one of the jars of rice, you keep them all in about the same environment, just maybe in different rooms. One of the jars of rice you don't do anything to, which is your control. another jar of rice, you put on it like a sticker or write on it words like hate or I hate you, die, negative words. And then on the third jar of rice, you write things like love and I love you and just positive things on the third jar of rice. And then every day when you get up, you say nice, sweet things to the, to the one jar of rice, and then you scream angry things at the, negative jar of rice. And within like a few days or a week, the negative jar of rice will have decomposed, and like I bet if you look at it under a microscope, the cellular structure is all broken down. But the rice where you put like love and stuff and had good intent towards will actually stay fresh and look healthy and vibrant and stay white even longer than the control that you didn't do anything to. That'll start to sort of brown out and start to look bad. But yeah, just the positive intentions and vocalizing it and even writing it down has a huge effect on things without us. It's like mind over matter. It really does. It's proven. It's a proven thing that our intentions can affect the world around us without us physically interacting with it. It's really quite wild.
Yeah, I write love on my water bottles as I take them out and put them in the fridge with a Sharpie. And my family's like, "You're out of your mind, but the water tastes better."
Yeah, I totally believe you, brother. And Morgal, we've done some stuff with plants, and you wouldn't believe it. That experiment we do with plants, I know it's meant to be very aggressive to one plant or wanting it to perish. But if you do that with seedlings, when you're going from a seed to a sprout, you'll notice an incredible difference with the one that you pay no attention to, the one that you give love to, and the one that you give nothing to. Like you said, hate. Hate's a really bad word. And it's really interesting what happens to the plants. I mean, this is living proof. It's not stupidity. It's in your face. And you can create a medicine if you grow your own plant and if you treat it with a bit of respect, and it will actually produce cannabinoids that it would not normally produce for somebody else. That's how special this plant is. Out of all the species of plants I've broken down, this is pretty unique. And it's really interesting.
When can I come over and see your greenhouse?
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting. Look, I don't know about this lab that I'll be involved in about the next month, if it's going to be open to the public, but I want to eventually open a lab up to the public so I can share this research eventually with the public, because you got to hear it, man. This stuff. See, if you want to know about aging, all you have to figure out is one thing, Morgan, about aging. If you want to live to 120, you have to stop one thing. That's it. Only one thing. And it's about the agitation of your cell. They call it inflammation. If you can slow down inflammation of the brain and the cell, you will live a very long time. It's about not allowing that degenerate the way it's degenerating now. We get hit by our air, our food, our water, and about our thoughts and about what we translocate into our brain. And it's breaking down the cells of the body. And this is no bullshit, man. They're proving this. So yeah, getting back to nature and getting back to actually eating green food. I'm not a vegetarian, but I believe in juicing, green juice, and putting a little more green in your diet.
Well, check this out. Plants have there's a certain type of photography that you can do, and I always say it wrong, but it's something like Carillion photography. It was discovered by Okay, great. It was discovered by some Russians who found that they could photograph the auras of like plants and people. And one thing that they found is that if you take a leaf of a plant and take the photograph of its aura and then cut the leaf in half and move the other half away, the aura of the broken off half will still be there. Furthermore, they did studies on people who ate no raw greens ever, and people who ate a lot of raw greens a lot. And they found that people that ate a lot of raw green foods, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, had vibrant, big auras, and people who ate none had no auras. And so to me, there's a big correlation. That's why, like I'm a proponent for, if you can get something fresh as opposed to, like roasted or whatever, then yeah, you always want to go for something fresh, because
exactly,
just
and
that living, just ingesting that living organism is transposed into you.
Morgal,
That's exactly why I
there's a
asked
simple,
earlier about the broccoli. That's why I asked if you cooked the broccoli earlier, because maybe it's best to have it raw. And
No. You got to
living.
But your stomach. It's about how your body works. Your body has hydrochloric acid, correct?
Yep.
So you have to understand your factory. When you understand the factory your God's created, you have to understand when you biotake the product or the food, you have to present it in a way so it breaks evenly to turn into a chemical for sulforaphane to end up in the NF2. It's a communicator. It's amazing. Mate, sulforaphane, when you blanch the broccoli sprouts, you blanch them because your bioavailability will be 3.5 times. It's off the scale. I'm telling you, I'm not bullshitting you here, man. You do this once and just go out and get broccoli sprouts and blanch them and tell me the effect an hour after. And then tell me what happens to you.
That's usually how we cook our broccoli and cauliflower, is by steaming it in a steamer.
Yep.
Basically,
there's a certain technique. There's a lady out there that's teaching this. Her name is Patrick. Her name is I should leave a link. Patrick. Anyway, I'll remember later. But she's a fantastic, a genius science about making us live above and beyond 100. This girl is amazing.
Wow.
Fucking amazing. I swear to God, man, this girl's amazing.
Shirtless Flat Earther is asking for a link, you guys, if anybody can pass him a link. He was asking me to ask you, Zulong, but do you have the link, or Candy?
Yeah, but it's Candy's room, not mine.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. It's Candy's room, Shirtless, but if she
he knows her. That's Phil.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, Phil.
But yeah, no, definitely, Jason. It's there's a lot of stuff out there. Rhonda Patrick, that's her name. It's PhD Dr. Rhonda Patrick. And I would say she is one of the most brilliant free thinkers out there in longevity. Fucking amazing. She's just brilliant.
I'll check it out.
Please check it out, because if you love to have because I teach this to my children, and I think if we start at an early age, you can give your kids a long life, my friend.
Yeah. I think so. My kids are still fairly young. They're like 16. So. Good habits, they'll carry on through their life, right? And good eating habits and stuff. So
teach them the truth.
You hope they do carry the lessons, but you can only hope, right?
Well, they'll see it through you, mate. They'll see it through you. I'm 50 odd years old, mate, and I'm running rings around my 25-year-olds.
I feel good. I feel good, but my key has always been variety, right? Get lots of fruits and lots of vegetables.
Yeah, beautiful, brother.
Yeah, man.
Definitely. Hey, listen, guys. It's 4:10 a.m. here, and I gotta crash. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the hay. But listen, it's been awesome hanging with you guys, and
yes, Morgal.
Thanks to everyone out there in the chat, and it was really, really good meeting all you guys and talking with you guys. If y'all don't have my contact information, Candy's got it. You can hit me up on Facebook or Skype or email or whatever, and I can put my phone number in the group chat real quick. Candy's got all that, but I'll just put it here anyway.
And let us know what's happening with Britain too, Morgal. When you go to Britain, let us know, because we've got friends in England.
The date's going to be 4/20.
Nice.
So it goes from, if I go, I would arrive on 4/20, and the date is 4/21 and 4/22. So it's easy to remember, 2018, and it's goodness gracious, I forget where it is. I want to say something like Birmingham, but I'm maybe wrong. I won't. I forget. But it's not for a year, so I got plenty of time to figure it out.
Yeah. Yep.
Whenever we before we started this call, I said I was going to do a quick hangout, and then Morgal said, "Yeah, I think I'm just going to do a little bit. No, what did you say? Crack binge hangout tonight." And look at what's
I know, right?
Here we are. Here we
know.
are.
It's beautiful.
No,
It's beautiful. It's beautiful how it turns out.
No, I mean
Yeah.
we could talk for forever. I mean, honestly, but yeah, I'm out of cigarettes actually, so I'm forcing myself to go. To be honest, but no, it was
comes out.
been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. No, I'm tired
sure,
anyway. It's been a
Morgan.
long day, and I put my number in the group chat, so y'all, if you want to
Cool.
give me a holler or whatever, just hit me up.
Absolutely. Cheers,
Cool.
brother. Thanks.
Always a
It's great
pleasure
talking
talking,
to
to you, John. I
Yeah,
love it.
man.
Have a good night.
All right, you guys. Love you
Yeah,
guys.
good night,
Take it
John.
easy.
Yeah, love you
All
too,
right.
brother.
Peace.
Ta-ta.
Peace out.
Bye.
Bye.
Record for you, Mark. You're still up. Holy shit.
Wide the fuck awake too.
Damn.
Nice. Let me get you a Stella, buddy.
Thank you.
You're taking your vitamins there. Hey, Zulu, you're taking your vitamins, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just because you guys are here, man. I'm wide awake enjoying this.
Yeah,
Love
yeah. Well, I think it's food for the mind, mate. You know, I don't deal with too many, people, so it's nice to speak with like-minded.
Yep. Hey, Candy, can you text me his number? I'm on my phone. I
Yeah.
can't get that. I'll put it in my contacts. I got a new phone. Everyone get rid of your iPhones. They're crap. I mean, they're all poison. They're all tracking devices. But as far as using and usage,
Why is
get
that?
an Android. Get an Android. They work
Right.
so much better. You could do multiple tasks at one time. It's just, you can upgrade your memory.
Yeah, that's what I'm using, I think.
Yeah, I've had Apple forever, and it's funny because it will take you some time to get used to because there's so much more
iPhones for old people.
functionality that you can adjust. You can make your own, so you don't have to have.
I hate all cell phones.
I was
Yeah.
people like that. I swear to God.
So you're saying so you can change the parameters. Is that what you're saying? So Apple's more set parameters. Okay, I get you.
Yeah. Apple is so
you're
locked and restricted.
Okay, got you, brother. Gotcha. So you got more free range when you go to Android.
Yes, and Android phones, this was the big thing, because sure, you can put everything on the cloud, put all your stuff on the cloud, but let's say you don't, and you forgot or something, and your phone shits the bed, buy information all gone, and that's what happened to me. So I'm like a little pissed because Android, you can pull the memory card out, so I could run. What do you mean no?
No, you can on the older ones, but the new ones, you can't even, like, the Note 5 that I had, you couldn't put any storage in it. It was just like the iPhone. But what you do...
Oh, well, that depends on what phone you buy, then.
And it gives you unlimited space and all this and that. Like the iCloud, you have to pay for space and this and that. You don't have to pay for anything with the Android.
Yeah, I got...
I suddenly feel a little overdressed.
Yeah, I got Kyle a free...
What's happening, buddy?
I got Kyle a free phone. Oh, what is that? Shoeless Joe?
Shirtless.
Yeah,
Earther.
I call him Shoeless Joe. What's up, Phil?
Everything. What's going on, you guys?
Not much.
Just chilling.
Yeah, so you can take... It depends on what device, I guess, you buy, because Kyle, we got him a free one, and I bought him a memory card for it.
Asus? They're pretty
and
cool.
I
I just bought an Asus.
The S7, the S8, the Note 5, anything from the S7 above, or the Note 5 might have come out before. Anything from the Note 5 or the S7, whichever came out first, and up with the Samsung, you cannot take the battery out, nor can you add memory to it. You have to buy the higher memory phone, just like the iPhone. They did fucking sell out on that, but
yeah, then don't buy that one.
4 and not the Note 5.
Yeah, I got an S7 and I put memory in it, and it's the way to go.
Okay,
I'm so sick of Apple.
It's S8.
LG's a good one.
Yeah,
LG's a good one. I have an LG, and I can take the whole phone apart. It's great. I love it. That's the only reason I use it, because I can change this phone to do end-to-end encryption. So I can take a snap photo of 1 million pixels, and then I could send that picture to my friend, and we can do texting and nobody else can interfere with our texting. Because you only have the picture and I can. You can't duplicate that something's been taken by my phone.
Nice.
So,
you had ever,
no, there's great technology coming, man. It's cool.
if you had ever used a Samsung Galaxy or a Samsung Galaxy Note or anything like that, trust me, you hate.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. I've got about 6 or 7 different phones, and I like this one better. The LG is pretty cool.
Which one
Check
do you
into
have?
it.
LG do you have?
This model is I'm not sure. I'll let you know, Kenny, but it's a new one. It's from LG, but it's pretty cool, man. I've taken this thing apart and it's pretty trippy. I want to do some things to this phone because I want to mess around with it's equal. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to fuck around with it.
I decided
it's a good
I'm going
phone.
to ante up. I'm going to ante up and just buy a
Ante up.
P900, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sick of
Oh,
I'm going to
Apple.
buy a P900.
P900,
is
beautiful.
my next big purchase.
What's it cost? What's it cost, Jason, for a P900?
Well, I heard rumors about
With a
P1,
bag and a card, you're going to spend about
P1000 something
6.
coming out.
Yeah, I
One
don't
on
know
sale
if that's going to make.
64.
If that comes out in the next
Accessory.
couple months, I'll get the P1000. And if not, I'll just try and get my hands on a P900.
I have
Is
to
there much?
he needs it.
Yeah, what's the difference between the P1000 and the 900? Much? Is it what? Is it much more digital focused?
Yeah.
The
it's
900
massive. They
is
said-
83 times zoom, and if the 1000 is
120.
what they say, it's going to be 120, 125, something like that.
Jesus Christ! Wow.
Dang,
So you'll be able.
it's going to be really
you'll be
hard to
able-
hide the curvature then.
So
No, it's going to be really hard to hide the flag on the moon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah,
How are they hiding? Yeah, the flag
they
on the
already
moon. How are
argue
they hiding that? Oh
They
yeah,
can't,
really. Yeah, what about the vehicles? Oh, you can't see them either, can you? Yeah.
The man they left that took the picture of them.
Yeah. What a wank. What a wank.
Well, you can't zoom in far enough to see that. It's impossible. Really?
We can see satellites a lot
Honestly,
further, but
I
we
don't
can't see
think we
that.
could see 240,000 miles anyway, because I don't think that's how far the moon is.
But they take pictures of satellites that are way further than that. How does that work?
Yeah.
Why do you think they're giving us this technology when they're trying to suppress so much? That's what I just
Because it
can't
doesn't
figure
help.
out.
Because I hate to say it, but my issue, or not issue, my theory, summation,
Dependency.
assumption, whatever you want to call it, goes back to what Dredd said. I'm afraid. And the problem is that I think if it gets dumped on society as a overnight thing, we're going to have issue. Like Brian said earlier, if we make the drinking age 2 years old, the first generation is going to freak the fuck out. But once it becomes a standard thing, it's not going to really be a big deal. It's just is what it is,
It is what it is. Yeah.
But initially, the first people that deal with it are going to go batshit crazy. And
What do they
I
say?
think-
It's generations to change things.
Yeah, so I think initially it's going to be a crazy thing, and I think that what people say, oh, it's a psyop. It could very well be, in the sense that they're allowing it to come out. They've been suppressing it so long, but now they're allowing it to come out, so there is that disruption, and there is that anarchy, so to speak.
And it's a slow leak, right?
Right, and then once that occurs, then try to step in and be the heroes.
Right,
and take over.
And if the masses figure it out, they're going to be extremely upset. I mean, look at these drugged out people everywhere. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, they lied to us after we've been telling them, but they've just been calling us stupid. When it becomes real, they're going to be like a whole bunch of grasshoppers trying to find some food, jumping around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People, I forgot what I was going to say now. Never mind.
Those with the most to
Sorry,
lose
Candy.
are probably going to be the most angry, right? Those whose apple carts are going to be overturned will be the most angry. Those who have to retool their whole lives because it was built around a fairy tale, these people are going to be angry. And those are the people I would fear.
You do not want to be around them. You don't want to be around them, brother, because they're going to be not only going through those problems, but they're going to be going from withdrawals of pharmaceuticals, especially the SSRIs. And you just don't want to be around in that crazy mayhem. When you have a lot of people,
like a zombie apocalypse.
Oh man.
Yeah, well,
you got some crazy people, dude.
We already live in a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, but
It
think about what the
exists.
THC is saying. In the first 6 months, all the people who need prescriptions are going to die.
We already
That's
live
going
in
to
that.
flip out.
People are not
I know,
right.
but once they can't get
Right.
their drugs,
Then it's going to
go
be
bad.
worse. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
people will be cuckoo.
It'll be worse. It'll be brains. You know, they're going to want you.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right. It's
We've got to be surrounded by like-minded people. Like-minded
So that's
people.
why it's got to be this slow leak, right?
Slow leak.
Well,
Yes.
in Armageddon, people eat each other. Okay, like that's just facts.
Yeah. Yeah.
oh, I guess if you're that hungry, you will.
I'd rather die.
Can I get some
How fast?
broccoli?
Yeah. You say that
Yeah,
now.
Look how skinny I am. You think I can't do it? You think I can?
But Jason, isn't it funny, Jason? Too, what's your weather been like, Jason? Have you had a lot of
Beautiful.
isn't it amazing? See,
Chemtrails,
we're supposed to be having summer, and we've had nothing but rain for the last 5 days, thunderstorms. It's crazy.
I had a remarkable chance last week to really point out to people who are close in my life the difference between the plains that we grew up with and the contrails that they left behind and the chemtrails that we see today in a lot of plains.
Different.
And it was perfect. It was perfect because one of the old fashioned planes must have flown by, and the contrail behind it disappeared like 200 or 300 feet behind the plane, just like it's supposed to, completely dissipating into the atmosphere because vaporize and gone because it's not filled with
It's air. It's air. It's air.
Water.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, and fuel like exhaust, right? Like there's got to be some, obviously, right?
It's discharge, yeah, but parts per million. But anyway, yeah.
But anyway, the next plane left a streak across the sky that didn't disappear. It just got bigger and bigger and started to cloud out the whole sky.
Yeah.
And it was a beautiful day. And I've been putting up with this, for a while, like documenting it and pointing it out to people. Like, this is don't you remember the planes? All the planes when we were a kid disappeared 200 or 300 feet behind. It always disappeared. It didn't blanket the sky like this when we were kids. I remember that. It didn't happen.
Yeah,
remember all the time.
Remember in school when we learned about the different kinds of clouds and how beautiful they were, the wisps, the this, the that, and they're all gone. I want my skies back. I want my stars back. I'm sick of starless nights. I'm sick of having to look in the sky and be reminded of how much we've been lied to. Like, I want to see the moon, stars, with all the other luminaries out there. But no, I can't.
Yeah.
Bastards.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting opening your eyes for for the first time again. It's like waking up, right? It's like like being a child again, sort of looking at all this stuff again, right? It's remarkable.
It's like it feels like that I'm waking up to new ways of thinking, and it's amazing how many like boxes within a box. You get over this hurdle and you think, wow, Jesus Christ, and then a few weeks later someone says something and you think, shit and Jesus, we're going down another fucking hole. And we're going down some. Yeah, I'm excited. I think it's going to be interesting if we can accumulate and fund our money together. I'd love to do some research. I mean, sending up a balloon. I'd love to work with people that are professionals at this, and let's take some SOPs and really do this professionally so we can get proper data.
Gets you higher.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. That's why I call myself Heal and Get You High. It gives you another fucking vantage point. And you know what? It's we need three more. We need 3 places around the world, and we need to do this, simultaneously, so we can get live data from 3 different places and find out what the fuck is going on, man.
And do the thing that Jaren and Missa are gonna do: put like a mirror and a compass, so you can look at the compass and look behind you while looking in front of you. That's a brilliant idea right there.
Yeah. Have they tested that? Have they tested that?
No, not that I think. They just mentioned it a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
I like the idea of 2 boats sailing around Antarctica, right?
Oh, yeah.
If it
That'd
takes
be
2
nice.
weeks, I guess we're wrong. If it takes fucking a month
3 years.
No, well, it would take about a month and a bit to sail around the world if it's the way
Well,
we're thinking it is.
What
right?
if it's like 60,000 miles?
Yeah, I thought they said Cook took years to do it.
Not just Cook, it was a couple. There was about 4 different stories that I've read
we would
of
have
different people in different times.
Okay, would it be years? I don't even know. God,
It's crazy.
Sailing takes a while.
well, yeah, but if regardless, I guess if they didn't sail around in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, it's not the size of Australia. We would know that, right?
That's a good
That
point.
would be a pretty definitive proof, I think, right?
But we're not allowed.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember that? Like,
Not allowed.
remember what happened to that Jarl guy who just tried to find his mates and couldn't, and then got arrested for it?
It's happened recently. Like if this cook, he's him and his crew have been detained in a prison somewhere, and his ship is being held, and the Chile police have,
And they were given leeway by another country too, and still got arrested by a different country.
Yeah.
What article is this? What article is this, Jason?
I
just read this week. This is fair.
I think ODD did a video on it.
Okay.
ODD TV or whatever.
Okay, I'll check
A Reality Now.
It was
I'll check it
very
out.
interesting. Yeah, this is relatively new. Apparently this guy's been trying to do this for a long time, do expeditions with his boat down to Antarctica, and he keeps getting fucking blocked all the time. And he just
Can we set up a live like chat with this guy?
That would be amazing.
No, I'm serious. Who's his fucking name? What's his name?
Gosh, I don't remember, but it was like JARL. He was like, I can't remember exactly. When I find it, I'll let you know, THC.
Man, we need to get him on chat, mate, and we needed to just have a. We just need to have a chat with him.
I don't know if he's a flat earther, but I'm assuming that he's definitely leaning perhaps in that direction.
Well, he originally went there to find some of his friends and just got reprimanded hardcore, and he still never found them.
Okay, it'd be great to hear it from his mouth.
Because his first expedition, the boat crashed. Is that right?
Or it was crashed.
Yeah, or something.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild.
Well, if anyone finds out, just send me a link, and because I'd like to track him down. It'd be interesting if we could get a number. Just call him.
Oh, did you guys see the latest propaganda? I saw this in a freaking news feed that came up on like my whatever this is. It wasn't YouTube, but like my device's feed. That the latest thing coming from flat earthers, that the moon is an electrified potato. Did you guys see that?
Gosh, I just saw that like a half hour ago, and it pissed me off, and I'm already in a bad mood.
Yeah.
See, they're already laying it down to the people. They're already laying down the fabric and programming already the public.
Yes.
You watch what they're doing. They're wiring their brains right now. I swear to God, man, these people are bad, wicked people.
No, I agree. Well, we know it.
Oh
we
my
know it.
God, wicked.
Yeah, it's wicked. And this science science site, I don't know, that wrote this article was saying that flat earthers now believe that the moon, like what they did is they showed how a potato looked after it was electrified. It looked like a cratered up moon, right? And they're trying to say, well, look, so they believe that the moon is made of a electrified potato, and because that's what it looks like. And they had like nobody cited as to who believes this, or no one to point a finger at. Just the flat earthers believe that. And it just went on to say, oh, flat earthers think it's a disc that is an edge you can fall off of. And I mean, generally most of the flat earthers I've talked to don't believe that there's an edge you can fall off of, right? So it's filled with propaganda, almost straight from the Flat Earth Society's handbook, right? So
yeah, they're setting them up for the debate. Yeah, they're being set up for that. That's how they're going to approach their debates.
It's humiliation. That's the way I see it. An electrified potato, right? And then they can laugh at their Flat Earth guy at work or that they know. So you think the moon's a potato, huh?
Yeah, but didn't Gandhi say they'll first laugh at you, and then there's 2 other steps, and then we've won? Because
Gandhi said,
you go ahead. You probably know more than me.
Gandhi said that the truth is the truth, no matter if you're the only person that believes it or not, right? And
That's brilliant. It's true. And that's for years now, since I've found out about flat earth, that has been my mantra. I've kept that ringing in my head. I don't care if people call me whatever the fuck you want to call me.
So what do you say?
What I saw.
So what is it?
The truth is still the truth, even if you're the only, basically to summarize, even if you're the only person that believes it. The truth is still the truth, even if you're the only person that believes it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah. So it can be a lonely world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my dad always gets down on me for the flat earth thing. It's not that he says I'm wrong, it's that he thinks it like tears from my conviction or my testimony to Jesus Christ. And I'm like, well, wait, didn't he say to tell the truth above all? So you want me to not tell the truth for his purposes? Like, so you want me not to listen to him to show him to people?
Sticky situation with that, man. It's yeah.
No, I'm going to tell the truth. I don't really care what you think. I know you're my dad.
Exactly.
That's great.
Yeah, I agree. Truth is bottom line in this community. That's what we're all about, and nothing should get in the way of that. Not religion, not kind of belief systems. We're past that now. We need to.
Yeah, I put up with 50 years of that, man. Yeah, I'm too old for that. I'm too old. I'm just done. Yep, I got no time for it, mate.
None whatsoever.
But that's what we're waiting for, though. The Creator to come down and abolish religion and give us back our lands so we can have a family, and crops.
I'm not waiting for anyone. I'm taking it in my own hands, and I'm going to make a difference myself. I believe one person can make a big change. And you know what, mate? And what I do is I share what I know, because I don't teach, I share. I want you to work with me, so then you know what you're doing, and then you do that with somebody else. You only do that with a few people, and before you know it, mate, it's like that first monkey that rubs that potato, and then 1,000 monkeys around the flat plane do it.
Teach a man to fish.
That's it, brother. It's a morphogenic film. I don't give a fuck what they say, mate. They don't really understand the spirit of the human species. It's so powerful.
I think they've tried to quash.
It is so powerful.
I think they've tried to quash any kind of divinity that human beings have.
Man, they're awakening. They're awakening something quite incredible.
Well, perhaps there was some kind of shift in this reality that's causing people to wake up. I heard warnings of it years ago from people that were like supposed, I don't know what they were, psychics or fortune tellers or future psychics, readers, whatever they were.
Yep.
They were I remember this. Remember this years ago, they're talking about before the time, before the, there was silly stuff at the time. I remember also the Aztec calendar stuff was coming up about, it's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Blah, blah, blah,
yeah.
Blah. But they said, no, it's not.
Trying to scare the shit out of you.
Yeah, but the real one said that, no, it's not the end of the world. It's the end of this age, and it's going to be a change of paradigm. And a lot of them I remember saying back then that there's going to be this awakening. People are going to have a fundamental awakening. And looking back at it now, it feels like to me that the flat earth and these things are what they were talking about, perhaps. I think some of them were right. There was this Japanese woman named Princess Magahari or something. I can't remember.
I remember.
You remember her?
Yes, keep going.
She was the
I remember.
She
flipped me out with what she said.
Yeah, she did. She flipped me out back then too, and I didn't really know what she was talking about back then.
Yeah,
looking back now, I'm like, you know what?
Fuck.
I think she was right.
Yes.
We did reach some kind of maybe fundamental.
Can we dig that back up again? What did she, mate? She had a profound effect on me, man.
Yeah, me too. That's
what she said. No, because she made. I never forget it. I got goosebumps, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was. I think I'm just trying to, if it was broken English or was it translated. I think it was translated, but it gave me goosebumps, mate. It just gave me fucking goosebumps, dude. It was the tone it was spoken in. She chose a tone, it was like an angel speak. It was very interesting.
She's an old lady, like she was an old child.
Yeah, she's very, but speaks very soft.
Yes.
Speaks very, so soft. It's like, but amplitude. I can't. Yeah, just words had meaning.
Yeah.
You see my
Norwegian sailor Jarl Andor.
What's her name?
Yeah, what is her name?
Princess. If you type in like Princess Nagamara or something like that,
Actually, you'll probably get a bunch of stupid animation, but
I know, right?
you might not. I'll try and look for my princess and like
please
try Japanese
do.
name or something. I'll try in my YouTube and see if it comes up because
Yeah,
it was
because
years ago.
I'm not
I
even really sure where to
might
start.
remember.
She was a
But you
princess of
see, this
Japan.
is
Yes.
Yeah, princess of Japan. Yeah.
you see this THC, the Norwegian sailor Jarl Andhøy,
Oh, yeah,
arrested
yeah.
in Chile.
Wow.
Yeah, I put it in the chat for you if you want to
Oh,
grab it.
no. I definitely will, brother. Yeah. I'm going to track him down because he may have done a publication local and he may have a
Princess
contact number.
Nakamura.
Princess Nakamura. There we go. Yes. Yeah. Great speech you gave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Profound.
She has a YouTube channel you can go to. And yeah, no, she seemed very profound, right? And I don't think she was a flat earther or anything. I don't know if she, or maybe she is. I don't know. But interesting lady, nonetheless.
Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting you bring this up, James,
Yeah,
Jason.
yeah. I haven't met anybody else that really has watched her stuff before, so that's cool.
Yeah.
What about the Japanese couple that were talking to plants? What do you think about that story?
That's beautiful, brother. I'm into plants, and if you, we're doing experiments that they did in 1920 about taking one plant from and then taking a part of that plant, cloning it, and taking it somewhere else, and doing certain things with the plant. The plant knows what you're going to do. Actually, the plant that grew from the graft knows what you're going to do because they, there's certain ways to have needles move from a plant. And I swear to God, man, this plant 200 miles away knows what you're going to do to the plant here.
Wow, that sounds like some kind of fucking quantum.
So how are they communicating? Anyway, so the study, we haven't taken it to what the Russians have done. The Russians did from country to country. And it's amazing what they did. The guy went up to the plant with a lighter and was thinking about burning it. And as he was picturing in his mind about burning it, the plant that was 1,000 miles away picked up. And then what they did, they took the experiment further. They brought that plant back. And then they had all these people lined up, and then they put him on a lie detector, all of them, and the plant picked out who the one that had the lighter.
Wow.
Yeah,
so
isn't that
plants
interesting?
can be lie detectors? Wow.
You ever hear of Dr.
Yes,
Greg?
they stopped
Greg
that. They
Braden?
stopped that research. No, I haven't.
He was describing an experiment that was similar to that, where they took a hydrogen particle, cut it in half in a super collider, took one half 7 miles one way, one half 7 miles the other way. And when they bombarded one half of the particle with radiation, the other half would react. And then after a while, it would react when they were about to do it because it knew it was coming.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Very crazy.
It's intelligence, man. I know these plants
We're all
so
connected.
intelligent.
That's what I'm saying.
We
We're
are.
all, and
But you have an interconnect. Zulu, you have if you went into an MMRI, you have taken 75 milligrams of CBD from a hemp plant, it will light up your whole body. There is pockets in your body, it will light up like a disco ball, especially in the brain, down the spleen, and different nodes throughout the entire body. And this is what they haven't told you about. Man, it is so complicated, this network. It's incredible.
I believe it. I read a study that they showed people learning new tasks while smoking marijuana, while having the THC in their system and probably all the other chemicals, that if they learned a new task while on it, they would have a more difficult time doing it when they were not on it.
See that? Yeah, it's just
their
really
body learned it one way, and that was in the system. I mean, of course, they could do it, but it was easier and smoother for them to do it when they were, or when it was in their system.
Yeah. It's amazing. I speak to a lot of people that have ADHD, like I have, and we're always thinking about 15 things all in 1 minute. So, but what cannabis or hemp, even hemp, especially
I hate
CBD.
that title. I hate that word.
Me too.
I don't
like it either.
I don't look at it as a disorder.
No, it's not. It's not. That's what they class it.
Functionally multitask. I have a hard time walking and chewing fucking gum. I'm a 50-year-old man. If you can do 10 things at once, It's amazing.
Yeah, it's fucking great, mate. Yeah, and you know what? But just talking about it, I spoke to a guy in Germany, and they try to do the same thing to this German guy. And you know what? He just grew pot and smoked marijuana. It said it cured him. He said what it did, it brought his thoughts into focus through a lens, and that's how he came up with this plasma.
Well,
20
there you
years of
go.
research.
That's
There you go.
what it is, though. THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, that acts on your blood to make it stronger. That's why you cough, because it makes your lungs try to cleanse themselves.
Well, I don't know. See, I believe in juicing it. See, I don't
that's
believe
the
in
best way to do
combustion.
it, yeah.
I don't believe in combustion. I believe you should take the plant as a THCA, because when you look at the cannabivarin and all the other components, the 480 chemicals in it, if you break them undisturbed through a slow worm drive, you've kept them alive. You induce that.
So I believe
oh my
you're
God.
right. I believe
Oh
that
man, I
instead
see
of
what it does to
Smoke
cancer
weed every
patients.
day.
it's
Yes,
just
man.
smoking's
2
easier.
ounces.
Smoking it's easier.
Smoking's
Of course.
Yeah, having 2 ounces a day, I tell you, you'll be a changed person in a fortnight.
Yeah, but
both.
the problem is
have
people
both.
don't have access to 2 ounces a day.
Because
That's why.
That's because it would cost you like $300 to $600.
Right.
But that's it. But see, that's what they're doing. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Right,
But see,
right. No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm sorry. I didn't.
yeah.
I wasn't thinking.
But if you can grow, if you can grow hemp, see, Washington State has just legalized for you to grow as many acres if you want of hemp. So what you can do now is you can throw 1,000 seeds out there and just go to your Mary, and you can open up a juice bar if you wish. You know, things are changing, man. I mean, I'm so
You
glad
get
Washington
the same
State.
benefits from just now. Isn't there different strains of the hemp where?
Yes,
with
there are
higher-
different strains of the hemp. Correct. There is fiber strains, there is seed strains, and then there is the one that makes the CBD oil, a little more oil than the rest, and it's a little more flowery, and it has 3 different profiles. One is a citrus profile, one is a more of a lolly profile, like into a candy shop, and the other one's a very musky, like a kush. So we have 3 different species we're working with, and they smell beautiful, and you smoke them, but you don't get high. But you feel invigorated. It's really interesting because when you invigorate the CBD1, it's really different what cannabinoids do. It lights up the whole body.
Yeah, it's
stops
kind of
the pain.
weird because you expect it to do something.
Yeah, no, it
but
doesn't.
it doesn't. It just
stops pain, stops the pain, migraines,
Now it's
seizures.
just the THC that gets you high, correct?
That is absolutely correct. The THC and the delta 9 and the hydroxy 11, when it goes through the liver, it multiplies by 5.
Yeah,
So that's what you got to watch out for.
Now, are there any medical benefits from the THC?
Yeah, there is medical benefits from the THC. It's an amplifier. So you take THC.
It's just not as
THC.
It's not nearly as much as juicing.
Oh, but see, this is where we got to work. I still don't know, man. I need another 100. I need a long time. So I need a long time to work this out because there's so many components to this. See, we're finding out now that there are strains of the cannabis plant that attack certain, how would you say, irritations of the body. This plant is so smart, and throughout the world, these diseases have popped up, and the cannabis plant, somehow it has translocated that information into itself and has documented it. So when you oh no, this is freaky shit, man. So we've looked into a microscope what this stuff is doing. So when you look at the cancer cell, you're seeing it apoptosis. How can you explain it? It dissolves itself. It's like it's set off a communication within its cells, and it just deteriorates right in front of your eyes. So work the fuck that out. So your kidneys don't have to purge this. It's really interesting stuff what's going on, man. The cannabis plant, now we know why the hemp and the cannabis plant, because we have an endocannabinoid system. There's no other system that does a key lock exchange. Now we know why these people have done what they've done. Do your own research, guys. They have lied big time. Big.
Precisely. You can go to shamans today, and they'll know how to cure cancer, get your tumors out, this and that. They can use cannabis. They use different plants, do different rituals with it. To this day, you just go to the Amazon, go live there for 10 years, experience real life. Like, you hear the stories and it's crazy, but it's doing exactly what you're saying. It's just because they're juicing them.
Yeah, juice.
and they know how to concentrate.
Juice. It's got to be juiced. It's got to be juiced, guys. I swear to God,
I'm
you do
starting
2
a
ounces a
juice bar,
day.
that's it.
You do 2 ounces a day, brother. 2 ounces a day of juice. That means you get your flower, your leafy stem, you crush it, you put it through a slow worm drive. You drink 2 ounces a day, every day for the rest of your life. Let me know how you feel after a year, and I guarantee your hair will change. The nails of your skin will change. You'll find a bit of more elasticity in the skin. Anyway, so and your color of your tattoos come back. Don't tell me how that fucking works out. So it'd be great for tattoo industry to know that if you could take a cannabis juice and I've brightened up my tattoos, I don't have to get them re-inked. So how the fuck does that work? So I think it's doing something to the skin.
It probably has something to do with blood flow, oxygenation, all the benefits, everything that we need.
Man, my
It
tattoos
makes our
look like they were
systems
done.
work better.
Yeah,
They're probably
my
more
tattoos.
efficient.
Yeah,
Wow.
clean, man, clean colors. Just it's amazing. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I like I said, man, and I don't believe in smoking it. I don't believe in smoking much of it. It should be put on topically like an oil. And tincture. But that's it. It's whatever works for you. Hey, but you know what I tell everyone? I smoke joints, mate. I smoke. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what it. I smoke joints, and that's where my enjoyment is. So you got to enjoy what you want. If you like sticking this up your ass, stick it up your ass. And half of my customers stick 750 milligrams up their ass. And you know what? Yeah, and they've loaded the cannabinoid system, and guess what? They take 2 puffs of a joint, and they're satisfied for the rest of the day because their system's loaded.
Yeah,
it's wild, man. This plant is amazing.
They have a quality of life where they can actually enjoy their conscious awake time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Play with it. Make oil, make suppositories, do juicing, wear it on your skin, and make an oil between you and your wife. Because
eat it too? Eat it?
Eat it, yes. Eat it, turn it into a hydroxy 11. You just got to watch it because it manipulates the milligrams. So if you took 100 milligrams, it turns into 500 milligrams. So that means you've induced a half a gram of THC. So that means you'll start seeing fairies, things flying through the wall. You may leave your body. You may float out of your body. Actually, you could be sitting in your seat and you'll pop out of it. It does some weird stuff. Yeah, it does some.
Well,
I love eating.
it can be
I eat all the
hallucinative.
time. I eat as much as I can. I eat massive, amounts.
If you like the floating effect, I've worked out this. There's a chemical composition, and it comes from a strain from Laos, and it's called the Black Empress. Really an interesting plant. She has 11 fingers. Really interesting plant, and this one gives you a psychedelic effect. So when you eat it. Oh no! When you eat this thing, man, I've taken up to 2 grams of this, and because I need to know what's going to happen to my patients, so I always overdo it because I need to know the effect if my patients overdose. I need to know what's going to fucking happen. I need to know how I'm going to answer this or solve it. So man, I swear to God, I have never been on a journey like that in my entire life. I thought I had met God. It was, I can't explain it. My kids thought it was fun. I don't remember it, but they rode me my back like I was a horse. I was still playing with my family every now and again. Sometimes they had to put me to bed, but wow, what an incredible 2 days. Yeah.
2 days.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a long time because it's a fat. It's a fat-loving. The molecule loves fat, so it stays in your system. Yeah, it won't leave. The body holds on to it.
And that was 2 grams you ingested?
That was 2 grams of a wide spectrum of it was a THCA, which is non-psychoactive, and then there was so there's 3% of that was 3 milligrams in this structure, and then there was 3 milligrams of a THC, and then there was 3 milligrams of CBD. And 3 milligrams of CBG. They were all mixed together, those 12 milligrams, and it was all taken into, I think it was, 2,000 milligrams of all those counts, and I ingested that. And
and
wow,
I had
the effect was incredible. You know what? My body vibrated.
What
My
form
body
did
vibrated.
you ingest it as? An oil, as the flower
oil.
itself? Okay.
No, I mix it with MCT oil. It's a fractionated coconut oil, and I sort of sipped on it, and in about 15 minutes, because your first nervous system in the throat will pick it up. So in 15 minutes, you feel this oncoming. So because I'm writing all this down, because I'm tracking it as far as I can, the journey. And then when it got to 45 minutes, there was a vibration. It was really interesting, man, because it started from the feet.
THC. You should write like a 7-chapter book on this stuff.
Well, no.
Like
and I'll shut up in 2 minutes, but this is a really interesting thing because it needs to be charted.
No, I'm serious.
So the vibration,
serious.
yeah, the vibration started from the feet, and then it started to quiver through the body, but nothing was moving. This is what was so like, oh my God, I'm shaking, but nothing's moving. So I'm thinking, what the fuck's going on here? So I'm taking notes, and then, every now and again, there'll be sort of flashes of light, spectrum of light. And then things starting to really take form, like things are starting to be more malleable, meaning they're not fixed structures. And that's when that's when there was no more writing after that.
I wonder if that lends to the whole, like, everything's alive and everything's vibrating and and you were like, oh, that's crazy. I don't know.
Well, now, can I tell you something, Jason? Did you remember in the old books of the Oracle, you remember they say that the chosen ones, they were coated in a special oil from canna flower. And when their whole body, the whole entire body, which is your biggest organ, was covered in this special oil, they could see the future.
Oh, wow.
I mean, this is trippy shit,
that
dude.
Story before.
So you imagine coating the whole body in this oil. Definitely canna flower is definitely cannabis or a hemp plant. And so your whole outer body is an organ. It absorbs it. And interesting. I haven't tried that one yet, but I will soon do that. And then I want to go into a float tank.
I think
I'm going to do that.
You should look up.
To try that with.
Yeah, I'm going to go into float tank.
You should look into the Egyptians. They used to do stuff like that with cannabis, especially when people were sickly.
Yeah, I want to heal people, man. I'm so hurried. I just want to. I know there's a quicker way to. Yeah, no, I want to put him. I'm going to put him in a float tank, and they're going to be ingesting it because they need to see this effect. When you touch the air and it moves and stuff, people need to have this interaction because I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know how to explain it. The only way I can explain it is people need to research it because it's not doing it for the son of entertainment. This is for research, and it definitely heals the body and it heals the mind, man. I'm telling you, they're hiding this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, the pharmaceutical industries are obviously freaking out.
Did you ever see the movie Cabin in the Woods, where they put these people in a certain cabin for a sacrifice, and everybody was falling for it except the dude that was smoking pot. He was like, "Man, there's something wrong. Look, I'm finding cameras, man. I think we're about to die. We need to get out here." Nope, nobody listened to him. Nope, they all died. Great.
Yeah, it's weird, mate. Look, it's pretty exciting. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet for a while, but I'll just listen for a while. But cannabis is good, and hemp, both guys, and all cannabinoids. It's not just that. There's so many plants. Investigate. Broccoli sprouts.
Yeah. Hey, I have a question.
I want you guys to live a long time, and I'll shut up. Hey,
I have a question, Anthony. So now, recreational. Let's say people don't even consider doing any of that stuff, but they only smoke it recreational. They'll still get those benefits, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, what I want to bring to the world, I'm bringing out an oil that is going to be it's going to go into all the states of America eventually. This oil is going to be what I call, it's a full plant extraction. I extract it under a certain temperature and a certain solvent, which is pure alcohol. And I remove I transfer its information. And then I dehydrate the alcohol and I have the information left behind. And then I refold it on itself and there's your medicine. I do nothing special, mate. I've just found an old technique. Anyway, so then I put it in your vape pen. I'll put
That's
it in a suppository.
exactly what I wanted to ask about. 'Cause
Absolutely, brother.
I didn't.
Look here.
Oh.
Look here. I'll show you here, man. See these puppies? I got people testing these right now, and these are amazing.
You're not sharing.
Can you see
you're not
it? Oh
showing.
no. Okay. So sorry, guys, but
You're not showing yourself.
okay, you should see now. It's just vape pens. These are amazing. It's you can be discreet. People think
Oh,
you're.
I see it.
See, this one is.
And you don't smell it.
No. This one is a true terp from cannabis, and it's cherry berry. That's
I
what
wish
it
I could just
smells like.
grab it. I wish I could just grab it through the camera. Like, give me it.
Yeah. And you know what? This heals you. This is a THCA. So if you open this and eat it, it won't get you high. You need to combust this one.
Zulu,
And,
all you had to do is find
yeah.
some people who actually make the oil or make what do they call it, dabs, and they'll know how to make this stuff for sure.
Mhm.
Yep.
Make it all the time.
My question was because I was trying to understand. You know, my friends talk about it all the time, and I have no clue. But I was just curious about the percentages. They're telling me. They're like, oh, well, I get it 75%, 71%, 69%.
Yeah, because they're doing BHO. They're doing
90%.
BHO. They're doing BHO and they're doing CO2. CO2 works under a 1500 kPa. It breaks the molecules. When you break a molecule, it doesn't know how to translate its information. You just smash the molecules.
What's the BHO?
BHO is butane honey oil. It's just a solvent that's a hydrocarbon. Butane. And then what it does is that the hydrocarbon, when it's enfolded, and they say they purge it out, but yes, you do lose. There's 10 parts per million that builds up in the body. I don't care what anyone fucking says. Don't hurt people that are already hurt. So that's why I chose alcohol, because alcohol totally evaporates. And when you look at true terps of the nature world, is alcohol based. So that's how I derive the medicine.
What alcohol do you usually use to purify?
I use alcohol to purify and extract through a machine that I've built over 20 years. And I'm just releasing.
Yeah, but what kind?
Well, that kind of makes sense.
Of alcohol?
Yeah.
I just have to leave that one alone at the moment. Yeah. But yeah,
Gotcha.
there's different.
Proprietary, my friends.
There's different alcohol. See, if you got red wine alcohol, if you imagine all the thousands of beers around the world, alcohol. See, what I do is I take those base ingredients and then I drive it and I make 200 proof alcohol, true spirit. That's why they call it spirit, because it does something. That spirit of alcohol removes, it actually photocopies the plant. It's really interesting. Wow. Oh, yeah. And then that photocopy I take and I put it in my boiler and I remove the alcohol and the photocopy stays behind. It's pretty amazing, man. And then you smoke it.
Alcohol occurs naturally in nature, right? So why wouldn't that make sense?
Absolutely, it does.
Compared to the chemicals,
it's a terp. Yeah, it's a terpene. Most terps are derived from an alcohol based. Yeah. So.
Yeah, this new oil, or it's like a syrup or whatever, is the new
clear. Clear or terp juice. Yeah, terp juice. Yeah, terp juice. There, man. You know what? Man, I just I don't know what they're doing, man.
Over 90%.
Yeah. They're running it through a short path under a vac of -2 vac, and they're breaking the molecule, man. But anyway, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But you know what?
The system, right?
We are, and you know what it is, man. As long as people are being introduced to it, I just don't want you to be hurt. You know, I'm here to help people, mate, not hurt anyone or destroy the industry. Because, you know, if we destroy this industry, Big Pharma's going to come here. Big Pharma will come here and take over. You know, we've got to be really sensible about this cannabis industry. I want my children to take over my business. So I'm looking far and deep how the government are watching, and they're watching very closely. They're watching us so we fuck up. Because I watch how they put certain parameters about how I can do my job. They would love for me to not fill all those parameters out. Yeah. And I understand the game, but you know what? I have at least 50,000 people out there that rely on medicine, not just from me, but other people. So, and these people don't get their medicine, they die. So what we have to do is play their game, but there is a day coming, mate, where you're going to be able to grow this and do this in your own home. This is where we're going to take it.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll be your own medicine man, mate. I think that's
the way it should be.
Yep, and that's what I want to show you guys. Being your own medicine man, you wouldn't believe what this stuff can do. I swear to God, you could make up so many oils that could treat every illness you wouldn't believe, from gout.
Just depending on the strain, right?
Depending on my God, it's just crazy shit.
Yeah.
Just so frustrating.
And it's so specific that you could like treat a specific ailment, right? With a certain.
Absolutely.
My friend Adam told me years ago. He's like, I have certain strains for if you're tired. I have certain strains if you're achy. You know, all these different things.
We're finding it all the way down. We're finding it down to now cancer. You know, there's a guy in Israel that I met 3 months ago, beautiful man, and he's found now genetic strains and genetics where it tucks into the cannabinoid system. And the cancer cell just, again, at apoptosis, it just explodes. It just actually dissolves. He doesn't know what happened. So he doesn't know what's working. Now he's confused. I just spoke to him 2 weeks ago on the phone, and he says, shit, mate, I don't know if it's the thoughts of the person thinking now, or it's the cannabis. He doesn't know which one's doing it. So he's quite confused.
Like a placebo or
well, he doesn't know because he doesn't smoke cannabis. He's a true scientist. He tried to disprove cannabis for 2 years, and he couldn't believe what it was doing. He tried to disprove cannabis, believe it or not, and now he's a true believer. But he doesn't know how it's doing it. He doesn't know how the endocannabinoid system is communicating. He doesn't know how it's doing it. He doesn't know the mechanics between the brain, the system, and smoking it, inducing it. He doesn't know what's going on. He's confused.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't it great? Isn't it great? Some great minds are confused.
It's people like those that sometimes have the most to lose, though, I guess, with these truths, right?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's too bad. Too bad, so sad. It's the bottom line, right? Truth is the bottom line, not money.
Yeah.
Truth is the bottom line here.
And you know what it is, man? I think it's pause. You know what cannabis does? And I love watching nations change. And I think cannabis adds pause to a populace. And pause is very, very, very needed, man, because people think more. Yeah. They make better choices.
Yeah.
And they see bullshit. And they see fucking bullshit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You turn off the TV.
Yeah, turn the TV off. That's the good first step.
Yeah.
Turn it on in the first place.
Yeah, don't turn it on, yeah. But anyway, species, man. So yeah, about cannabis, please do your research. Yeah, species. Yeah. If you know someone with a sickness, there's a help out there.
Yeah, you try and recommend it. There's still, a fair stigma on it, right? So a lot of old folks won't go there because they're just, I couldn't.
Yeah, that's why you go with hemp.
Like some moral.
Yeah, hemp's good. Well, hemp's good because the hemp was made for rope and clothing and more industrious, more textile. So hemp's really an easy one to open up to the populace. I deal with a lot of old people, man. Sometimes I've been to an old people's home. I go in there to rub feet, mate, because I'm sick of seeing old people that can't walk around because, the pain in their feet. You know what? You put cannabis on their feet, mate. I give them a half an hour, and you'll see the girl get up, and she'll even forget her stick, mate. She'll forget she had a stick.
Hang on.
You got to understand.
My stepmom has this problem. THC. My stepmom has this problem. She feels like it's daggers in her feet no matter what she's doing.
Yeah, it's the nervous system. Yeah, it's the nervous system. It's broken down. So it's like fibromyalgia and all that. See what cannabis does, it rebuilds the nerves, and that's what the pharmaceutical industry won't let you know. They're assholes, mate. They really are. You wouldn't believe what it does to nerve rebuilding. So you don't eat it, you put it on topically. You don't even eat it, guys. You put it on your skin.
Help me. I have some nerve damage. So
yeah, it's so good for nerve.
I had a wisdom tooth pulled out, and when the dental surgeon was pulling it out, he crushed my nerve. And now
Mhm.
you can't tell, and you can't. There's no visible, and it doesn't really. I'm paralyzed, sort of on the bottom part of my jaw. There's no feeling, like it's dead. It's like in the jaw itself.
Look up the mineral miracle solution or miracle mineral solution or whatever. I heard that helps that type of thing.
So this has been about 3 or 4, 5 years, maybe. This is, 4 or 5 years.
Yes,
And
it's
then
be something.
it's
I
never
should hear that.
returned.
Yeah,
Never
look,
came back.
yeah. Well, man, I don't know. I reckon we just need more research, and I think we just need to really take good. And when we do this, guys, if we could just have a notebook next to us, because we're all researchers here. We need to be adults. See, the reason we're in this position is because we've given our power away. We need to fucking take all the power back. Even that, you're not the class scientist. Fuck the scientists, mate. I'm a common folk. I am a common folk, mate, that has an interest to help people. And mate, I reckon it's going to be great.
If comfort is holding us back, then we need to set our beds ablaze at night and get serious, because this is happening. Like, my gosh, I just see things getting worse every day. People getting worse. I mean, there's a lot of good people, sure.
No, I don't. I'm a little more optimistic, mate. I am. We're peaceful people, brother. Oh no, man. I've traveled the world, brother. I see a lot of people, and they're peaceful at nature. You leave people alone, man. People are beautiful. They're so beautiful, dude.
And trying.
Most people are.
Yeah, but they're trying really hard to disrupt that. What they're doing is they're denaturing all of us and our children, man. They're removing you from nature and making you an asshole.
I'm calling it fluoride.
Yeah, decalcify the most important gland. Yeah. I don't know.
That's what we need.
Yeah, but anyway, it's all good. But yeah, Jason, so it's strains, mate. When you grow strains, check into it, brother. There's so many great strains coming out.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah,
it is remarkable. It's just evolving every year.
And pain management. Pain management, Jason, and nerve growth is a natural byproduct of the endocannabinoid system, because that's what it's tucked into. If you look at the way the system works, all the nervous system is tucked into the endocannabinoid system. It feeds off that. It branches out like a root. So that's how it grows.
Hey, THC, what do you think of the CBD oils that you can get from random vape shops and such?
Well, yeah, hit yourself in the head with a fucking 5-pound hammer. I'll say it again. Hit yourself in the head with a 5-pound hammer. Yeah, they're doing an acetate removal in China and the Philippines, and they may do it from flaxseed. They may do it. Who knows where they're getting the shit from, mate? Don't do it. It's a crystal. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, man. You're just get it from a reputable farmer in America. Support American farmers, man. Please.
Amen.
Support these poor farmers, man. But anyway, yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Or the prohibition.
So is war.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to end, brother. Because you said you're in Canada. Is that correct, Jason?
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, a lot up there.
You're coming out really low. Let me turn up your volume,
okay. Are you able to turn up?
I have no idea why it wouldn't be. Is this better?
Yeah, that's
better, Fred.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I turn it higher. It's okay.
Vincent.
Yeah,
sometimes it starts picking up my breathing, and then I fucking.
Well, Jason, if you're ever down this way, Jason, you're quite welcome to pop in the. I'll meet you, man. I'll show you through the lab, and
that would be excellent.
Sorry,
where are you?
In Vancouver, Washington. Like when the lab opens up in the next 6 weeks, and then I've got I got another person that's a flat earther, a very well-known. I think he's a very much a mathematician scientist. So he's going to come down and have a look too. So it's about just sharing. I've got, I'm here just to share, man. I don't want to keep this to myself.
I'm so glad to have met you, bro. This has really been very enlightening.
Well, I just want you to show
I'd like
others,
to keep
mate.
in touch. Yeah, I'd like to keep in touch and keep, if you can keep us informed and keep jumping in and hanging out with us and stuff. This is so interesting. I love it.
Well,
Thank you.
Wait, Jet, we're gonna do a live stream from his. Where do we're gonna do a live stream for when? Well, we talked about it. You can join Jet if you want. I'm gonna do a hangout for him. Well, he can tell himself. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it will be awesome, mate. Yeah. And I apologize, guys, that I talk a lot about this, but I'm just passionate. I see how it can heal your people and your mom and your dad, but I'll shut up and listen to you guys.
Absolutely.
That's great.
Anything on reversing, I don't want to say Alzheimer's. My mother had a stroke, and it's a shame because she can't remember. I talked to her yesterday, but I can ask her a medical question, like, because I'm an EMT. I can ask her anything regarding that, and she'll give me the facts, everything, because she was a
beautiful.
nurse.
Zulu, it is so good for the brain. What it does.
She can't remember that I talked to her yesterday.
Okay, well, it's going to stop the bleeding in the brain. This is what it does. When you induce, especially under the tongue, or if you take a vape, which whether you do it, when it goes into the blood, what it does is it goes to the receptor sites of the brain. What it does is it sends out a chemical and then stops the purging of blood. So it stops the bleeding, okay? Next thing it does is it removes the blood that's already there and stops the hemorrhaging, or the pressure, or trying to stop that pressure. One other thing it does is they found out that if you get this cannabinoid in their system prior or after the stroke or the hemorrhage, they got nearly a total reboot of the brain. So if you can get cannabis into her, who knows what will happen? If you can get her a 4 milligram dosage of CBD or a THCA, don't have it activated because you don't want her to get stoned.
Or maybe you do.
Or maybe you do.
Well, I will say that she used to. She used to smoke it. I remember she smoked it, but
she'll enjoy it. If you give her,
with her now.
What's her body weight?
Well, I don't know. She's small. She's like
120. She's 120.
About that.
Okay, give her. You find a product that's say around about 65 to 75% THC. Give her about 10 milligrams of that when you break it up for 10 milligrams. So if it's 75% in the 1 gram, that means you've got 750 milligrams of an active product. That means with the 750 milligrams, you want to remove, say about 10 milligrams of that.
THC. Cat's Eyes in the chat's trying to get your number or something.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Get my number.
Okay.
Yeah, I've hid nothing. It's all out there. It's on my website, somewhere. But yeah, 10 milligrams. Just give it 10 milligrams, mate. 10 milligrams under the tongue, and then check her out in 45 minutes. Look at the eyes, see if they're dilated. If they haven't, then give her another 10 milligrams. Then she'll going to tell you how she feels, and then she'll probably tell you to take another 10 milligrams, or she said I'm really doing good, and you'll see a big smile.
Terrible. I live in New York State. Can't get any of that.
Yeah, well, they're now changing the laws. Just last week, they changed the laws for menstrual pains. So, because I read all your laws, your country, I read 2,000 laws, mate. So, they just, 2 days ago, they just accepted menstrual pain for having medical cannabis in your state.
Yeah, but there's no place to get it, I thought.
Just do it, dude. If they're doing it, you can get it. If you can't find it, then come back to me, Zulu. They're doing it.
I mean, it would be crazy if there was something in there that could help to reverse the damage from the stroke and the heart attack.
Yeah. Well, mate, I know it does a lot of reversal. Look, we woke somebody up from 7 years of a coma. This gentleman was a head-on car accident, and he was asleep for 7 years. His wife took cannabis because she had cancer. We healed her cancer. And then she said, would it work for the husband? Fuck, we don't know. We've never worked on a coma. So they had to get a medical card in Portland, Oregon, for this gentleman, and so they did all that. Takes a procedure to take through the medical and to get everything fucking all signed off, and then the doctor induced a cannabinoid oil under the tongue, and remarkably, within 25 minutes, Havagassi woke up.
In 25 minutes after being asleep for 7 years.
Yeah, mate. They're lied to us, dude.
That is despicable, dude.
It is,
Despicable.
but you know what's so despicable? But how many people are in comas and they're pulling the plug in 2 weeks, like my wife?
Horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yes.
I'm so angry.
The organs, mate. I hate to tell you, they're selling the organs. I don't.
The harvesting.
Yes. Don't lie to you.
What the fuck is that? How is it legal for a company to go and harvest my organs, store them, get paid, sell them, but I can't get a dime or even leave a penny of that to my family if I die?
No.
And the doctors who do it get like a big check for it, like if they actually get it done.
FDNY, I'm sorry, let me just tell this before I forget. FDNY just put out new buses, well, ambulances they call them buses, but they put out new buses that's all they do. Their duty is to respond wherever there's a fatal so that they can get the body to transport it immediately to be harvested.
Where'd you read this?
A satanic ritual book?
I have friends who are in FDNY.
Oh, not satanic ritual book.
Holy shit.
Sorry, that's always funny to me.
Yeah, so that's their job.
Could you imagine that being your job? Like, oh, hey, honey, I'll just like that.
I had to go get dead bodies today so I can bring them so they can harvest the organs.
You know, typical day.
I don't know.
It's straight out of fucking science fiction. It's so crazy.
Yeah,
it's straight out of the book of necromancy.
Soylent and Green. I don't care what anyone says. You know, you make
I know that movie.
Yeah, Soylent Green and Poncho has done a lot of snippets on this, but you know, I think Soylent Green, it really just says it all. Hey, these are assholes, mate. They really are. They're heartless. They're heartless. They really are. But you know what? It's changing, mate. Flat Earth, you can't stop. I'm riding the crest of the wave here, mate. You guys are fucking awesome. You know, you guys are so open. You guys are so open, which is so good.
You know, I think for the most part, most of the people out here are, you know, there's definitely some assholes who are up to no good. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, but they're showing their colours, Zulu, aren't they? Come on, mate.
Yeah.
You know, we're all adults here. We're all adults.
You got to remember, there's different levels of that. I mean, there definitely are action. I'm sure.
There's good people that get sucked into the drama too, right?
All paranoid and thinking, hey, you know.
Hey, Zulu, now,
go ahead.
Now that you bring that up, Zulu, let me ask you a question, because you're going to this event with the Flat Earth. It's going to be a pretty big event, I think. So just imagine if it's going to be a big event. I know it's going to be definitely on the radar for the people of the know, you know, knowing, you know, that this thing could have a big pebble effect in the pond. So it'd just be interesting if people just take a lot of footage from everywhere and just see all the spooks popping up there. And let's get these assholes on film, you know, because people, we need to take it to their place, and we need, if they're coming on our turf, we should expose these guys. They've got to be exposed.
Yeah.
They really do.
Yeah, this time we'll bring the fight to them. Screw them bastards. I'm sick of it.
I think it's eventually got to take place. You know,
definitely, Phil, you're right. But I mean, you gotta. I think anyway, and this is, and I can't. You have to hold yourself to your own standard. But to me, I agree with John Morgal that we have to definitely pay attention to our actions, our words, because people are going to perceive it a certain way. And as long as we always maintain the up and up, hey, you can't fault me for anything. I'm just spreading truth.
Yeah.
You know?
That's the whole point of it. Being righteous. You know?
Right.
Like being
intentional. And I think that that's what it is. Yes, that we're going to this, and because I kept saying from the beginning, to me, this is zero knowledge gathering. This is 100% social gathering for me. I need to meet other human beings, like human beings that I have never met. That because I have not talked to in person one human being on the face of this disc that believes this. I'm the only one. And I mean, I've talked to all you guys for almost probably damn near a year. I've been doing this. Man,
I'm
maybe
in the
not so
same
long.
boat, dude. I'm in the same boat. Nobody I know where I live.
And that's what I want. That's
really
what this is for me.
Well, Zulu, how about what happens if you're in the conference and then you get 10 hecklers well positioning themselves throughout the audience and then flip up, magazine or their signs within the cameras and just trying to heckle their round earth bullshit. These guys are not going to let loose on the show.
That won't bother me. Because
going to piss a lot of people off.
Sure. But that part won't bother me. What will get me is if some asshole, and I hate to even say it because I don't like to give ideas of anything, but you see these Nazi asshole bullshit things. Regardless if somebody stands up, holds up that sign, and then gets beaten by 20 of us and thrown out into the parking lot, it's not going to matter if somebody caught the picture of it and it spreads, because that's all they're going to see. It doesn't matter what the article's written, what it says. They're just going to see that symbol, flat Earth, and that's it. And people I was seeing it in one of the CNN, dudes and dudette. One of these when you have a few minutes, and I know none of us do, go into just random chat rooms like for CNN and stuff. There is nothing but hate crap. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Everybody, Nazi this and Jews that and fuck you. And I was like, what?
Really?
It was very strange. I was doing it over the weekend and I'm like, what is going on? These aren't even really controversial chat rooms. This is just showing the fucking news, which is bullshit anyway. I get it, but
I wonder if it's systemic. Like, I wonder if this is happening across the board on social medias. People are just arguing.
The trolling is being amped up or something. I mean,
trolling is amping up. Yeah. Can we hit trolls with wrenches in real life? Maybe if they show up at the...
I didn't say this before. I was going to say it. Even though you're paranoid, it doesn't mean they're not after you. So when we talk about and we joke about, they have rooms somewhere in the basement of the NSA and stuff, they probably do have that shit and are in the chat rooms and are watching and listening. That's what I'm saying. As long as we're cool, fuck you. You got nothing on me. I never said to hurt anybody. I've never preached any bad bullshit. All I want to know is the truth, where I live, what this place is. And
Zulu in the chat, Zammy, she said Flat Earth Mental Asylum, like FEMA as the acronym.
Precisely. That's so fucked up. Oh my God. FEMA. Wow. Yeah, I mean, and you watch the power and authority of that department. Craziness. The whole world is just a mess. And I agree. I think this has been going on for thousands of years. I'm sorry when I say this and it hurts me inside, but I don't think I'm ever going to change it personally. I can try by spreading information.
All we can do
people.
is try.
My biggest thing is my son. I got to leave him here, and he's going to be here. And I just, at the very least, I want him to understand how things possibly, maybe he can live a better life, and enjoy the family.
Let him know.
Because, I mean, go ahead.
Zulu, let him know nature will heal him. If you take him for a weed whack, mate, like we have a university here in Oregon, in Washington, and they will take you out to the forest and they will show you every fucking plant where you could live off Just, mate, I'm telling you, you just got to know what lives around you, and then just knowing just a few aspects of certain plants, and that's it, dude. You know, your kid will have this for the rest of his life.
You know, it's been. He's a Boy Scout, and
awesome, awesome.
I'm
bloody awesome.
I'm against the program partially for the fact that they push religion, you know, and it is very militaristic, whatever you want to call it. But I also embrace it for some of those for the reasons of that they are pushing, you know, structure. They want you to know nature. They want you to understand nature and how it works. And, you know, like one of the simplest things that I learned when I went through the training or the training class, was an overnight. It was interesting. Was there's no reason to chop down a tree to burn it. There's plenty of dead stuff on the ground. You don't have to be violent and so brutal when you're out in nature. You know, there's ways to enjoy it and embrace it. And their biggest thing is they call it leave no trace, which I love. I love it.
Yeah,
I've
that's
been
a
doing
big
it
thing
for
here
years.
too in Canada. Yeah, yeah.
You know, we ride ATVs. We